Wait for HasanAbi.
okay? I did not stop advocating for the cause, and now I don't feel lonely. I don't feel as lonely anymore, and that's because of you guys. I hope that you can continue advocating for the right things.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, news day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Monday, July 15th, 2024. And let me tell you, folks, it's a big day today. Okay, I think you guys already know that. You guys already know it's a big day today. Are the boys gone? They are not gone. They are currently interviewing friend of the show, Steven Donziger, as a matter of fact. I don't know if that's a secret and I'm leaking it or not, but yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, today's a big day. It's a sad day. It's a sad day. It's a big day, but it's a sad day, right? Sad day for the Bergamaniacs. But you know, it's leaked, and we'll talk about that in a second. But it's a big day nonetheless, and I like the solo streams. Yeah, this will be a mostly solo stream for all the solo stream enjoyers. You know, that's what's going to happen for you. Anyway, folks, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And honestly, I'm going to tell you right now, fuck you two for taking away my Monday afternoon fear. And wait, why? What happened? The latest episode of Fear N was not uploaded or something? Wait, where is it? Yeah, where is the episode? It got demonetized, so it got pushed. Why haven't you talked about Cody Ko yet? Is it because you're friends with Noel? Do you think the reason why I haven't talked about Cody Ko yet is like some secret that I'm hiding? Or do you think it's because the fucking former president got shot and absolutely zero people in comparison to you and many others in your circle care about like some fucking YouTuber in comparison to like all of the adults that are tuning in on a Monday morning to get their fucking news in the midst of an election cycle, where the fucking one candidate is a walking cadaver, and in comparison to the other candidate also being assassinated recently. Like, sorry, okay, we'll get to the Cody Ko stuff eventually. Like, the Cody Ko thing happened before Trump. The lol, you talked about Dr. Disrespect, because I don't know if you know this, but I'm not up to tune with all of the fucking latest and greatest in terms of like what's happening online. Once again, you didn't even like ask this question. You immediately inferred that like I must be hiding a secret. Okay, you know, I'm sorry, we'll get to the fucking YouTube drama eventually, and you're gonna say it's not drama, it's a crime, and I agree with you, okay, but it's still categorized in the YouTube drama sphere because currently we have a motherfucking ex-president that got shot. Now I know as a 37-month subscriber, your brain has rotted to its very core. Like there's like very little left in that nugget up there, okay? But most people don't know who the fuck this person is. So of course I'm not gonna talk about that right now. But eventually we will get to it, okay? Chatter watched one D'Angelo video, now they care. Yeah, it's just like crazy. They're just being confrontational about it because DeMarcus' video is specifically about the lack of content creator response to it. Yeah, I can't speak for other content creators, but if people are going to be like, oh, dude, you're sheltering Cody Co, you got to be out of your goddamn mind, okay? Like, hey guys, don't know if you know this, okay? We started off pretty hot here, okay? I am predominantly a political commentator in the sphere of political commentary. I do news. I do drama as well, for sure. I do YouTube content every now and then. I talked about Sketch, for example. When Sketch was outed as doing gay OnlyFans, I talked about that, right? Like, there are, you know, pockets and corners where I get to certain things. Okay? There are pockets and corners where I get to certain things. This is not one of them right now, considering that there is like an insane wave of information that I have to go through and disseminate and explain. Okay? But it's funny that like a 37-month subscriber would come in here with the lack of charitability of like a person who just has despised me for years to make the assertion, not just simply ask a question like, hey, are we going to talk about this? Even though it's like time and place, right? But to specifically tailor a question in the way to be like, you are sheltering a story where I know the person on the receiving end of this as well. How does this happen for 37 months? I have literally fucking had I haven't had Tana Mojo on my podcast. I've never had Cody on my podcast. I've asked him to come on. He's never come on. Tana has. So like, just think, okay? Anyway. Cody is a sitting U.S. senator up for re-election, but go off, I guess. Yeah, I know. Just the Lulu. All right. Let's get back. Parasocialist update. For those of you who don't know, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in my world, in the world of HasanAbi VOD, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button, what has happened in the universe. And honestly, the Lulu is not the Salulu. Yes. So last night I ended the broadcast because, yes, you were right. One of the mic was on and I turned it off. I ended the broadcast because I had to do a podcast. I had to do the Fear Am podcast, which was supposed to be up by now, but unfortunately YouTube demonetized it. So we had to go back into the docket and re-upload it. I believe that's what's going on currently, and I'm sure it'll be out soon. It was with Lily Pichu. It was wonderful. It was actually awesome pod, an absolutely banger episode of the podcast. Cutie Cinderella's not there. Cutie Cinderella's not here, and neither is Will, obviously. Cutie's with family, Will's with family. So it was me and Austin, and also I brought the Aussie boys in as well, and we did that pod, and it was great. It was wonderful. Lily's great. Lily's awesome. So it was a great episode overall. We talked about the Trump assassination attempt. So I think that's probably why YouTube demonetized it, because they're cowards. Fearan says the Fearan pod says the woke radical leftist mob at YouTube keep automatically demonetizing our videos each week, which prevents us from posting without having our videos viewership and reach suppressed. Sad. Videos need to be cleared by manual review process that could take several days every single week, which means we're forced to push today's episode release back till tomorrow or risk being muzzled. They're trying to mute the patriots on this podcast and their opinions. We won't let them win. They responded. They always do. Dude, honestly, it's really fucking annoying because it happens to me too. Every single video. And I suspect it's because like, I suspect it might be because I am on the podcast. At this point, I'm not a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist, but I'll just say this, okay? I'll just say this much. I now officially am a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist in terms of YouTube directly fucking demonetizing everything I do, okay? And demonetization is not like a problem for me in general because I don't really care about the YouTube revenue that much. I think my YouTube is always in the red. It doesn't matter. You can say victim Andy all you want. Every single one of my videos gets demonetized first, and I have to demand a manual review, and only after the fucking manual review do they actually get undemonetized. And at that point it sucks because like I am in the news industry. And in the news industry, one of the things you have to do is, like be obviously educational, but be fast as well. Speed is important. You're fucking informing people. And when they demonetize your fucking YouTube video, it stops it. It like literally stops it from getting in front of other people. And they do it every fucking time. And then once the news story is once the news story is no longer relevant, then they're like, okay, now we undemonetize it. And it's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, what do you mean? Oh, thank you for undemonetizing it after. And it's like, I know MSNBC is not getting the same treatment, right? Like, I know MSNBC is not getting the same treatment. So it's very frustrating. Can we celebrate an important day today? Yeah, we'll do that. That's so stupid. But yeah, so having said that, let's talk about some other personal news. Do they give you a reason for demonetizing it? I mean, not really. They just say like any number of different things. But yeah. Where was I? There's small YouTubers that have that issue as well. Yeah, for sure. Man, Hassan is gonna be that nursing home patient who never shuts up and rants about shit like how they prune juice is only 2% real juice. I will 100% be doing that. And the funniest thing is, I will probably be live broadcasting that. And before I get to like the news on my parasocialist update hour, and you dumb motherfuckers will be in here watching too. And you'll be like, you're right. He's so right. He's always been a truth teller. I've been watching this man for 70 years. And he hasn't skipped a beat. We have to rise up and fix the prune juice. Okay. Oh my God. Yeah, we did the PolitiFact yesterday, but it's still funny. Trump rally shooter has been identified as 33-year-old California resident Hank Pecker. No. It's not me. I did not shoot Donald Trump. Just want to clear up that confusion once again. I was not the shooter because, let's be real, first of all, this is neither here nor there, but I am an expert marksman. Just saying, okay? I was here. I was live. I have an alibi. I'm currently not dead. Not dead. They can't catch me. Pre-recorded stream. Yeah, I just like did all these pre-recorded streams on the docket. What is this? Is Blue Anon is about to go crazy. We're talking about the MAGA crowd going crazy, but Blue Anon will be extra nutty as well. There's hella members in the chat currently riding with the false flag conspiracy. Obviously, who knows how the fucking hogs operate going forward. They're going to get extra nutty. But you know who else is going to get extra nutty? The Blue Anon liberals. Blue Anon liberals are going to go crazy mode, especially considering how dire Biden's chances were to begin with. I'm telling you right now, this is Blue Anon is about to go crazy. I nailed it. I locked it. Blue Anon conspiracy theories flood social media after Trump rally shooting by Taylor Lawrence. Yep. They corrected the battle box. Yeah, I saw that. The official transcript now for it has it. It now knows ballot box. Okay. What else? Oh, personal news wise, one last thing I was going to talk about. Obviously, I worked out this morning. I feel pretty goddamn good. As a consequence of working out, I highly recommend you guys do that as well. You know, I'm stuck on like the 232 area. Like I am now permanently, officially, I was at like 240 for 3 months, 4 months almost, and I just could not lose the weight. And I always just end up in my old age. I'm about to be 33, as you guys know, at the almost the same day as Benjamin Netanyahu coming to the United States of America, even though he's a war criminal and addressing the American Congress as a war criminal. By the way, hopefully his application for his arrest will go through by then, and he'll have a warrant out for his arrest. But that's besides the point. Anyway, I'm going to be 33 on July 25th. Now, having said that, back in the day, I used to lose weight like normally, but now I just get stuck. I get stuck at like certain areas. Like I will be stuck at like 243 for like 3 months. And I just like, I'm still at a deficit and I'm not losing weight. And then boom, one day I lose 10 pounds almost instantaneously. And then I'm stuck there. I don't know how the fuck it happens. I don't know why it happens like that, but oftentimes this is how it works. And right now I'm in like the 230 area. Like I'm just stuck in the 230 area, which is not a bad area to be in, you know, but did some upper body, lower body pull day today. Did some deadlifts today, but I slept for 10 hours. I slept pretty much for 10 fucking hours last night. I went to bed at 11. I went to bed at 11 and I woke up at like 9. It's crazy. And I guess my body really needed it because I've been just, you know, doing the most, whether it be 10 hours of streaming, whether it be working out and then doing 10 hours of streaming. And then, I don't know. It's just because you're building muscle weight, losing fat, probably counterbalancing. I don't know. But yeah, it's called dumping. Look it up on fitness Reddit. It happens to me too. Yeah. Trump getting shot gave you a real peace of mind. Yeah, that's what it was. I was like, finally, I can rest. No, dude, things are going to get much worse. This is, bro science. The dumping aspect might be bro science, but what's happening to me is not bro science. Like I'm steadily on a deficit and it's like I'm steadily on a deficit and it's just not, you know, I just can't lose weight. Not that it matters. Anyway, more important things, more consequential things happening in the world. We're going to get to it right now. Obviously, plateauing is normal. Yes, I know. We're going to get to it. We're going to get to the news, baby. It's Monday. You know, there's some significant things happening in the world. Obviously, we're going to be talking about the RNC that's happening right now in Milwaukee. It just started. Donald Trump's VP pick is most likely going to be JD Vance, as I said a while ago. Donald Trump also has mentioned that he's going to change. He wanted to change the rhetoric at the RNC to move towards like unity and less divisive rhetoric. And I believe that that is what's going on as well. We're going to be talking about what that means for the future. Are the Democrats giving up? It seems like the Axios reporting shows that the Democrats might have actually given up on even running in the race. And if it's not JD Vance, I don't know. I mean, overheard RNC as VP announcements coming today. She's ready. I'd be shocked if they just come in hot with something different. Nikki Haley was not even announced as a speaker. She's not even invited to the motherfucking RNC. So I doubt it's her. All right. Anyway, I think it's still JD Vance, but we'll see. I'd be shocked if it's not. Having said that, let's blast off. Let's get right into it. We got a lot to talk about today. Do we have any good stuff? RNC day one. VP announcement. JD Vance. Republican double standard on violent rhetoric despite the shooter's Republican affiliation. They're still blaming the left. Lamau. Are the Dems giving up? Get in now. So much news. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Biden NBC interview at 8 p.m. ES2. Trump documents case dismissed. I know. All right. Wait, where the hell did this go? Get in now. Hold on. Trump doc case dismissed. I can't wait to hear Trump's side of the story. The RNC gonna have more action, more drama, and hopefully karate moves from what we actually saw. Oh yeah, bro. I feel like he's also going to. I forgot that there's a fucking Brandon interview today too. God damn, dude. God damn it. I said this was going to be. This was so far the least interesting election cycle of our lifetime. But I always told you, but it has the capacity overnight to become the most interesting, most compelling election cycle. And God damn it, we are there officially. Did I think that it would be actually Donald Trump getting an attempted assassination? No. I thought it would have been one of the candidates dying, but due to like natural fucking causes, I did not personally think it would have been Donald Trump getting shot at and also surviving. Okay. This is actually an incredibly nutty moment in American history. And by God, we are here. Bergamaniacs, beat the fuck out. The dream is dead. I know. This is a sad year. For us. Take the credit though. Nah, bro, Ukraine the election cycle. I'm sick as fuck. Dude, 2024 is not the year where you can hit me with a Ukraine prediction any longer, okay? Including my predictions on Ukraine, my subsequent predictions on Ukraine that have also absolutely come true. Literally, this is the year of vindication. This is the year, 2024 is the year where my haters get outed. 2024 is the year where all of the things that I've been saying are now being reflected on with identical terms in fucking mainstream media. Like, I love watching you day to day, but man, it's especially when you break news lives. I love you, big dog. You the best, hunk. I try to do my best. '24 year of vindication. I delivered breakfast to Sean Hannity's hotel room this morning. It's a mess. Yo, met Hannity today. He vapes. Yo, you think he was nutting in there? That's so funny. Dude, this is some real Fight Club shit, by the way. I got shooters everywhere. I got people everywhere, dude, especially considering the nature of the content that I cover and like my political perspectives. It's always, listen, dog, if you got a delivery driver out there, there's a likelihood that he's got me in the ear, okay? Listening in while they're driving around. Same with hotel workers and shit like that. When I say shooters, I don't mean like literal shooters. Oh my God. That's not what I meant. Oh my God. I meant like, that's a ref. Oh my God. That's not what I meant. You guys know what I mean. I meant like I got people everywhere, like not shooters. Oh my God. It was a colloquialism. People say it as a thing, like, yeah, I got shooters everywhere. Like, it's just not. I just meant like, fuck. I'm just gonna say I got gooners everywhere going forward. I had you in my ear checking customer out at $1 tree, and I heard Trump get shot and literally scream what in real time. Yeah, we got grocery store clerks. We got fucking. You know, we got people doing deliveries and stuff. They're all gooning. We got goon squad everywhere. Eyes and ears all around. Okay. Shit, dude. Read this on stream now to change the narrative. Biden touching Trump's ear. Who did this to you? Trump. Joe. Forget it. Biden. Donald. Trump tearing out. Forget it, Joe. Biden. Donald. They passionately kiss. Joe's tongue pushes itself deep into Donald's mouth. Donald lets out a moan. Gross. 266,000 likes is nasty work. Okay? That is nasty work. Oh my God. Twitter likes being privated have had a devastating impact on the discourse. Okay? Letting everybody's freak flags fly perhaps far too early. It's like, I don't think people in an era where you could associate their likes with their faces and with their accounts would have ever had the decency, would be far too decent to like such a thing publicly. You feel me? Hey, I got the Macy's. Thank you for the playlist. Happy 8th birthday to this.
I don't know who created Pokemon Go, but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Yeah.
I don't know who created.
That's right. That's right. I'm with her. I'm still with her. She could have won. She could have won if you voted for her. She could have won. You guys suck. Walk to a polling booth. Kids today are talking about Hawk Tua, but I'm talking about walk to a polling booth and vote. VP announcement is less than an hour. Is gonna be no Rubio, no Burgum. Announcement at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. We know. It'd be shocking if Donald Trump shocked the world. I originally thought it would be smart for him to put a woman up there because of all the abortion stuff. But like, he very quickly cleared the only woman that could have potentially been on that ticket, because that woman voluntarily revealed information about herself that you shouldn't even reveal in a CIA black site under duress, which is that she like shot and killed her puppy, which was crazy. That was a wild moment. Like, there was like a couple women on the ticket, but like at the end of the day, it was just Kristi Noem was like the last bastion for women, for the gals. And she just fucking came out of the gate swinging, put a fucking book out there in the lead up to this as she was being teased as Trump's potential VP pick, and said, I love killing puppies. I can't get enough of dog murder. I killed my puppy and I will kill more. Okay? I have an insatiable, unquenchable thirst. I have an insatiable appetite for puppy murder. I will do it so much. And a goat. But like, nobody cares about the goat. But the puppy thing was so wild. And then she fucking double dog downed on it. Okay? She doubled down on it. She was like, yeah, I love killing puppies. What's up, woke libtards? She literally said, woke liberalism can't stop me from killing my puppy. This is cancel culture. And everyone was like, we like dogs, you idiot. Like, what are you, Pete Buttigieg? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Like, so yeah, I think that kind of killed her chances harder than she killed that puppy. Who do you think he'll pick? I mean, I've been saying that it's JD Vance.
This morning, South
Like, look
Dakota
at-
Governor
Like, look at this, dude. Come on, dude. It's so crazy.
Kristi Noem, considered to be in the running to become former President Trump's pick for vice president, is responding to the backlash over a story in her upcoming memoir. In the book, Noem says she shot and killed her 14-month-old puppy named Cricket for bad behavior.
That's literally like a couple months younger than Kaya. Like, Kaya's like 16 months old at this point, I think. Like, think about that.
Noem claims the wire-haired pointer had an aggressive personality that included misbehaving on a hunting trip, killing several chickens, and biting Noem's hand. Noem also...
Yo, dumbass, it's a puppy. It's your fault. I love Republicans who are just like, yeah, by the way, Democrats want to do post-birth abortions. Like, is this the attitude that you would demonstrate for your child too? If your child was like doing some fucked up shit, instead of like educating your child, you would just kill them post-birth abortion, you know, a couple years in post-birth. Like, when a dog is a puppy, you are responsible to train them. You have to train all the bad behavior out. That motherfucker right there. Okay, let me tell you something. That fucking, this right here, this fucking demon, okay, who's sleeping like a goddamn baby currently, that thing right there was the spawn of Satan. Do you understand me? When I'm telling you that was the spawn of Satan, I'm telling you, like, I was sick. I was sick to my stomach. I was sick all the fucking time. I thought I was gonna die. And look at her now. The most perfect puppy of all time. Why? Because I trained the living dog shit out of her, okay? Every goddamn day, I had to train the people around her to make sure that they were doing the right things. I had to train her every fucking day. And that's what you're supposed to do. And look at her now. She's incredibly well trained. But like the first 4 to 6 months, I was like, I'm gonna die. Like, I think I might actually perish if this continues. So you shipped her off to a puppy boarding school? Yeah, but I trained her before then. Like, you have to remember, she was very well trained even before then. And then after that, it was like, it was over. Plus, if I can do that, she can do that too. What are you talking about? This is the fucking governor. Like, what? Yeah, I trained the shit out of her for months. I trained the shit out of her for months. And then I even took it to the next level where I took her to professional, like, doggy boarding school. And after that, it was over, you know? She's just... New Wallace video if you need to address. 1 million views. New Wallace video you need to address.
Let's have
1 million views in one day. Bro, I'm going to talk about Cody Ko, but if you think I'm going to talk about fucking Cody Ko having sex with Tana Mojo when she was 17 years old, like in the midst of the RNC, Trump's VP pick, Trump fucking almost being assassinated, you are like literally the most delusional person on the planet. I feel like every time you guys come in here, you straight up are coming in here and forcing me to even address, like, I will talk about it, of course, in the future. Shut the fuck up. Please. Please, chatters, please read the fucking room. It's like, it's not even the room, okay? We're not even in the room at this point. Read the arena. Read the universe. It's like blaring. It's blasting in your face that there is so much more shit happening right now. Like, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. I will get to it. I promise. Okay. I will get to you. I will get to it. Unrelated, but I think you should boot up Elden Ring right now. Yeah. It's like, let's finish the Kristi Noem situation.
also detailed killing a goat she called nasty and mean. Reaction has been swift from both sides of the aisle. Conservative media personality Laura Loomer saying she can't be VP now. You can't shoot your dog and then be VP. The Biden campaign posting these photos after the story emerged of the president and vice president with their dogs. And there was this moment at Saturday's White House Correspondents' Dinner.
I am killing this dinner harder than Kristi Noem kills the puppies.
But Noem, responding yesterday saying, I followed the law and was being a responsible parent, dog owner, and neighbor, adding that shooting her dog wasn't easy, but often the easy way isn't the right way. Her fellow Republicans taking advantage of the controversy. Carrie Lake, also a potential Trump VP pick, shared this photo.
Yeah, no, Carrie Lake was not the VP. That would be a catastrophe for the room reader himself. I doubt that he is. First of all, Carrie Lake's a fucking loser. And the Republican Party has no business with losers. Okay, that's for the Dems. Now, that's number one. Number two, Carrie Lake is also exactly the worst type of VP pick that not only is a loser, but is also a nutty loser. Like, she lost because she's insane. And that's exactly the kind of stink that the Trump campaign is trying to avoid right now. Harder than you avoid the top of the hour ad break when you hear me say avoid by subscribing instantaneously. For $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, you will be able to avoid the top of the hour ad break. I didn't even realize it was the top of the hour until I said avoid, and it perked my ears up just as it perks your ears up. Speaking of dogs, you now have officially a Pavlovian reaction to the top of the hour, words like top of or in words like avoid. Anyway, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Twitch Primes are free, though. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Wait a minute. Dems, Republicans are perpetual losers, never winning the popular vote. No red wave, Trump loss. Come on. Wait, no. Democrats are fucking perpetual losers in the sense that their attitude is as long as you fight, which Joe Biden demonstrated perfectly. That is the Democratic ideology, which is you fight hard, but you do the right thing, and then you lose. But as long as you lose valiantly, like, we'll still elevate you into a position of power. No problems there. Okay? That is what I mean. Democrats don't fight in the same way that Republicans fight. Republicans fight hard if they got a fucking loser. With the only time I've ever seen the Republicans behave unceremoniously, because like they have a much harder battle to win. Because most people think, you know, when you bring out the Republican policies and then spell out exactly what will happen if those policies pass, most people go, yeah, that seems kind of crazy. I don't know about that. I don't know if I would want that. As a matter of fact, studies are conducted on this. Republican voters don't believe the impact of Republican policy. Like, when asked about the actual policy, they'll say, yeah, I like this. And then when asked about the impact of said policy, they'll go, oh, I don't think that'll happen. That reality is what keeps the Republicans basically, keeps the Republicans going and not becoming like a pariah party, regardless of the genuinely repulsive opinions that they have. So it's kind of like mass deportations. Trump is saying it right now, but nobody, and I'm shocked that nobody's doing this, nobody is calling into question logistically how this will be conducted. Yo, what's good, boys? How was the interview? Yeah, Donzinger's the man. Yeah, he mentioned me so. Aw, he's that dude. Yeah, he's my dude. I love him. Aussie boys are back. Anyway, so that's what I mean when I say Democrats are losers, in the sense that like they will put like Amy McGrath on, right? Like they just have this like idea in their minds where they'll be like, this is going to be a good pick. We'll put a patriotic conservative Democrat in this district. And then they'll surely win. And then they fucking lose like by insane margins after dumping like hundreds of millions of dollars into this race. And it's like, yeah, it's just not happening. You know what I mean? It's just stupid. But it doesn't matter. They never learn from those lessons. Republicans, on the other hand, are so good at like look at Texas GOP. They're so good at captivating people regardless of the actual like at the federal level, their policies are like, let's kill Mexicans. But then you go to fucking Texas GOP and they're like, every Mexican is voting for them. Not every Mexican, but like every Latino in Texas is like, hell yeah, brother. Yeah, fucking kill those immigrants. Why? How do they do that? Well, they do that because they're devious. They're mischievous. They'll do anything to win. You see the sick edit from your basketball highlights?
Missed!
What the fuck? That shit is...
There's no one else you can blame. Tried to lock him up in a cage. Bitch, you missed! I tried to give y'all a chance, like maybe the left isn't nuts. I was wrong. Thank God the left can't aim. Thank God the right don't riot. Welcome to the home of the brave. Bitch, you missed! Thank God the left can't aim. Why can't we just shoot straight? Y'all are going insane.
Okay, this is devastating for me. I was dying. Like, this sucks. I was fucking dying when this video was shot. And I still won. So, still beat. Check his true social is JD Vance. We'll do the full song in a little bit. Wait. After lengthy deliberation and thought and considering the tremendous talents in others, I've decided that the person best suited to assume the position of the Vice President of the United States is Senator J.D. Vance of the great state of Ohio. "2024 is the year of the HasanAbi vindication year." HasanAbi, how many months? How many months did you know? How many months ago did you fucking know? If you're in here, you already knew this was gonna happen. Now, my heart was with Doug Burgum the entire time, but my brain was saying, you know, it's gonna be JD Vance. You knew that already. Anyway, JD honorably served our country in the Marine Corps, graduated from Ohio State University in 2 years, summa cum laude, and is a Yale Law School graduate, where he was the editor of the Yale Law Journal and president of the Yale Law Veterans Association. JD's book, Hillbilly Elegy, became a major bestseller and movie as it championed the hardworking men and women of our country. JD has had a very successful business career in technology and finance, and now, during the campaign, this shit isn't funny? Why not? You think it's not? You think it isn't funny that Donald Trump is so goddamn cucked that he took one of Peter Thiel's blood boys as his vice president, even though Peter Thiel's like, I don't know if I'm going to give any money to the fucking Republican Party any longer, while simultaneously, this Peter Thiel blood boy literally made a career early on being an anti-Trump, never Trump Republican who called Donald Trump Hitler. I think it's pretty funny. It'll work. I don't trust anything. What? Anyway, we'll be strongly focused on the people he fought so brilliantly for, the American workers, farmers of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Minnesota, and far beyond. I think he thinks that like Democrats in these place. Democrats in these places will be like, or independents in these places will be like, oh yeah, JD Vance is sick. We love JD Vance. Fucking told you. Okay. I freaking told you. I freaking told you, man. Anyway. Damn, dude, let your dog walk around a little, brother. Shh, don't even talk to me about that. Okay? I posted this yesterday as well. How are you so good at predicting everything? I'm not. Here's the message JD Vance sent to his friend suggesting Donald Trump might be America's Hitler. Let's go. Maybe he meant it as a positive. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Real Byzantine Empire, hours of the RNC. Yo, Alexa! They have Archbishop Elpidophoros, the Greek Orthodox primate of America, at the RNC, dog. Do you see this? Bro, those are... Bro, this is... Yo, they're winning. They're captivating the... They're winning this one, this Serbian's vote. Okay, he's gonna vote for Donald Trump illegally twice now. He was already gonna do that.
I was gonna do it anyway, but
yeah, this is the least Republican thing you can do, which is consume these fruits that you get from Mexicans on the street.
Yeah,
that's like terrifying. I
was hoping you wouldn't show that to the audience. It's my secret shame.
Yeah,
eating fruit.
Yeah, it's really fucked up. He loves it too. He's always like
best.
He's always like
so
looking
much
for
fruit. We stopped on the way.
How much was that? The whole thing.
$10.
Damn,
it's
Biden's America, dude. That shit is expensive. Trump says all his cases need to go for unity reasons. I love that. I fucking love that, dude.
What unity? It was a fucking Republican who shot him.
Yeah,
they're tight.
Well, he's saying unity in the Republican Party. Don't shoot. He's like, unite, Republican Party. Don't shoot me. Shoot the Democrats. What are you doing? That's what he meant. He didn't put tahini or lime in it. Nah, that's true. Why don't you put
lime?
Why don't you put tahini on it?
I'm too white. I don't know.
But
I
you're
like my
not,
fruit without.
You're not. You eat like a Chinese 75-year-old.
Yeah, but they don't put tahini on their fruit either.
I feel like if you specifically talk about the mouthfeel of like the crunchiness of bone marrow or whatever, what is it? Cartilage. You specifically seek out cartilage when we go to eat food at places. So if that's the case, I feel like you should be fine with tahini as well. Chinese don't use tahini. I know, but I'm saying like he eats like weird ass shit. Like an old Chinese man. Yeah, he literally...
I love it.
Anyway. Okay. Well, let's get to it. I just wanted to show you that.
What was he talking about? That's just a screenshot.
Oh, he probably like, just that the Ottoman Empire must fall or something. I don't know.
We've never made it to a stage like this in America.
No, they always have
one of our wizards.
Yeah, they always have the fucking. They have like everyone pretty much.
Really?
They
like
bring
an imam?
Yeah. I don't actually. I think they have everyone but Muslims. Yeah. Like they don't have like the brown ones.
This
like
is
they'll
pretty
have,
close to
but
Muslim,
they'll have like all the white. Like they'll have a rabbi. They'll have like all the different sects of Christianity. I don't think they have Muslims.
I'm glad we made it into the white
because they don't want to shoot them. Yeah. They're gonna be like, ah!
I mean, could people tell the difference between this guy and an imam though? Like, do they? This
yes,
would look
bro.
pretty foreign.
Yes, he's white. What do you mean? That's it. Okay.
Look at that bling. That's not even a cross. What is he?
Don't put tahini on mango. Put cayenne. Confirmed by Real Patriots. Ethiopian Coptic Christians left out. Yeah, it's fucked up. Okay. Oh, tahini is used in mixing hot pot sauce? No, I'm not talking about tahini. No, tagine. Tahini is different. It's like a sour, savory, like pepper mix. All right, let's get to the fucking news, baby. We're gonna talk about where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. The RNC has already kicked off.
I'm so jealous that I'm not there.
I know. Okay. I really wanted to be there. White House press conference is happening on the first day of the RNC. They're having a grand old time.
We'll
get to all of that. But obviously, as you guys know, and as I've covered extensively at this point, so I don't think I should cover once again, Donald Trump was shot at by a fucking registered Republican 20-year-old lone wolf shooter who is a cisgender white guy as far as we know. Okay? All of his former classmates in high school were like, yeah, he was a loner. Yeah, he was a weirdo. He was excelling in school, but like everybody bullied him because he constantly wore like duck hunting shit. And also he was like,
merch.
he was like definitely right wing. And he was wearing a Demolition Ranch merchandise on. Obviously, like, you know, Demolition Ranch is not necessary. I know the second mic picks me up. There's nothing I can do. Shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Okay. FBI is in his phone and they found nothing. It seems the FBI says they have the cell phone of the alleged Trump assassin and it has been flown to the FBI lab in Quantico to be accessed and researched. Right now, they have not been able to determine what, if any, ideology the shooter had. They say there is a very limited social media presence. Dude, the problem is like, I don't think the people in Quantico know like online brain. Like, I'm not even kidding. I would do a better job. If they showed me the phone, I could literally tell them in like 3.5 seconds exactly what his point of radicalization was. Give me access to his cookies. Give me access to his like online consumption. This is like the only thing that I excel in and will stand on business on. And it is just like online radicalization. I don't work for one of these like fucking weird NGOs, think tanks or whatever that's like constantly tracking extremism on both sides or whatever. But like, I know exactly how this happens. Okay. I would do an infinitely better job than the FBI. And out of like sheer interest, like it's just curiosity. Like, I need to know what this fucking freak was doing. Okay. I need to know what this freak thought. Like, what was his point of radicalization? Like, what was the reason why he donated $15 to some like fucking weird Democrat PAC with like push polls and shit? Like, and then why he registered as a Republican. I just need to know. I need to know so fucking bad. I don't even give a shit about like the implications down the line. I don't care if he was like, that was a different guy. No, it wasn't. He is the one who donated.
Oh, it is the same guy.
It is the same guy.
60-year-old.
It is the same guy. It is the same guy. It's the same guy. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. It's the same guy. You guys are wrong. Oh my God. He is the same. He is the same person. There was a lot of misinformation, a lot of back and forth. Okay. The most likely story. Yeah, I made a video about this already. Everybody go watch it if you want. Trump's shooter identified. It's my latest video on my channel. The likelihood that he donated, I thought that was debunked. No, likelihood that it was donated. 2 pieces of news here on the shooter. Thomas Matthew Crooks, after giving $15 in 2021, he or whoever was using his email unsubscribed from the Progressive Turnout Project PAC. No further activity. And I identified 2 emails that match the description of the one that triggered his donation. Scroll down for images of them. Okay? This is actually good journalism, for the record. This is not just fucking hysterically and vaguely gesturing at things. Ryan Grimm is doing real fucking journalism. Amira Links, thank you for the 10 community gift to subs.
Like sweat.
No.
What? No, it was you. Is it me? Yeah.
Could be. Both of you guys are stinky half the fucking time.
It's like a thick, salty smell.
Yummy.
Anyway. But yeah, this is the rapid response poll that he most likely pushed on, which is, should President Joe Biden pardon Donald Trump? Yes, no, unsure. We need to know if voters support this. This data will provide to be crucial, so please respond now. Should President Joe Biden pardon Donald Trump? Okay. So, my girlfriend is watching and cannot keep herself from noticing how the Aussies are constantly sniffing their feet.
I wasn't doing that.
I don't sniff my feet, just my armpits.
Yeah, that's Alexa.
I did do it the
Alexa
other night.
literally is like constantly fucking gripping his grippers with his hands and then like smelling his fingers and then also touching things around.
I'm just nervous to be in front of all these cool people.
Yeah.
You don't want them to smell you.
Anyway, but yeah, this is yeah, he got fished by Act Blue probably, or it could have been a fucking the other likely story is that it might have been a fucking donation. Like it might have been a bet, because it's like, who the fuck donates on inauguration? Do you know anyone who has donated to the Democratic Party on inauguration? Like anyone? Think about that. Like who?
Oh, it's like if Joe Biden wins, I'll donate.
Yeah, like
it sounds like a joke. Like
that means he has to have friends to make a bet with.
Which
That's
he doesn't.
the hole in the story.
Yeah, he doesn't. As far as we understand, he does not have any friends. But no, he did have friends. No, he had like he had some Republican friends, according to other people that were talking from his former classmates. Anyway, there's a million different reasons. There's a million different reasons why it could have happened. But ultimately, I know it was JD Vance. I know I was right. Everybody calm down. We already covered it literally as soon as it happened. I know. Okay. JD Vance, VP. Okay. Too many people are talking what those two boys who probably contributed to his bullying, telling his life story like it's all the facts. Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right.
Didn't they call him a bad shot? Some of the boys were like, he was a horrible shot. He got kicked out
Yeah,
of the
they
shooting
kept bullying
club.
him post-mortem.
Yeah, I was like,
give
come
him a
on.
They were like,
like,
yeah, he's ass at shooting. He
we can
sucked. He
tell. We
smelled
saw
bad.
it, like-
No,
That's not bad shooting.
No, that's not bad shooting, bro. He
You get
almost
someone in the ear from 150 meters away?
150-yard shot while you're literally under potential suppressive fire, like from actual with iron sights. That's not an easy fucking shot. I think that's ridiculous. He literally moved his head right before the shot. That was actually a really good shot. It just happened to be incredibly lucky. Like Trump happened to be incredibly lucky. I can't believe I'm defending this fucking Republican. Okay.
He's not bad at shooting. Stop making fun of him.
No, it's just like,
Why didn't he go for his body? That's what I,
like
want to
that
know.
is- yeah.
That's my question.
I mean, he
like-
might have been going for his.
But he's got a big body.
yeah, that's true. No, you're absolutely right. You're supposed to hit center mass in a
Yeah.
situation like that. You're not supposed to fucking try to take a
Maybe
headshot.
he was aiming for center of mass and it went that far. Off.
Yeah.
Like you're far away.
You always are supposed to aim center mass. You're not supposed to fucking go for a headshot. That's
Center of mass
crazy.
would be his booty, though. So
Yeah, he's real thick in the middle.
Yeah, but you probably thought there was a bulletproof vest. I highly doubt that he was making these calculations in that moment. I think he like just aimed for anything, and it happened to be almost his head, and he literally moved like right in that moment to look at like his immigrants are rapist chart. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. Without the immigrants are rapist chart head movement, boom, goes right through the back of his dome. He might even survive a shot like that, by the way. Like people have survived things like that before. He would just be John Fetterman, which is
He might swap.
yeah, he would be even more pro-Israel somehow. I don't know how. But like also with his head movement, he just got it cleared his ear. Anyway.
If it was actually an image of Trump, though, his brain would be a lot bigger.
Yeah, that's
Very
right.
true.
That's a terrible diagram. The brain is much too large. A soft vest wouldn't protect from supersonic rounds. Yeah, I don't know if like, because he doesn't have level 4 plates. Like you can tell, Trump is not that fat. You know what I mean? Like he can't be sheltering level. Yeah, there's no way. You can see it. At most, you'd have like a soft vest underneath, and an AR-15 is gonna penetrate that most likely.
That's insane.
But I don't know. Was it what kind of rounds was he using? We didn't even cover that, because like it looks like, I feel like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's crazy that he just like grazed his ear. It was a 5.56, dude. It is nuts. Like he is the luckiest man on the planet.
Right.
Like it is so crazy. He was using 5.56 NATO rounds. Like that shit if it hit his head, it would be over. Okay.
Yeah.
If it hit center mass, it would be fucking over. Not always. Civilian rounds, especially soft tip, can be stopped by concealable armor. .556 is kind of a shit round. See, we need the Demolition Ranch to come in here and teach us about all of these gun-related things.
I really hope that one of the gun YouTubers does a recreation. Like,
Dude,
I think they have to.
Okay, I literally told you guys to do that as a
I
video.
know, but every gun YouTuber hates me, so I don't have anyone I can actually connect with. I can't now be like, whoa, you want to hang out again? Like,
that's true.
But someone should do it.
Yeah, you should just hit up Brandon Herrera. Be like, no, be like, it's Unity time.
It's Unity time. Come on, we got to solve this problem together.
Yeah, it's Unity time. Let's make it, because he made, you guys told me, Brandon Herrera, the AK guy, friend of Demolition Ranch, hater of these two fucking commies, by the way. I, on the other hand, Brandon, I love you. I voted for you illegally in Texas in your congressional race. I'm sad that you lost.
Me too.
You know? Anyway, please don't kill me. But Brandon Herrera fans, please don't execute me, okay? I love Brandon. I'm a big fan. He loves AKs. I love AKs. He knows the superior platform is so much better than the AR. He's aware of that. We're aware of that. We have much that we align on. Anyway,
the best kind of criticism we get from Brandon fans is just like, you guys know nothing about guns. You're idiots. Like, you're so evil for making this video. We're gonna shoot you when you come to VidCon. It's just like, I don't think you're making the point you think you're making here. Like, sounds like guns are a little bit dangerous.
Yeah. Anyway, don't you have contact with Donut Operator? I would rather hang out with Brandon than Donut Operator, even though they're besties. Okay. Donut Operator dick rides cops too hard for me. Okay. I just like I like the anti-ATF gun guys more than I like the pro ATF gun guys. Okay. Anyway, where was I? Oh, we were joking. Yeah, Brandon Herrera, he got like demonetized permanently or suspended or something for recreating the gun that Shinzo Abe was using the Shinzo Abe assassination, and then like recreating that assassination,
which is insane because he uses real guns, which are much more dangerous. It's like, why is he getting demonetized for this?
Yeah. So I don't know. There are definitely like lefty adjacent gun guys though. Like there are definitely gun guys that I could even link you up with, like people that, you know, former military, like vets that have like arsenals and shit that, you know, do make content.
Well, that's what I mean. There's nothing like wrong with having guns. I think like having guns and loving the police is like, is the line.
And it's so sad that so many of the gun YouTubers, like especially the ones that like review historical guns, they are just way too much of a fascination with Nazi guns as well. It's always that, like, it's a very common theme.
Yeah. That's why. Did you say NATO tried to kill Trump? No, a NATO round. NATO rounds, you think Biden was behind this? Yeah. NATO. 5.56 NATO rounds implies that it was actually NATO. He was Ukrainian after all.
It was Sweden.
Yeah.
Sweden did it.
He was Finnish. Scary shit. No, that's just the rounds, man.
They brought back that Finnish sniper.
I love it because it's like childish thinking to be like, well, I just got scared because I misunderstood the situation and now I'm scared by my misunderstanding. It's like, no, man, it's your imagination that is terrifying you. Okay. Anyway. All right. I have to dial in. When you guys come in here, I fucking fall apart a little bit and I start shooting the shit a little too much.
Okay. We're gonna watch another cuck video.
No, we're not doing that. We're gonna continue. We're gonna continue. We're not gonna. You can stay here. I just need to lock in.
No, he's pooing.
All right, go poo. Go pee. Wait, the shooter's OnlyFans? Nah, I highly doubt that. I don't believe that.
Oh, who he subscribes to? I thought he meant he had videos.
Nah. This is an ad, bro. No shot. This is like, dude. OnlyFans Twitter bots are literally the last layer of hell, okay? They will literally market off of anything. This is engagement bait, chatters.
Do people use their full name in their OnlyFans account?
I doubt it, but like, bro. Let me tell you something, okay? OnlyFans girls will literally market off of the Shinzo Abe assassination. They'll market off of the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Like, they will do it They will do it for anything. Okay.
Grind set.
Yeah, they are actual next level Sigma grind set marketing demons. Okay. Anyway, but like I said, Trump assassination, attempted assassination, and the subsequent conversation surrounding it has occurred over the last 2 days, and I have covered it. I've covered it a lot. I've covered it nonstop. So I don't think that we should go back and dive into it. But the most in the short and sweet of it is Donald Trump, attempted assassin, is a Republican. So that kind of, and he's a white guy, and he's wearing like a gun tuber merch and shit. So like that kind of destroyed all of the immediate narratives that New York Post came out with, calling him Chinese, which was crazy.
I still believe it.
I still believe in my heart that he was doing it for Xi, but like all of the marginalized communities took a collective sigh when they found out that like the dude wasn't of Hispanic origin or black or Muslim or had sympathies for Palestinians. You know what I mean? Like everyone was like, oh, thank fucking Christ, or Ukrainian or whatever the fuck, right? Like, or trans. And it's like, it basically diminished all of the underlying narratives. Now, that didn't stop the Republicans from running with that narrative. Obviously, Tom McDonald immediately came out and made a music video.
No,
he did.
Oh, I love that
He
guy.
came out and made a music video. Ben Shapiro made this YouTube video for 53 minutes. He just basically was trying to say like, well, violent rhetoric doesn't necessarily make stochastic terrorism. Well, he has to say that because like many stochastic terrorists have literally directly called him out as their inspiration. While simultaneously saying, but the Democrats' words are violence. And it's kind of funny because like that kind of falls apart. That narrative kind of falls apart when, you find out a little bit more about the background of the shooter, and he's like a white dude, and not like Chinese, Arab, Ukrainian, trans, and an undocumented migrant. You know what I mean? So, but they're still going along with it. They're still going along with this fucking narrative. I watched Asmongold covered in the first 5 minutes. He said the dude was Antifa. Yeah, but okay, bro, that's your fault. Okay, that's not anyone else's fault but yours. You went to Asmongold to get this coverage. Okay, I'm sorry. like I'm not making a comparison between like Fox News and Asmongold, but if I were to go to Fox News, I'm sure I would hear someone say that this dude was Hamas. You know what I mean? Like everyone is just gonna have their own seasoning.
It's all just funny while like Biden's funding the genocide and sending all these weapons are gonna kill Trump. They're like, this is the real.
I'm sure.
Wait, the Demolition Ranch made a video. He's so handsome. He's got such beautiful eyes. Okay. Hey, I'm Chinese and can confirm the shooter was not Chinese. He was Mongolian. How dare you? How dare you say that when the Mongolians are rising up right now?
He's actually Uyghur.
Dude. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was from Xinjiang, the shooter I heard. This is why you need to combat Islamic separatists. Islamic separatist terror in your country. Maybe round them up a little bit, Anyway. Nikki Haley's son reacts to the news of Senator J.D. Vance's selection. Okay. We're going to get to all of this. But, goddamn. But listen. Ultimately, here's the situation. Okay? Here's the situation. Since then, the Democrats, according to Axios reports, have said that like they're dialing back on the rhetoric, which is the worst thing you can fucking do. You're so stupid. You're running against Donald Trump. Nothing changed. Donald Trump is still a genuine threat to American democracy. Donald Trump is still running on mass deportations of more than 10 million migrants that are currently on U.S. soil. I'm sorry. That is completely unacceptable. Okay? It's completely unacceptable. Forbes, you fuckhead. What?
I'm not going back to America if there's no more fruit.
Yeah. How will you won't be able to have your street fruit.
Yeah.
If all the migrants go away.
Dude, it's so hard to fucking get fruit here. All the ones in the grocery stores are rotten. This is the only real stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Having said that, however, there has been something very unique since the shooting. Donald Trump changed up his RNC speech and is openly saying that he's going to be calling for unity. Now, I think he's doing that because, again, this was a gift, perhaps from God, in terms of like how he can reframe. What is Donald Trump's biggest weakness in the polls, especially with independents and moderates? The fact that he's chaotic, the fact that he's undemocratic, the fact that he did January 6th. This is things that old people care about. We don't give a shit about half of this because we know what he is, but like a lot of old people give a shit about that. How can he do marketing on that? Well, change course, change narrative. Say like, oh, I'm the unity candidate. I'm the real unity candidate, not Joe Brandon. So that's precisely what he's aiming for, a centrist pitch, okay? He's trying to do a centrist pivot, and I am very afraid that it is going to work because Americans are dumb as fucking bricks.
But also, what's Biden offering? Like, there's no other. He's not offering an alternative.
Yeah. So we will see. We will see what happens. But here, let's take a look.
Coming up on 20 minutes before the top of the hour, Fox News alert: former President Donald Trump arrived in Milwaukee yesterday and making adjustments to his big speech this week after the attempted assassination attempt on his life. Bill Malugin is here in Milwaukee with us. Bill, what can you tell us about what the president's going to say inside that arena in a couple of nights?
Couple of nights.
Well, Steve.
Yeah,
I want it now.
JD Vance is the pick, by the way.
Good morning to you.
But you would have known that if you've been watching me for months, because I've been telling you that it's going to be JD Vance, even though he is a bad pick for VP, by the way. I'm not even joking when I say I think Nikki Haley would have been the best possible pick for Donald Trump. I don't know if anyone else agrees with me on this. She is a psycho, but I think Nikki Haley would have been literally the best possible pick. Centrist, moderate appeal, a woman. You were one of the only people in the Republican Party who was like regularly talking about abortion being like banned at the federal level, being like a genuinely bad idea. Like she unironically would have been the best possible pick for Donald Trump. I stand on that. He went with JD Vance.
Well, if he's already got it in the bag after getting shot in the ear, I feel like you can do whatever you want.
Well, no, he can't do whatever he wants. He still understands. That's why he's doing this fucking unity call now, too. He knows that his chances, regardless of being shot in the fucking ear, are still not exactly great, right? So she also wrote, finish them on an Israeli rocket. We're talking about the Republican Party. What do you mean? Assassinating a Palestinian child on stage would do numbers for them. What are you talking about? This is the party that is running on literally fucking, again, concentration camps for 15 million migrants living on U.S. soil and mass deportations. That is their top of the line agenda item. That is their most important agenda item for them. Okay? So, something to consider, something to think about. We'll talk about JD Vance in a little bit, okay?
The attempted assassination of Donald Trump is changing everything he planned to say here at the RNC this week. Originally, he was really going to go after Joe Biden and his policies, but now he says he's essentially tearing his speech up and starting all over. Here's what he told the Washington Examiner, quote, "The speech I was going to give on Thursday was going to be a humdinger. Had this not happened, this would have been one of the most incredible speeches. Honestly, it's going to be a whole different speech now." Top Trump advisor Jason Miller adds this.
Was dictating to us some additional things that he wants in his speech as he looks ahead to Thursday. And I think the tone is really going to impress people. He knows that this is a key moment, that he's the only one who can step up and lead in this time. And this country is desperate for leadership.
Now, Trump arrived here in Milwaukee last night, just one day after he was shot and miraculously survived, so close to being killed on Saturday. Party officials say the show here will go on as intended, with everything kicking off today. We're still waiting to find out exactly who's going to be speaking today, but we do know what they'll be speaking about. Take a look at this. Every day of this RNC has a specific theme. Today is Make America Wealthy Again, with a focus on inflation and the economy. Tomorrow is Make America Safe Again, with a focus on the border and crime. The last 2 days are Make America Strong once again and Make America Great once again. Thursday night is when the former president will speak himself. And back out here live, big development. Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley has been invited and will be speaking here at the
things when he was president.
Yeah,
Is that what they're saying? So
America was great, and then 4 years of like not great, and then he's gonna make it once again. Make America Great once again, which is MAGA. Doesn't hit as hard as MAGA.
No.
Yeah. Well, they also tried CAG, Keep America Great, when he was running, and it was a massive flub.
He could have just stuck to
down.
He could have stuck to MAGA. It's still grammatically true, even if you think he already made America great.
I know, but which is why he did. He ultimately did.
RNC tomorrow night. That is a significant development, and it shows potentially some bridges being mended between Donald Trump and Nikki Haley after what was a brutal primary season between the two of them, constantly attacking each other. As for Trump's VP pick, we could be finding that out as soon as today. We'll send it back to you.
Damn, Fox News cooking JD Vance. Yeah, past comments on Trump. Might be America's Hitler. Might be a cynical asshole. Cultural heroine. Noxious and reprehensible.
Amazing.
These are all the wonderful things that JD Vance said back when it was hot to say anti-Trump things. Okay? JD Vance is... I love JD Vance. He's great. He's the worst. He's not one of the worst, but he is like a pretty bad pick for Donald Trump. Like, he's up there with like Vivek Ramaswamy. For... ironically, identical reasons, just aside from Vivek being Indian and openly Indian, unlike Nikki Haley, and having a last name like Ramaswamy, which would appear next to Trump, which is completely unacceptable for like all of the biggest evangelical sickos who think he is a demon sent from hell and the Antichrist because he's Indian. Isn't his wife Indian? Yeah, that don't matter. That's too many. I don't even know if JD Vance's wife is Indian, but it doesn't fucking matter. Like, JD Vance himself is white. So, why is Fox going after him? I think this is old. Oh, Trump ticket contenders for vice presidential pick.
Oh my God.
This is before he was picked. They were talking about his weaknesses probably. So, this is JD Vance's wife. Page you requested is not being found. I have no idea he was so ugly. There's no shot they're winning. No, he's like plump.
Also, everyone else is 80. So like,
yeah, he looks
even if
young.
you're an ugly young guy, you're still good looking.
Yeah. So, yeah, here it is. Here's JD Vance. Like, this is gonna play so much against Donald Trump. All of the things that he has said about Donald Trump over and over again are going to be played by not only mainstream media, but myself as well. I'll be doing this because I think it's really funny and I think it's really fun that, Donald Trump went with JD Vance, which is like the coward pick, in my opinion. The real brave move would have been Doug Burgamaniacs. So yeah, we'll get to the VP pick and what it means, but you know what? Actually, let's get started on it. Let's get started on the JD Vance VP pick. Let me see if Edgar Menton will come on today for sure. I'm on vacation right now, so it'll be through my phone. What difference is that to me, Lamau? Let's do it. So, we had to read Hillbilly Elegy and Sociology in high school. Weird, my lib teachers and family love this book and gift it to everyone they know for Christmas. Yes, because the reason why they love it is because JD Vance was like super libbed up. Wall Street Journal's Who is JD Vance? Video. We'll look at this now. What is this? If Trump wins and then does Lev Parnas, question again, or has to step down to the health issues or something, JD Vance would have an approval rating so low that it's not yet been seen in presidential politics. He would effectively be our Francois Holland. Yeah. This is precisely what happened. by the way. Upper West Side liberals in 2016 who want to understand working class whites make a book a bestseller. Like JD Vance, if you watched Hillbilly Elegy, if you read Hillbilly Elegy, and I certainly did not. I did not watch, nor did I fucking read, okay? One, because I don't read, but even if I were to read, I would not be reading that bullshit. But I did see the fucking, you know, the Cliff Notes. And let me tell you, from all I saw in the Cliff Notes, from all I saw, it was a man who was desperate to escape his working class background, a man with like genuine disgust for the working class whites in the Appalachian area, who like legitimately hates them, despises them, and thinks of them as heroin addicted freaks. Okay. Like literally just so much old school Republican Party style elitist discontent for these fucking people. Okay. And no, don't say not wrong. Come on, chatters. Jesus Christ. Don't do this fucking liberal elitist bullshit. All right. Those motherfuckers are victims. It doesn't matter if they're hogs sometimes or all the time. They're still fucking victims nonetheless. All right. And if you're from that fucking area, you definitely shouldn't have this level of discontent because you know them as like human beings. You know them as your mother. You know them as your father. You know them as your fucking, family members and shit. Isn't he from there? So it's basically just kind of dumb shame he has. Yes, he has. He literally personally looked at the capitalist exploitation of the Appalachian and individualized it as a moral failing and spent his entire life going to Yale, going to Harvard, all this shit. Or did he go to Harvard? I think he went to Harvard Law too, or maybe Yale. Regardless, he definitely went to Yale. Going to Yale and like presenting himself as like the white working class whisperer who fucking despises them. Okay, who despises the white working class and sees them as like reactionary, drug-addled fucking freaks. Let's do it now. So I'm gonna have Edinger Mentum on right now to come and speak on the matter. He has written extensively about JD Vance alongside all of these other. He is, you're so fucking mad in Twitch chat over nothing? What are you talking about? What? Anyway, Edinger Mentum, not Edinger Mentum, sorry. I'm going to have Edinger Mentum on. He is going to be talking about JD Vance. He's written extensively on JD Vance among all of the other VP picks. He considers JD Vance to be a F-tier pick for Donald Trump. I agree with him. We will talk about why he considers JD Vance to be an F-tier pick as soon as I get him on the line. He's dialing in from vacation. All right, while we wait though, here we can do the fucking Wall Street Journal coverage.
Has had a meteoric rise in the Republican Party. From a best-selling author and never Trumper in 2016.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
To winning a U.S. Senate seat at age 38. And now, he's former President Donald Trump's running mate.
Elect Donald Trump in 2024. God bless you, sir.
Vance is very much a creature of the new Republican Party that Trump...
Yeah, he is like Blake Masters, but actually did win directly. Like, he's Blake Masters, who did win, is JD Vance, and we have Edinger Mentum on the line right now. What's up, dude?
Yeah, sure. Let me turn on a speaker. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We could have heard you from the jump.
Yeah. So Trump shows JD Vance. JD Vance got a weird case. He's going Drake mode. Trump has gone Drake mode.
Okay, talk to us. So you wrote, let me see if I can pull up your article right now. You wrote about JD Vance extensively, as you wrote about all of the other potential VP picks. You and I were in agreement, even during the debate, that it was most likely going to be JD Vance as his VP pick. But you think this is a bad idea. Why? Let's talk about
awful. It. Yeah, well, this guy is 39 years old. He's been in the Senate for like a year. So this is like the most unqualified, like on paper, candidate since Dan Quayle. Like even Dan Quayle was at least a second-term senator, I think. He just given like Trump's very like obvious brushes with mortality. Like he is like a very clear, like this is like a legitimate consideration people have to make. It's not even like with HW where he was like 60 or whatever, and it was kind of like a secondary consideration. Vance has won in one election. He won the primary off of Trump's endorsement after like spending his like whole career talking about how Trump was terrible until he decided that he liked him. That race in 2022 was a near catastrophe for Republicans in Ohio, which this was a state Trump won by 8 points. It was a Republican midterm, 8% inflation, Biden like 40% approval. Vance trailed the Democrat in that race for almost the entire summer and fall. He was losing like by large margins for much of the race. They had to spend tens of millions of dollars to bail him out. It might have cost him the Senate because they had to spend so much money there.
They had to roll out Trump too, right? I mean, they literally they had to bring him out there to be like, this is my guy, JD Vance. And ironically enough, when Trump was rolled out there, he didn't even get his name right because in the beginning, in the primary in the Ohio race, Donald Trump like didn't initially. I think he didn't initially actually say he JD Vance was his guy because the other person,
Josh Mandel.
Yeah, Josh Mandel was like was also Trumpian, right? If I'm remembering it correctly.
He was like ultra Trump guy.
Yeah.
He was like kind of infamous on Twitter for a bit, just very on the nose. I think Trump thought it was obsequious, which is, his like mindset is very weird. Vance was a huge anti-Trump guy, like in 2016. Like I'm sure you know that, like Bill Kristol level. Like he called Trump Hitler. He said like they'll never forgive the party for this. That Trump was an affront to God. Just like he totally flip-flopped after Trump won.
He called him heroin. Maybe he meant he's opium though, like Ken Carson.
Yeah.
Like he was saying like Trump is opium.
Yeah, opium of the masses, which might have been a compliment given his work for Purdue Pharma, which creates the actual opium for the masses.
Okay,
we don't
to
know
be
how his
fair,
mind works.
even Hitler might be a compliment when you think about it.
Yeah, true. Yeah. That's maybe Trump realized that he was actually being nice to him the whole time. He was comparing him. Yeah, exactly. But anyways, like so, Vance's one election, like the biggest flop election, like of the midterm, arguably. He like gets bailed out by like the Republican Senate committee and all these big donors. They have to spend tens of millions of dollars, like 10-digit ad buys on him, and he only wins by 6, which is 2 points less than what Trump won the state by in 2020. He did substantially worse than Trump in a lot of working class areas. Like he did worse than him across the state, but it was really acute, like in like the coal mining area. So like his supposed appeal with working class people is not real. It's not like an actual thing. Every other Republican in the state like won by like 20 points. I think Mike DeWine won by 25. So there was a significant population of people who were fine voting for like pretty much every other Republican in the state, but not JD Vance. He is uniquely poor electorally. Everything about him shows that his shtick does not work.
Well, it's because he's from the crop of the Blake Masters style candidates that are like very clearly liberals who almost try to cater to the most reactionary weirdos in the Republican base, which aren't, ironically enough, the fucking evangelical Christians, but usually the Republicans in like deep blue districts, like those guys who aren't just like, oh, I'm a Republican, 'cause my dad's a Republican, I'm a Christian, whatever, I fear God, but instead the guys who are like, you know, reading Culture of Critique and being like, I'm a Groyper, or or the guys who are like, the guys who are going to like protest serially all around, you know, like going to parent-teacher association conferences, even though they don't have fucking children, and they're just like losing their minds talking about like QAnon and shit.
Yeah, Moms for Liberty types. He is really indicative of the brand of Republican politics that is even worse than Trump. Like there's kind of like Trump himself is bad. He's always been very unpopular. But like we saw consistently with basically the Peter Thiel candidates like Blake Masters and Vance, those were his two prize recruits. They did hysterically awful. Like there's so many like quotes like about like how focus groups watching like Blake Masters were like crying. Like Vance was basically similar. He's like not charismatic. It's an awful pick. If he wanted to get loyalty, he could have. He had so many different options. I think he's just Trump is a dumb guy, so he's flattered by the intellectualism that Vance like kind of posits to have.
Yeah. It's gonna be. I mean, they're gonna hit Donald Trump on the same issues that like I've already brought up. I brought it up yesterday, even where he went with where it was obviously it was gonna be JD Vance, and like JD Vance did this thing where like the Ben Shapiro type narrative where you know it's Joe Biden's like really violent rhetoric, words are violence. Joe Biden's really violent rhetoric is the reason why Donald Trump was shot at by a registered Republican 20-year-old.
Yeah, it's the worst instance possible because like if you are trying to actually benefit from those kinds of shootings, you do not politicize it. The whole point is that you can look like an apolitical victim. You're not trying to like make this into another example of how much Biden sucks. People already hate Biden. You've won that battle. He's just a debate nerd. He feels like he has to get every point in. There's no like actual sense of like what actually appeals to normal people because he doesn't know what normal people are like. He's from Silicon Valley.
Yeah, exactly. He is like white Vivek Ramaswamy in many ways, but like at least unlike Vivek Ramaswamy, he gets to bring like one massive donor potentially, which Trump I think is like desperately looking for. That's probably the reason why he even had Doug Burgum as like a top line contender for the VP selection, because like there's no reason to ever put Burgum in any of these categories. It's not like I wouldn't say that like you know North Dakota was in question, right?
No,
like,
not really. No.
Yeah,
Maybe
for JD Vance is like at least he didn't kill his fucking dog, right? And wrote about it. And I guess like I like that you're also a Burgomaniac. You gave him a B tier here, it says.
Yeah, Burgum was real. Burgum was real as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ron DeSanctimonious. You say Nikki Slaley is D tier. I disagree with you. I think Nikki's
this must have been an older one. I published an updated version of it. That I think was this the one that I published like a couple months ago.
I don't know. This is the one I found. I think this is the updated one. Q tier, General Mike Flynn. Wait, where's JD Vance in this?
Oh, I think Vance is in like are you looking at the good section?
I'm just scrolling through all of it.
Yeah,
you got Marco Rubio.
Split up into two articles. I have there's one that's
the bad ones.
The
bad ones.
Yeah, the bad
okay.
ones. That's where Vance is.
Oh, Fuckabee, Tulsi Gabbard. Oh, hell yeah. Christy Nome.
That one
here it
really
is.
real.
JD Vance from Ohio.
I got a master's degree talking about how like fake JD Vance's politics are. Like I am committed to like the right wing flopulism stuff. I do not think that shit is real. That shit is so fake. It is faker than a $3 bill. It is the fakest shit ever. It's just a bunch of nerds who can't get over that they're like they've dedicated their lives to this game show host who doesn't give a fuck about them, and they're trying to like feel smart about it. It's really sad.
Yeah. His dream of winning over working class Democrats with an interventionist economic policy will not come true. Voters simply do not view politics along those lines. Insisting on it may make him feel better about himself, but it only confuses people and diminishes appeal. This, along with his slimy Silicon Valley background, is why he was one of the worst performing GOP Senate nominees in 2022. If he did not have the fortune to run in a state as red as Ohio that year, he would be unemployed, which is what happened to Blake Masters. Blake Masters, however, unlike JD Vance, also leaned further into the Groyper stuff. Like he thought he could.
Yeah, he was the ultimate version of that.
Yeah, he was even worse than JD Vance in that situation. JD Vance is more like an empty slate. He's just, you can fill that up with whatever the fuck he thinks or whatever
He's
the
not
fuck.
as outwardly scary. He is the first I think ticket member to have a beard since Thomas Dewey in 1948. So
yeah, he's beard fishing, which is also fun because it's like I don't know how successful that strategy will work. I don't know if Americans trust a candidate with a beard.
No, that there was like a lot of political psychology like done about that. They thought they looked like criminals. They didn't trust them.
Yeah,
but for him, it probably works out better because he used to go clean shaven and he looked like a toad. So poor guy.
Yeah. Also, Trump hates facial hair, so I don't know how that's gonna work.
Yeah.
Drama. The
Yeah,
girlies are
he's
gonna
gonna
be
make
fighting.
big. God, they made Tim Scott get married over this. It's fucked up.
Yeah. Oh wait, you you were a Tim Scott truther. You were pulling for him.
Yeah.
I was
I
a
think that's pretty-
Bergamaniac.
He would have been okay. I think Tim Scott would have been about like mediocre. People underrate how much of a lunatic he is on like religious issues, but it's like he's kind of fine. Like, I mean, people would have made fun of him for like choosing a black guy, but I mean, he's like been a senator for a while, so like, I mean, it would have been. It's just like there were so many normal ass politicians he could have chosen. It's just such an unnecessary risk. It's not like it's not even like, oh, Ohio's not in play. JD Vance is a negative appeal in Ohio. He did so terribly in Ohio. Ohio does not like him. He's like barely even from that state.
Yeah. And everything he's talked about Ohio before he became a senator, like is his genuine disgust for the entire region. Like,
yeah,
routinely talking about his legitimate disgust for all of these like gross drug addicts that don't have that capitalist liberal mindset.
Yeah, that was back when he was trying to be a Paul Ryan guy, but then he changed his mind. He decided he likes them. So good for them.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish it was Carson. Carson would have been such a fun throwback.
So why do you think Trump, let's talk about why you think Trump picked JD Vance regardless. Is it actually Don Jr. in his ear? Because Donald Trump is a pretty good room reader overall. I thought he would have done better off with like a moderate person, maybe even a woman specifically to like try to neutralize some of this abortion stuff.
Yeah, Stefanik would have been a really good pick. I was always a little worried about that. I thought that would have just been unambiguously strong for him. I don't really know why. I mean, it's like, oh, she's a flip-flopper also. She used to be a moderate Republican. This guy literally called you Hitler. I think he's just sexist. I think that's what it is. He's just a sexist guy.
Maybe. It makes sense. So do we think that this like brings back Peter Thiel into the question? Because like one big donor, Mercer, did kind of carry him across the finish line in the primaries, and then even helped him out quite a lot in the general election. So I feel like he's open to that sort of thing. Like he's not he's not
Thiel,
anti one big guy who will back him.
Yeah, Thiel I think is really kind of strange about this stuff. But he is very close with Vance. Vance is part of that shitty little subculture that he funded. Like Vance went on like the weirdest fucking podcast of all time, like back in the day. Like I think there are so many ways I think you could get him kicked from the ticket if you spin it the right way. Like he was on all these like obscure Reddit like post left shit. It was just like, I mean, Twitter post left stuff. It was just like bizarre. I mean, I don't like know to what extent he really needs like the money. Because like that like story about him being broke is a little old news because he made a lot of money off of the conviction. I'm imagining that he made a lot of money off of the shooting too. That was probably went crazy for him. And Biden is having all of his funds frozen by donors who want to kick him out of the race. I assume it won't hurt to have more funding because Biden's kind of had the airwaves uncontested. But like that, it creates all these problems that you're going to need that money to solve. It's just dumb.
Yeah. Vance, despite JD Vance's like very short political career so far, he has an unimaginable bounty of attack ads ready to go.
Yeah.
Calling Trump Hitler, suggesting people in violent marriages shouldn't get divorced, saying like being far right on the issue of abortion. I mean, there are a lot of attack aspects here against JD Vance. So, you know, ultimately it's very I mean, he's also unimaginably uncharismatic. And has genuine disdain for the white working class, despite the fact that he tries to hit the populist narratives. Like he tries to do a Josh Hawley, which is yet another guy. That's another fucking dude that's like so obviously crafted in a laboratory to just present themselves as this like real champion of the white working class. Like Hawley even went to like a picket line. I'm pretty sure, right? Like, I mean, he
was
like
tryharding it like crazy.
And I don't think like Republicans at the end of the day give a shit about that. Like, you won. You the Red Scare worked. You effectively neutered unions. Ronald Reagan did that big time. Like, there's no reason for you to try to go back and be like, no. What we need to do is just like left-wing populism for right-wing Americans.
Yeah, it's Reddit. There's nothing else other to call it than Reddit. They're trying to like it's just kind of a philosophical NUI, and I don't think it's hard to understand it on the left because we don't really like go through this kind of thing. But they have had to spend like nearly a decade of their lives like loyal to a man who they know is like legitimately stupid. Like, all these people know that Trump is a complete dipshit. They know that he's like a moron, that he only cares about himself, that he doesn't have a real ideology, that he just listens to the last person who talked to him in the room. And it drives them nuts because these people take themselves so seriously. They all want to be William F. Buckley's. They all want to be these philosopher kings, and they just have like nothing to go with this guy. It drives them insane. So they've invented this sort of like they've done like backwards reasoning to invent this kind of Trumpist ideology out of whole cloth. And I think Trump really thinks that that's cool because it makes him like an interesting figure in a way that he can't really be by himself. And Vance kind of like getting the ascendancy here like shows like the kind of ultimate success of that kind of flattery for him, because like in a way that I think it just like all these people are like they're like blue state liberals. Like, Trump used to be a blue state liberal. Vance was never Trump. Like, I think he kind of is attracted to that sort of insincerity because it reminds him of himself.
Yeah. I think he was ultimately looking for a guy who could get him some money from a state that like is could have been a battleground state. I don't think Ohio is anymore, but like
No, it's not. It's close by.
Ohio is the Florida of the North.
Yeah.
But he wanted a guy who is not going to outshine him. He wanted a guy who is never going to be able to replace him. And he wanted a guy who at least had like some level of, a lot of loyalty to him. And I think because JD Vance is such a rat fucker, he is like so perfect for that role. A man with no like individual opinions, nothing unique about him whatsoever. He's just
this also totally destroys any chance he had at like kind of using the assassination to create an appeal for unity, which I think could have been worth worrying about because Americans are so stupid and sentimental. They might have bought that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Trump himself has personally changed his RNC speech as reported, and is like going for unity, for like that unity conversation, despite the fact that there are definitely Republicans desperately trying to be more divisive and trying to say something so hilarious almost, because like they have very successfully pointed out how fucking old and feeble and stupid Joe Biden is, a doddering old fool. That narrative is stuck. And now they're turning around and being like, but he's also an evil mastermind who says a lot of violent things. That is the exact opposite of what you were saying, that every American now actually recognizes.
Yeah.
Right?
It's incoherent. It doesn't stick because the problem is when they try to say people are too mean and rude to Trump, all the stuff that they're saying like was slander is stuff that people believe. This is like their big problem, and I think this was a huge reason why they did poorly in 2022. They are so like stuck up in the afterglow of winning in 2016 and feeling like they were the real voice of the people and like everybody else was a coastal elitist who didn't understand anything. They literally cannot recognize when they could be unpopular. They have to think that everybody is secretly behind them. So they're not capable of recognizing when they're getting bailed out. They're not capable of recognizing that Trump himself is not popular. He just looks strong relative to like this really unpopular president. He looks strong relative to Hillary Clinton. And so they need to like kind of go all the way with this because they assume that like not only is it the case that people feel bad for Trump, but they also think that he's totally innocent of all of his charges and is a great man who's trying to save the country. I mean, you may be like half of that may be right, but trying to like changing the conversation from like this kind of tragic and scary thing that happened to him where he did look kind of badass like through parts of it, like to like, oh, this is actually about how Trump is a criminal rapist and like is almost like is halfway in a jail cell. that is the opposite of what you want to do in this circumstance. Like when Reagan was shot, his people didn't talk about how like this is just proof that nobody should ever talk about how like he's crazy again. They never did that. They let it like kind of speak for itself. And these people are incapable of doing that. They blew like the midterm of like a lifetime with 8% inflation, and they could if they can blow this, if they can blow that.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. But thank you, Edgar Mentum, for taking some time out from your vacation to come on and talk about your favorite candidate, JD Vance, Donald Trump's current VP
he got a
pick.
weird case while he's still around. We're gonna Eagleton him. I know that the head developer of TNO and I we got like the receipts. We're gonna take him out.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, have a good one. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah. Bye, Hasana.
Edgar Mentum, everybody. You can see his Substack where he writes about the American elections quite frequently. He's written extensively on Israel as well. That's what I've been saying, dude. People are going to get tired of hearing it. Trump will get clips saying some insane shit. Everyone will remember he deserved to get shot at. No, dude. Here's the thing. One poll has come out post-assassination attempt, and it's like virtually unchanged. Donald Trump is at 44. Biden is at 42. Nothing has changed thus far. Why? Because Americans' opinions are so firm on this rerun, right? American opinions on like both Joe Biden and Donald Trump are firm. Now, I think that it will still change the dynamic as more people start paying attention, but it's entirely reliant on how Biden communicates and how Trump communicates. Okay? How Biden communicates going forward and how Trump communicates going forward is going to be a make it or break it. If Donald Trump hits this unity shit and he just like tries to present himself as more moderate, while the Democrats are trying to play fair by not talking about Donald Trump at all, okay, it's going to be devastating. Exactly. So ultimately, the VP pick by Trump doesn't really matter, right? The VP pick always is relatively inconsequential. The VP pick usually, unless it's like Sarah Palin, right? And you know, you take a shot in the dark on right-wing populism with a candidate that's like relatively moderate, and everyone starts focusing on your insanely intelligent, but also utterly insane VP pick. It's oftentimes not that consequential. I don't think Vance brings in any additional votes, any new votes. I don't even know if Vance is going to make Trump seem more moderate, but Vance is just going to do whatever the fuck. Vance is going to do whatever the fuck Trump wants him to do. So if Trump wants him to go moderate, he'll go moderate. Trump wants him to go extreme, he'll go extreme. So you're saying Vance is not utterly insane? No, he's not utterly insane at all. JD Vance has no unique or independent convictions beyond the fact that he is the bloodless sociopath, Silicon Valley, elite educated rich guy masquerading as salt of the earth, as Alex Press correctly points out. Couldn't get more annoying for anyone who actually wants to build working class power. He's just a regular run-of-the-mill grifter. Okay? JD Vance praises Project 2025 4 days ago. That actually makes a lot of sense as well, because he's like exactly the type of person that loves that Heritage Foundation shit. I know you hate Chris Rufo. The difference between Trump 2016 and Trump 2024 is that there is now an emerging right-wing counter-elite with sufficient knowledge, wealth, and power and prestige to advance the president's agenda through the institutions. Trump 2.0 will be an order of magnitude more effective. Yeah, dude, all the t-shirt salesmen. Yeah, I mean, he's wish casting, I think. Like, the MAGA party is the Republican Party. The Republican Party is the MAGA party, okay? I don't think that there's, like, significant ideological differences between Trump, Like, the only difference is that Trump is so personally invested in the most narcissistic way in the continuation of his own career and his own life and his own lifeline. But beyond that, there's not going to be like genuine differences. That's why Project 2025 so perfectly aligns with Trump's agenda. Even if Trump reads the room and recognizes that probably makes him look bad because people are getting afraid of Project 2025. This is pretty funny. Nikki Haley's son reacts to the news of Senator J.D. Vance's selection as Trump's VP. Breaking, Tim Scott calls off wedding. You know, 2 VPs with beards. 2 VP hopefuls with beards. What about a big boost to right-wing voter turnout as an issue post-attempt? Here's the thing. As far as this assassination attempt goes, this is not a conversation about diehard Republicans voting for the Republican Party versus diehard Democrats voting for the Democratic Party. This conversation is now about people who have previously voted for the Republican Party that are in the margins, that or are independents and moderates that are not exactly fond of Donald Trump because of his chaotic demeanor. And for the Democratic Party, it's those same guys. And on top of that, it's the guys that the Democratic Party has always historically relied on in every election cycle. Youth vote, okay? Hispanic votes in not Florida, but Hispanic votes in New Mexico, Nevada, Arizona, places like that. The Democratic Party has basically cast aside those very important constituencies so that they can win over the older, educated white voters who live in the fucking suburbs, the independents and the moderates. Okay? Post-shooting, post-assassination attempt, will Donald Trump be able to show those guys in the suburbs that the Democrats have desperately tailored their entire messaging around securing? Will they go back to Donald Trump? Will Donald Trump be able to show them that he is more moderate? He wouldn't be able to do so if the Democrats actually were able to put together a better candidate, a more dynamic candidate, and a candidate that like is able to communicate that Donald Trump is not a moderate. Okay? Think we all really need to take time out here to spread the message of unity and just decide Joe Biden must pull all Democratic advertising before November? It's just too soon. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. When you get an assassination attempt, you just have to, you can't run against them any longer. No, they won't. You can't pretend to be moderate at the 11th hour, man, not after 8 years of being the most unhinged politician on the planet. My friend, you are discounting how much amnesia Americans have, how susceptible Americans are to marketing, and last but not least, how fucking stupid Americans are. And yes, I ran the ad break at the top of the hour for the record. Some of you saw it, some of you didn't. Okay? American voters are very dumb. Most voters are very dumb. We are kept dumb deliberately by a media landscape that is, purposefully driving home certain idiotic narratives. Okay? It's just, we're kept docile, servile, and stupid deliberately. I was explaining this to my friend who was in denial that Trump could ever win. Yeah. No new Fear End today and no fun day all weekend. Fear End, unfortunately, was taken down by YouTube that demonetized it, and we're trying to put it back up. Year of the Snake Oil Salesman. Congrats to our first auto fiction VP. Oh, here, this was fun. Here's JD Vance. going up to a UAW picket line in Toledo.
Nice to see you, Marcy.
Good to see you. First time here?
First time here. Yep.
Thank you for coming.
Of course.
All right, what can we do for you?
Marcy Capture, welcome. Senator J.D. Vance says, first time here? Now, I also, just like everybody else said, Reagan landslide incoming when Donald Trump got shot. Because I have no confidence in the Democratic Party. But you have to remember, people still fucking hate Trump. I still hate Trump. My opinion on Trump did not change. Your opinion on Trump did not change. Your parents' opinion on Trump did not change. Will the suburbanite moderate opinion on Trump change is the real question here. Okay? That's the real story. What does it mean when McConnell gets booted the RNC? It's just Donald Trump's party. That's it. And McConnell is a fossil. And he is presented as a rhino. Donald Trump has basically positioned himself against McConnell. Is there any way this pick is purposely bad because he makes more money with no responsibility this way? No. All right. Let's look at J.D. Vance's background a little bit further.
Trump has shaped in his image. By picking Vance, Trump is showing he's doubling down on this MAGA agenda. It's a full-throated, populist, national conservative ticket.
Here's why the Trump-Vance ticket is a big deal for the future of the MAGA movement and the GOP. J.D. Vance first catapulted to fame in 2016 after he published his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. The book detailed his experience growing up poor in Rust Belt, Ohio.
I think one of the funniest things about J.D. Vance is that the liberals made him. Like, literally. Liberals made this man. And because liberals made this man, the liberals can break this man. And they will. Okay? They will. Trust me, they will. Okay? Like, he has so much shit on his background. Like, starting off with calling Trump Hitler, oh God, he is just wide open.
Ohio, and making it to Yale Law School. It was a smash hit and became a Ron Howard-directed movie in 2020.
I know I could have done better, but you got to decide.
Yeah, this is perfect. He's such an ugly baby. He was an ugly child, which was reflected in the Netflix special.
You want to be somebody or not?
We're trying to paint this white national.
This is why he has a beard, by the way. Look at him. Look at him. He looks like he wants chocolate. No beard. He is like the classic young Republican archetype where it's like, is this guy 45 or 14? I can't tell. Look at this Augustus Gloop looking ass motherfucker, dude.
Nationalist movement as a movement primarily of poor and working class Americans, when the truth is that the alt-right is actually led by better educated and frankly pretty well-to-do people.
In his initial foray into the public spotlight, Vance was very much anti-Trump. His book made clear that he was a conservative. Many people latched onto it as an explanation for Trump's sort of surprise success in the Republican Party and then in the election.
When Vance launched his campaign for the Senate in 2021, his stance on Trump underwent a big shift.
I obviously didn't fully appreciate the president's appeal in 2016.
Yeah, he said some bad things about me, but that was before he knew me, and then he fell in love.
He even described himself to me in one interview as a flip-flop flipper on Trump, saying that he had similar policy views but was against Trump as a person until he realized that Trump was advocating for the policies that he supported.
While running for Senate...
What does that even mean? Like, so you're stupid? So you're saying that you're dumb? No, you're just a two-faced little bitch.
Vance was one of several pro-Trump candidates in the primary. But in one debate, Vance was the lone candidate to oppose a NATO-enforced no-fly zone over Ukraine. And that caught the eye of Trump's inner circle.
What a no-fly zone, it sounds nice, like we asked the Russians not to fly planes over Ukraine. What it means in practice is American Marine Corps pilots, Air Force pilots, and Navy pilots getting in dogfights with Russian jets, which the problem with that is it's not in our vital national interest.
That impressed Donald Trump Jr., and he began advocating for Vance's.
That should have been Trump's first inclination that this is not a good guy. Okay? When your fucking dumbass fail son, when your dumbass fail son is the one telling you, like, this is, Dad, this is probably a good guy. We got to go with him. Your fucking cokehead son. That's a red flag, dude.
Candidacy, including with.
I mean, it's ironic because, like, he's not wrong when he was talking about the no-fly zone, and obviously they didn't do it because it would have been fucking insane. But like, regardless,
his father.
Worse instincts.
Trump's unique brand of conservative politics has been reshaping the core tenets of the Republican Party since he was elected in 2016, like tighter borders and a retreat from the world.
Hunter Biden is a crackhead law, I know, but at least he's hot.
Stage. He's changed the GOP so much that the Republican National Committee recently revamped its platform to a new, stripped-down version, one that focuses more on Trump himself than on specific policy decisions.
Trump has been changing all of those stances to the point where many older Republicans feel it's no longer recognizable. At the same time, a movement has arisen in Trump's image that believes in his policies and believes that the Republican Party should be reshaped in his image.
Believers in this movement, referred to as the New Right or National Conservatives, take Trump's impulses and turn them into doctrine. Vance.
Yeah, you can't do that, though, because Trump's impulses are only about self-preservation. He does not have a coherent ideological background. That's why this is like during the Trump administration, for 4 fucking years, Republicans would literally always do this thing where they'd be like, he's actually doing 5D chess, sir. And it was not 5D chess. What you see is what you get with Donald Trump. Like, he's very good at reading the room, for sure. Okay. Better than, and he's pretty decent at marketing himself. But the issue is he's never like a brilliant tactician. He's not like thinking ahead. He's thinking, how do I preserve my image here in this moment? How do I save myself? How do I do something that will ultimately put me on top? That's it. So trying to like create some kind of like coherent worldview off of those sentiments is always going to put you in a bind. You are not going to be coherent. You are always going to be at odds. Okay? You're gonna say conflicting shit.
Has become one of their leading voices.
The American people, again, they need people who put the interests of their own citizens first, of our own citizens first. And that's what this entire movement is all about. And I think that's what the Trump presidency will be about if we give him another shot, as I expect that we will.
When Trump selected Mike Pence to be his running mate, that was a pick very much intended to reassure Republican voters. Pence, being a traditional conservative, an evangelical Christian, was someone who regular Republicans who saw Trump as sort of an arriviste in their party could look at Pence and say, all right, that's someone I can trust. Fast forward to 2024, it's clear that Trump no longer sees a need to share power with that wing of the Republican Party.
Right after Trump's attempted assassination in July, Vance was one of the first Republicans to publicly cast blame at the Biden campaign for the shooting. As Republicans unite around the Trump-Vance ticket after the July 13th attack, Democrats remain in disarray following President Biden's disastrous debate performance in June. Biden has vowed to stay in the race despite continuing calls from fellow Democrats to step away from his place at the top.
Back then in July, well, these videos are made for the future. Like, that's why they're using that kind of weird naming convention for the date.
Top of the ticket.
I think there's a whole pool of voters there in the center of the electorate who really are not being spoken to by either candidate because of the way these tickets have shaped up.
Senators Marco Rubio from Florida and Tim Scott from South Carolina were also contenders on Trump's VP shortlist. Both could have appealed more to minority voters, something that Trump has historically struggled with. Choosing Vance allows Trump to shore up support among the white working class.
Ohio is also part of the Rust Belt, and the most crucial states in this election are those Rust Belt states. That white working class vote is a vote that is also...
Yeah, I don't think he's captivating anybody in the Rust Belt. I don't. He does not look, nor does he sound like a Rust Belt guy. He does not have the aesthetic appeal that you would have in a situation like that. He's not in the Rust Belt for most of his life. He went to fucking Yale. And his most significant accomplishment is writing a book about how the Rust Belt kind of sucks and is filled to the brim with heroin addicts. So I don't think, like, for liberals who are out of touch with the Rust Belt, liberals in the Upper West Side and the Upper East Side, yeah, they think he's a Rust Belt guy. They think he's the Rust Belt whisperer. Okay, but those guys are voting Democrat anyway. I don't think a single fucking person from Kentucky or a single fucking person from West Virginia or a single fucking person from like Michigan or any of these other places is looking at JD Vance and being like, I'm a Republican and I love Donald Trump's pick for JD Vance. Okay? I love Donald Trump's pick for JD Vance. It's my favorite guy. Like, no shot. No fucking shot.
Also very crucial throughout those Rust Belt battlegrounds, there is a hope by some of Vance's backers and some on Trump's team that he could potentially galvanize those voters even more than Trump already does to juice Republican turnout in those states.
What was the Russia collusion hoax? It was about destroying.
Like, Fetterman, despite being a fucking ogre, as a chatter also pointed out, despite being an ogre, is significantly more appealing on the aesthetic front to the average fucking, Western Pennsylvania voter. Okay? John Fetterman is literally a fucking ogre. He sucks. He's out of control with his with his unimaginably right-wing narratives on Israel, his hyper-focus on Israel, his hyper-fixation on Israel is weird as fuck. But beyond that, when you look at him, dude wears Carhartt all the fucking time, is dressed the part. Like, he aesthetically is more appealing to these kinds of people than someone like JD Vance is. People from the Rust Belt know what JD Vance is. They look at him and they know immediately what he is. Bloodless politician, possibly a secret liberal. You know what I mean? It's just, he's not the guy, okay? In the same way that Josh Hawley is not the guy.
You'll be ready with your questions, and we'll get right back to you, Jacob. Thanks so much for your
he's going to be
reporting from the
officially
floor.
nominated
Joining
here.
me now right here on set in Milwaukee is Florida Republican Congressman Carlos Gimenez. Congressman, thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure.
Anyway, we'll get back to this in a second. I want to finish off this Wall Street Journal video.
Destroying Donald Trump. This ridiculous New York fraud case. It's about destroying the guy's wealth before he re-enters the Oval Office.
It's good to see you, man. Thank you.
He is really a bet on the future as well, a bet on the future of the Republican Party and a bet on the future of the populist conservative movement. Trump would never say he's anointing a successor, but Vance was decades younger than the other potential picks that were under consideration for vice president. And in choosing such a young person to be on the ticket with him, there's an unavoidable implication that Trump has sort of chosen an heir, chosen someone to take the mantle of that MAGA movement and go forward with it, whether it's as a future president himself or simply as someone who is poised to exert great influence in the Republican Party, continuing to shape it along those populist conservative lines for years or potentially decades to come.
So you got that. This is pretty funny, but let me know how it worked in a bookstore when Hillbilly came out. All my liberal coworkers were hyping up that book to every customer, raving about it. I bet they're all collapsing under self-hatred right now. Maybe I should check in on them. Yeah. So what is this? The RNC teleprompter goes out and Mike Johnson has to immediately flee the stage. Yikes. Oh, Michael Penis. That's awesome. This is a quick aside, but if you want a quick live update on how the RNC is going, this is fucking hilarious, and I'm sure you would love it since you did this professionally before. Yeah, it ain't easy. Not everybody could fucking pop off with no teleprompty like Donald Trump can. You really think Trump is thinking about the future of the Republican Party with an air? Fuck no. That's just silliness, okay? That's just complete silliness. Donald Trump is not thinking about anything beyond his next steps, okay? Anyway. Are you coming to Wisconsin? No, I'm not. I couldn't get into RNC. Oh, this was a wonderful ad from JD Vance, by the way. Let's watch this real quick.
Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans? The media calls us racist for wanting to build Trump's wall. They censor us, but it doesn't change the truth. Joe Biden's open border is killing Ohioans, with more illegal drugs and more Democrat voters pouring into this country. This issue is personal. I nearly lost my mother to the poison coming across our border.
How can you hate this guy? Wow, what a good ad.
Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans?
Like, that's insane, brother. Who the
that from the other room?
Who the fuck thought this was a good idea, bro? Like, that's great. Great. Phenomenal political instincts from this man, okay?
Do you hate Mexicans? Sounds like a drug ad.
Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans?
Actually, wasn't he getting
the media calls us racist for wanting to build Trump?
Yeah,
that's the mode he's stuck in. He's like, I have to just do drug ads for the rest of my life.
Yeah, no, he's big pharma boy.
Trump's wall. They censor us, but it doesn't change the truth. Joe Biden's open border is killing Ohioans, with more illegal drugs and more Democrat voters pouring into this country. This issue is personal. I nearly lost my mother to the poison coming across our border. No child should grow up an orphan. I'm JD Vance, and I approve this message because whatever they call us, we...
She divorced his dad to hook up with a hot Latino guy. I nearly lost my mom to the boys.
Yeah. No, dude, it's so funny to be like, I'm a racist who hates Mexicans, and also my mom is a fucking filthy drug addict. Vote for me. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Anyway, no immigrant coming into this country is going to Ohio. I mean, he should stay clear. Yeah. It's so funny because, like, yeah, he's a big pharma boy himself. You see JD Vance's tweets and fully understand why his mom traded him for some Perk 30s. Oh, that's a banger. The way he calls himself an orphan as if he isn't 45. Yeah. So, it's he's a bad guy. He's not a good candidate. Okay.
I mean, there's a niche that would love him.
Yeah, but that niche is not driving home the Republican Party to victory, to like election success. And that niche that would supposedly love him is also sometimes at odds with the Republican Party's position on Israel, if we're talking about the same niche here.
Yeah, right.
Those guys are also like, oh man, Trump actually sold out to the Jews guys. You know what I mean? So I don't think they're fond of JD Vance that much either. You know? That niche loves him is quote tweeting Alexa right now trying to debate about Israel. JD Vance called Trump Hitler in the past. How did he get the pick? Yeah, we're going to talk about that as well.
But he said that as a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you never know. Here, let's look at Brian Tyler Cohen from More Perfect Union doing a fucking JD Vance video.
JD Vance, the investment banker, author, and now politician, built a career for himself on the idea that he's a man of the people who just so happens to have been successful and gotten rich.
I think that those of us who are lucky enough to have had the life that I've had have a certain responsibility to not completely forsake the people.
He's so fat, dude. He's so plump.
He looks like
he's
a
not
cherub.
fat in like a cool way. He's not fat like in a JB Pritzker or even in a Trump style way. He's just like fat in the worst way possible.
Well, it looks like he's been attacked by bees. Like it's that
just-
kind of fat.
He has that like weird. Why do you hate fat so much? No, I love. First of all,
fats.
I love people going, "Oh, we're fat phobic now." No, you don't understand. My favorite politicians are literally most of them are fat. Okay, they're big boys. They're chubby boys. He, on the other hand, is like not fat in an appealing way. Okay, he doesn't have that big boy status. He just looks like a plump child. Okay, it's not good.
He looks like he'd be on the wrappers for like a Kinder Surprise or something, like a nice German kid.
Yeah, exactly. He just looks like he needs chocolate.
Uta.
Yeah, like he's not JB Pritzker status big boy. He's just like, oh, I need some chocolates, chocolade. That's what he looks like. I need immer the chocolade.
People that we came from. His 2016
Voice meine Strudel
memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, was heralded for shining light on the unheard white working class of Ohio. His investment firms focus on the areas underserved by traditional venture capital, and the mainstream media put him on TV for years as an expert on the working class. And he does talk about the
by liberals, though. That's the problem. He was presented as an expert for the white working class by liberals. I hate this genre of like white working class whisperer fucking dumbasses, because like the Red Scare podcast does this shit too. Almost all of it is like conducted by, for Red Scare podcast, it's literally like art history PhDs talking with like the worst vocal fry you've ever seen about how like, oh, you just have to be transphobic if you want to win like working class votes. Have you heard the working class? They like hate trans people. They're always talking about trans people. Like that's the Red Scare version of it. And then the Republican or not the Republican, but the liberal version of that is literally JD Vance, who's basically saying that as well. Was basically saying that same shit, but like this time to MSNBC watchers.
problems working Ohioans face.
The opioid addiction is arguably the worst public health crisis that has existed in this country for 30 or 40 years. Gasoline, food, used cars.
If you're paying more for energy, everything's getting more expensive.
The elites in the ruling class of this country are robbing us blind.
Dude, you went to Yale. You are Peter Thiel's blood boy. What are you saying? You're a Silicon Valley guy who wrote a book about how the Appalachians are drug addicts.
But now that he's running for office, what would a Senator J.D. Vance actually mean for working Ohioans? We can tell by looking at how Vance got to this point. It's a story of comically evil billionaires, the people responsible for the opioid epidemic.
Yeah, I hate I hate the big bankers and big business, except for Peter Thiel. He's like, I
wouldn't
hate
talk shit about
he's
him.
like, oh yeah, I hate gay people, except for Peter Thiel.
The famous vampire as well.
Epidemic, and even killer robots. For my next collaboration with the classroom team at More Perfect Union, make sure to subscribe to them too. We looked into what side J.D. Vance is actually on. The working class world he came from, or the elite Silicon Valley billionaire world he moved up into.
The elites in the ruling class of this country are robbing us blind.
Vance's donors, past work, investments, and the personal beliefs he admits to out loud make it clear. Vance is using the working class narrative as a way to enrich himself and the powerful people supporting him, all at the cost of the people he says he's helping, like you. Let's dig in. Part of J.D. Vance's story is how he managed to rise to elite spaces from an upbringing in working class Kentucky and Ohio. His mother struggled with addiction, and he was raised by his grandparents.
For the most part, by his grandmother, Mama. Did I pronounce that correctly?
That's right. But he joined the Marines and got into Yale Law School, and today he is very, very rich. He owns millions of dollars of assets and brings in a venture capital salary 10 times that of the average Ohioan. And that's just the cash salary, not including his investment gains. A lot of that is thanks to a 2011 lecture that Vance calls the most significant moment of my time at Yale Law School. The speaker, Peter Thiel, Silicon Valley billionaire with PayPal mafia fame. Look at any big tech company and Thiel's fingerprints are probably on it.
I met a guy who was a venture capitalist, Peter Thiel, in Silicon Valley.
I love the Silicon Valley
No, just
jacket.
show the Patagucci every time. It's over, okay?
So fucked.
There's no better way to fucking destroy this man other than just showing this angle, no beard, wearing the Patagucci, okay? That's it. That's it. Like, that's the guy, dude? That's the working class whisperer, dude? Yeah? He doesn't even look the part. Ted Cruz does a better job LARPing as a fucking real Texan man when he wears the fucking snakeskin boots and shit. Okay? What's wrong with Patagonia? Says the fucking dude who's a 17-month subscriber, probably living in a fucking liberal safe haven and a reliable Democratic Party voter for the most part. Yeah, exactly, dude. He is a Silicon Valley tech bro. There is a million of these guys in Connecticut, okay?
When I was at law school, and one thing led to another, and I found myself in Silicon Valley working for him.
Vance yada yada yada's over a lot there.
One thing led to another, and I found myself in Silicon Valley working for him.
But Thiel took Vance under his wing and gave him the network he needed to build a massive investment portfolio with several different funds. Thiel was one of the first people to read early drafts of Vance's memoir and even blurbed the book.
The first person I asked for a blurb is this guy, Peter Thiel, who I was working for at the time, and he was an investor in Silicon Valley and remains sort of involved in a lot of the projects that I'm working on.
And Thiel is still taking care of JD. He was an early supporter of Vance's Senate campaign, pouring millions of dollars into a pro-Vance super PAC before Vance even announced his campaign. In fact, Thiel has donated more to Vance than anyone has ever donated to a single Senate race.
Wait, what?
Yep,
More
you
than
heard
he
that
gave to
right.
Trump?
Thiel has spent more money trying to get this guy elected than anyone has ever spent on a single.
Peter Thiel tried to do like a Koch brothers style, like a Peter Thiel had a couple dudes that he like pumped money into. Those were his guys. And one of them was Blake Masters, which was a fucking insane failure in Arizona. And also the wait, why are people saying F? And also Vance. JD Vance and Blake Masters were like his two guys.
Candidate. Why would Thiel, a man who made his billions in tech and was on the board of Facebook until February,
He's got no eyebrows. He's so evil. like
Voldemort.
He's so evil looking, which I would not say because I am scared of him. He's one of the few evil billionaires that I am legitimately afraid of.
Do you think there's a chance he watches you?
No, thank God. Like, I am less afraid of Elon Musk than I am of Peter Thiel, though. Like, this is a man who took down Gawker. He is very vindictive. He literally has blood boys like a vampire, and may or may not, allegedly, under suspicious circumstances, his boyfriend killed himself. Definitely wasn't murdered. I would never say that. I would never say that about Peter Thiel's boyfriend. 2 years ago or a year ago. I can't remember exactly when it was.
Want this guy in office.
It's time to stop complaining about big tech. It's time to start writing them strong letters, and it's time to start doing something about it.
And it's not just Thiel donating to Vance. Vance's top donor list looks like a guest list for a union-busting seminar at Davos. The job title among Vance's donors that donated the most total money isn't nurse or construction worker, it's CEO, which is concerning because I thought I heard someone say,
The elites in the ruling class of this country are robbing us blind.
But really, why would America's elites support someone who claims to be fighting against America's elites? Looking at some of the specific issues Vance talks about makes it clear. Take the opioid crisis. Vance blames everything from immigration to low church attendance, but never points the finger at the people most responsible, Purdue Pharmaceuticals. The Classroom team made a full video on Purdue's role in creating this epidemic. Vance's charity, Our Ohio Renewal, promised to work with Ohioans affected by the opioid crisis, and he brought in an expert, Dr. Sally Sattel. Sounds great in concept, but Sattel was from the American Enterprise Institute, which took money from Purdue. Sattel herself had cited Purdue-sponsored research and papers about opiate pain relief. That is a trend for Vance. He points out a problem, then allies with the elites linked to causing it. Like how Vance talks about gas prices.
When energy prices go up, who benefits? Industries that don't require energy. Wall Street, big tech, universities.
Even though one of Vance's top donors is John Addison, a trader for Vitol, a Dutch energy company. In 2020, Vitol was accused of organizing an illegal price-fixing scheme, manipulating California's gasoline markets. They falsely drove up the price of gas for consumers to increase their profits. A lawsuit was filed by California State implicating Vance's top donor Addison in his conspiracy. So when Vance asks,
when energy prices go up, who benefits?
The answer is his own donors who are literally manipulating gas prices for their own benefit. Vance is shrewdly addressing the problems facing Ohioans, blaming the wrong people, and then allying with those who are really to blame. Which brings us back to Vance's billionaire benefactor, Peter Thiel, and Vance's relationship with big tech.
When the technology
I'm not familiar
industry
with right-wing law.
sitting
What's the
president of the
argument
United
for immigrants causing the opioid crisis? That bit I missed. I
Dude,
don't really.
it's awesome. So they say that immigrants are shipping drugs over the border, like when they're doing illegal crossings, like they're sneaking in the
Right.
drugs. Which, by the way, there is zero evidence for, and I cannot stress this enough. They claim that immigrants are actually mules that are like shipping in drugs. Okay. When in fact, the Department of Homeland Security's own data shows that it is not immigrants that are border crossing that are shipping in drugs. 94% of all drugs coming into the United States illegally is coming from regular points of entry through the ports, through the actual fucking border crossings, like legal methods. Because the reality is, for the tons and tons of fentanyl and chemicals to make fentanyl, like for that product to cross through the border, you could not stuff it in the pockets of a fucking otherwise law-abiding abuela, but you would have to literally put it in fucking cars. And that's precisely how the cartel operates. They put it in fucking cars. They literally chop up vehicles driven by white people usually, but American citizens specifically, that are less likely to be stopped at the border. They chop those cars up and they shove the cars full of fucking fentanyl and fentanyl components. And that's how they cross the fucking border. That's it. They use tunnels, they use regular shipping containers, and they use vehicles when we're talking about like, big amounts of fentanyl.
You can make that stuff here, right?
Well, I mean, you still need the chemicals and shit. Why do I know this? Well, I don't know, because I'm not a fucking dumbass. Like, that's it. That's it. That's the reason why I know this, because it's I look at the data, number one, and number two, I'm not a fucking idiot. All right, here's the charismatic JD Vance.
He looks better. Someone who was once one of Donald Trump's fiercest critics, now one of his biggest supporters, biggest defenders, poised to accept his party's nomination to be Donald Trump's vice presidential nominee. You can see the excitement, frankly, enthusiasm in the room is palpable. Let's go back to Jacob Soboroff.
So
Jacob,
hot. Like, everyone is so sexy. I wish I was there alongside them.
Rubbing shoulders, rubbing heads.
Kristen, you said it. There is excitement and there is enthusiasm. You saw him walk out with his wife. And to me, honestly, the striking part of this was I've never seen J.D. Vance in person. At least I can't recall a moment that I have. He has a youthful look and a youthful energy to him.
Jacob.
And I know we'll get into policy. We'll get into the politics of this moment in just a little bit. But it's a different look. It's a younger look. And when you will ultimately see Vice President Kamala Harris.
Jacob has done such phenomenal work. He used to work at Participant. I know him like a little bit. You know, we have a lot of we came out of similar circles in the media, I would say, like almost 10 years ago at this point. He's done phenomenal work on the border at NBC. I don't know why he's fucking glazing
JD
up
Vance
this
is now out
dipshit.
there on the convention floor, and all I can see is people wanting to grab him, do selfies with him. Like I said, he's from the Rust Belt. He's from the heartland of America. We'll be talking a lot more about that in the manufacturing issues, immigration, everything that he said about the shooting with former President Trump and the way that he assigns blame. But now's the moment for him to walk out here and be in the spotlight for the first time as former President Trump's selection to become his vice presidential running mate, Kristen.
Well, it is an historic moment as we watch J.D. Vance shake hands, hug, high five the delegates, holding his wife's hand there on the convention floor as we watch this scene
Dude, I
unfold.
would do such a better job than these guys if they gave me press access. Like, can you imagine me down there real time? doing commentary in real time, dude. Oh, fuck.
About what's happened today.
So unfair.
Donald Trump is now your party's official nominee to be president of the United States.
wearing a
And he
Mogul Moose
announced his running mate in a Truth Social post.
Classic Trump, right?
Classic Trump, just about 20 minutes after he called J.D. Vance and made him know it was official. What's your reaction to this pick?
I think it's exciting.
Oh
Obviously,
my God, where are they now?
Home turf, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We couldn't be more thrilled to have him
Where
this year
are
in the
they
ticket.
now?
I think
You
more
guys are
than that,
monsters.
you even hear it with
I
the
hate
music. You think about that book that he wrote about his family's life. I think a lot of Americans who don't know much about him will be amazed to think this is someone whose family dealt with addiction. This is someone who lived in the depth of poverty and despair. And a lot of Americans feel abandoned by politicians of both parties in Washington. This pick, I think the more they get to know about J.D. Vance will appeal
Mythical
to them.
capital, that's
What do
right.
you
He's a
make?
fucking Lord of the
Let me
Rings freak.
follow up with you on that point on the
Oh.
politics of this pick, because he's widely seen as the future of the MAGA movement. A Trump campaign official once explained the different choices Trump was mulling as J.D. Vance is the
Why are
future.
you quiet on the
Senator
Cody
Marco
Co
Rubio would have
allegations?
potentially
Because
helped
I'm sheltering
electorally
him because he's
quite
my
a bit.
friend.
We're all
And
in on
North
it.
Dakota
Yeah, we're all,
Governor J.D.
I was
Vance,
there
North
and
Dakota
I knew
Governor
about
Doug
it and I
Burgum
hid the
was seen as a
truth.
safe.
And not because I'm a political commentator whose responsibility is to do political commentary at a time when the Republican National Convention is occurring and the VP pick is happening.
There's two reasons.
Pretty sure the
Midwest,
assassination was just a
battleground
false
states,
flag to
Michigan,
bury the Cody Co
Wisconsin,
story. Yeah.
Key states,
Yeah.
obviously Ohio, I think is going to be in the bag already, but even more so now. But I think more important than that, it's a generational pick. It's saying with all the
What
talk
the
about
fuck is a
age and
Cody
questioning
Co?
that going forward, this is somebody who's that
YouTuber.
next generation, but not just some young rising star, as he mentioned in his book.
I
This is
also
someone
have
who's
like notoriously not criticized people that I know personally when it comes out that they've done some fuck shit, famously so. So that's the reason why I'm doing it.
He can appeal, he can connect with those voters. That's really powerful.
The Biden campaign has already indicated, according to our team of reporters at the White House, that they are going to define J.D. Vance as being extreme. They will argue he is extreme on abortion, for example. He made comments in the wake of the Texas law, the abortion ban being passed, does not include exceptions. He downplayed the fact that it
Wait, he
doesn't
changed
include
his last
exceptions.
name
That's
to
outside of
Vance?
where Trump is. Trump is very much someone who says that
Sounds like a
exceptions are
Pokemon
key and this
trainer.
should be left up to the states. He's espoused that position. He's now closer to Trump. But what do you make of that? Could that be a drag on
Well,
the
Donald Trump is the nominee of this party. It's his agenda going forward, win or lose. And I think that's clear. Just like Kamala Harris, Newsweek identified her 4 years ago as
by
to
the
the
way,
left of
J.D.
Bernie
Vance
Sanders
is like
in terms of being liberal on the issue.
incredibly
So
bad on
both
abortion
of these candidates, Kamala Harris
and female reproductive choice.
Wait, why can't you have IVF? What's the What's the?
Because
Is it?
there's a baby, bro. That's God. That's a life.
Biden and Trump have.
If God doesn't
Governor,
want you
let's
reproduce,
talk about
you
this
shouldn't.
moment
Is that what he's saying?
in
I
which
don't-
we find ourselves, because there's a lot of excitement right now on the convention floor, understandably, and yet it comes at a somber moment, not only for your party, but for this country, quite frankly, in the wake of the
It's somber. They
assassination
fucking
attempt
love
against
it. It's
former
like the best thing
President
that could have
Trump.
happened.
How do you think that will impact the proceedings here?
It's really overwhelming. It's changed everything from the moment delegates started to come in yesterday as we welcomed them to Wisconsin. Obviously, a sense of grace and appreciation that by God's grace, the former president, and I say that not just because he's my nominee, but I was upset years ago when someone got through the North Lawn at the White House when Barack Obama was president. We don't want that
Kamala
of any American
Harris
president or
called
former
the
president.
voicemail.
But I think here
Called
it's a
J.D. Vance, he
renewed
didn't
sense
pick
of
up, so she
focus.
left
I
a
still remember as a
voicemail.
kid when Ronald Reagan was shot and how that made me feel, how scared America
God, they're
was,
like such
and then how
losers.
strong he was after that. That was part of his divine plan to move the country and the world forward. I'm hopeful that we'll hear about that in the coming days from President Trump.
It's our reporting that the former president is rewriting his speech.
Yeah.
He said that. He has said that he feels as though he was saved by.
Dude, like this kind of divine plan shit works so well for Americans. Like, obviously, in this community, it's probably the worst type of narrative. But like, dude, dumb Americans love that shit, dude. They love that shit. Oh my God. He's gonna be eating so goddamn good.
What it was like with that
That's why
literally
every like dumb right-wing pedophile that's like outed will immediately turn into like a Christian content creator. You know what I mean? People eat that up, dude. Okay? So many people eat that shit up.
not beyond that. So I think it's very contemplative, but I also think he's not going to back away from being a fighter. We saw it on that stage Saturday night. The key is for winning in Wisconsin and elsewhere, he's got to be a fighter for everyday Americans, for the people who feel forgotten, and that's what he won with in 16, and I think he's capable of doing it again now.
Governor Scott Walker, thank you so much for being here. We're going to go back to the convention floor. They're about to officially nominate Senator J.D. Vance as the vice presidential nominee to Donald J. Trump.
Preside over the Senate and to be ready to lead our nation at a moment's notice. Such a man must have an America first attitude in his heart. He looks
amazing.
Amen. He must embrace his obligation to the American family, the American worker, and the American soldier. He must believe that America is exceptional.
Unlike the Democrats who hate America's soldiers.
And be prepared in the tradition of our founders to pledge his life.
13 of our best soldiers were killed because of Joe Biden.
And defend the Constitution of the United States.
They stayed occupying Afghanistan. That's not what.
That would have been a fine, acceptable death for our best soldiers.
He must share the values and principles of our presidential nominee and be trusted to faithfully implement the will of the people. J.D. Vance is such a man.
J.D. 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 J.D.
You got the microphone in front of you. They're going to try to lead a chant.
A man who loves America and will represent our people with moral courage, strength, and honor. JD is a living embodiment of the American dream.
Chad's like chabby, like weak crowd, bro. The average age of that crowd is 87. Like, what do you mean?
Never imagined. He never forgot where he came from. Ohio values are in his blood. He served our nation in the United States Marine Corps.
By the way, J.D. Vance is so similar to Ron DeSantis in so many ways. Like, he is so similar to Ron DeSantis, like, literally, except, he was able to, not be as genuinely off-putting as Ron DeSantis on camera somehow. Not by, like, a wide margin, by the way. Just by,
he is a crusader for the people of the Ohio in the United States Senate. He has never forgotten the working people of our country, and he never will. He fought to bring investment to middle America as a businessman and has fought to defend them every single day in the Senate. And this I know, he will faithfully stand by President Donald Trump's side as they win this election and change the course of our nation. They will change the course of our nation to the benefit of all American citizens and truly make our country great again. It is therefore my honor to nominate Ohio Senator J.D. Vance for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
Delegates and alternates, pursuant to Rule 40A, a motion to nominate by acclamation is now in order. The chair now recognizes Delegate Bernie Moreno, Senate candidate from Ohio, for the purpose of making a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bernie Moreno. I'm honored to be the Republican nominee for the U.S. Senate from the great state of Ohio. know firsthand that my dear friend JD is a selfless and brilliant fighter. He is a patriot who loves America. He loves Ohio. He loves his family. He's a great father. He's a great man. And that's what we need in this nation today. To JD Vance, America First is not just a slogan. It's his North Star. He has followed it every moment of his life and career. He knows what it's like to live in poverty, forgotten by Washington politicians. He is dedicated to ensure that no American is ever forgotten again. Madam Chair, it is a great honor to move that J.D. Vance be nominated by acclamation by this Republican National Convention as its candidate for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
It's so depressing the Democrats have opened the floor to let these guys laugh as poor people. It's just like such a...
Without objection, the
waste.
previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion that Senator J.D. Vance be nominated by acclamation. All those in favor signify by saying
Can you talk
aye.
about his wife? Why? He has a hot wife. Like
All
what?
those
Then she's
opposed
Indian? Is that
signify
what it
by
is?
saying no.
I don't give a
In
shit.
the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the
I don't
motion
think Republicans
is
give a
adopted.
shit either.
Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Like,
What about the people he was targeting with his "Are you racist?" ad?
yeah, I mean, he was talking about Mexicans though. He wasn't talking
That's
about
different.
Indians.
Yeah.
Also, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter that it's the vice president's wife, chat. Come on.
It's the second lady.
Like, I don't think people give a shit about that personally.
Convention to be the next Vice President of the United States. The chair is pleased to make the following appointments to the escort committee for Senator J.D.
What?
Vance.
John
his vice
Don Vance?
presidential
No, that's a
nominee.
meme, right?
No, his
Usha
name's
Vance.
Vance isn't his last
Thank
name.
you.
Maybe.
And God bless America.
No.
Ladies
No.
and gentlemen, please welcome back Speaker Johnson.
All right. What a great night. Pursuant to Rule 40D of the rules of the Republican Party, I formally declare President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance as the Republican nominees for President and Vice President of the United States.
James David, sadly. Okay. Is James David.
Ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen, please welcome
You
back
guys are such
RNC
fucking.
Chairman
Yeah, no,
Michael
no
Quatley.
shot. You're so dumb. Jingle Dingle Vance.
What a great afternoon for the Republican Party, and what a great afternoon for America. It is now time to take the official convention photograph. If all of the delegates would please stand and turn to the center camera directly opposite the stage, we will take the official photograph.
He's punching above his weight. This is insane.
Thank God.
That's so good.
This is great. This is real dynamic stuff, real awesome stuff happening. It's so sick that I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. You know what I mean? That's how fucking sweet this shit is. We'll get to the Demolition Ranch video. TMZ also has a new leak from the shooter, from the Trump shooter, talking about his penis size.
They're on top of
Because
it.
TMZ is literally the best fucking news source in America, okay? Why aren't you there? Because they wouldn't have me there. They would not have me there. Also, this is pretty funny. We are watching the creation of new forms of race science hitherto unknown to mankind. J.D. Vance's wife is Indian, by the way. She has more European physiognomy, though. Her bloodline is probably a mix of early Macedonian invasions.
Insane. A lot of Serbs think that that we're Indians, like tracing it back to like Sanskrit words and things. So you know, there's a. I think they're digging up Balkan race science to make this point.
Yeah, I love this. This is my favorite type of like follows you. Yes, foundational white janissary, the person who's making fun of these guys, is following me. Oh, nah, this is entry-level racism in India. You ain't seen shit yet. I know, but these guys aren't Indian. So how do they know about ancient, mystical Indian levels of racism? Indian racism previously unknown to the Western world. How did they unearth that shit? That's what I'm saying. Like, this is beginner level racism for Indian nationalists. This is expert level racism for Western white supremacists. Indian 4chaners reaching out. Yeah, there is universal collaboration among the fascists online. That's awesome. Anyway, digging up Indian artifacts is literally what Nazis do. I know, but like, this is not in contemporary white supremacy. This is like new stuff for them. Okay, just like it's new stuff for you at the top of the hour, and there's a 3-minute ad break. It's new, but it's not unique, and you can avoid it by, like I said, subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Wait, what? New local news reported they fucking found the shooter 30 minutes
for quite some time.
This is so boring. I'm not gonna cover this any further. Okay, I thought JD would come up there and talk and say his name is actually John Don Vance. I'm finally coming out. Alleged Trump shooter spotted by law enforcement nearly 30 minutes before shots were fired, sources say. Wow. Incredible stuff. Butler, PA, Channel 11 News uncovered dramatic new details Monday in the moments leading up to the assassination attempt. According to multiple law enforcement sources, Thomas Crook was spotted by law enforcement on a roof nearly 30 minutes before the shots were fired. I mean, we knew that at least 5 minutes prior, people were pointing out to the roof. We knew that eyewitness testimony immediately afterwards actually told cops. We knew that a cop actually went up the ladder and then got scared and went back down the ladder. Okay, moments before he shot at the president. But we did not know that they spotted him 30 minutes prior, which is crazy. Channel 11's Nicole Ford confirmed that Beaver County's ESU team had 8 members of the rally, including snipers and spotters. According to Ford's sources, one of them noticed a suspicious man on the roof near the rally at 5:45 p.m., called it in, and took a picture of the person. We have learned from our source that the person in that picture is Thomas Crooks. We're told it's not clear if Crooks had a gun with him at that point. According to multiple sources, a law enforcement officer had also previously seen Crooks on the ground and called him in as a suspicious person with a picture prior to 5:45 p.m. Our sources tell us an officer checked the grounds for Crooks at that point, but did not see him where the first picture was taken. 26 minutes after the second picture of Crooks was taken by law enforcement and the information called in, shots were fired from the roof of the American Glass Research Building. Seconds later, a Secret Service sniper returned fire and killed Crooks. That is awesome.
So wild. What were they doing? Just like,
dude, he was
not
white.
communicating.
There is nothing more OP. Dude, I'm serious. There is nothing more OP than being a white guy, like a schlubby, pasty white guy that just looks like he would be a pro-Trump guy. Like, you are basically invisible in that crowd.
Well, that's how we sneak into like the weapons conferences and stuff. It's just being like a white dude in a suit.
Yeah, that's
no
like,
one's gonna ask you anything.
It's so perfect, dude. It is crazy how much being like a schlubby white guy, how much being a pasty schlubby white guy goes, like how long of a way that goes in terms of just like sheltering you from any kind of scrutiny from law enforcement. Imagine the cops basically letting him kill Trump, a pro-cop candidate. Yeah, I mean, basically, if it wasn't for, divine intervention, try to wear sweats as an Arab in an airport. No, I'm white looking, and even I get stopped every motherfucking time, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's crazy. And an unimaginable stealth passive, like plus 60 sneak up in this bitch. Okay. Complex dropped the interview with Biden. It's insane. It's Jover. I doubt it. I doubt it's Jover. So that's one aspect of this story. Another one we're going to talk about is Biden said on JD Vance, he's a clone of Trump on the issues. He's a clone on Trump on the issues. So I don't see any difference, which is fine. I mean, that's like normal narrative. NBC News exclusive will happen later tonight.
When a president says things like he says, do you just not say anything because it may incite somebody? Look, I've not engaged in that rhetoric. Now, my opponent is engaged in that rhetoric. He talks about there'll be a bloodbath if he loses, talking about how he's going to forgive all the, actually, I guess, suspend the sentences of all those who were arrested and sentenced to go to jail because of what happened in the Capitol. I'm not out there making fun of, like, remember the picture of Donald Trump when Nancy Pelosi's husband was hit with a hammer, joking about it?
That's part of my conversation with the president here at the White House. We'll have much more of it. The exclusive interview tonight on NBC Nightly News. Also, we'll air the full unedited version in a primetime special at 9 p.m. Eastern. And don't miss our coverage.
Oh, my Lord, dude. That is, oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Okay. Let's finish off this JD Vance interview, and then I'm going to talk about the new TMZ video on the shooter. Okay? And we got the Complex interview that Biden dropped, and there's another interview coming out at 6 p.m. Pacific.
You in Facebook jail for uttering an opinion. We're not going to sit by and take it anymore. We're going to go after them. We're going to make it illegal for them to steal your data from you and then sell it back to you. And if they censor conservatives, we're going to make them pay.
First of all, Vance really shouldn't be throwing stones about big tech stealing data. His current venture capital firm, Narya, is invested in Hallow, a Catholic prayer app. Hallow, which, again, is a prayer app, reserves the right to...
Wait, whoa, yo, I stay prayed up. That's Mark Wahlberg. Yo, chill. That's my fucking goat, Mark Wahlberg, that you're disparaging Brian Tyler Cohen. You better fucking calm down. Yo, stay prayed up. Do you know this?
I have no idea what that is.
Mark Wahlberg. Do you know who Mark Wahlberg is?
Of course, the guy who attacked those Vietnamese guys. Right?
That's such a funny way to reference
the guy that would have stopped September 11.
Yeah, those are... Oh, the fucking Republicans are also mad about JD Vance's...
Wait, but what Trump's the same? What is?
Yeah, I don't know.
Weird, like anti-Semitism. I don't.
It's like they have this like very weird blind. They turn a blind eye to like Donald Trump's unimaginable, unconditional dick riding of Israel. Like they literally do not see it for some reason. Like I think they're just like imagining. It's like when liberals or like Elizabeth Warren voters were like, oh yeah, of course I'm going to vote for Biden because, of course I'm going to vote for Biden because like Biden, I can convince him to have like a progressive policy. It's like, no, you can't. You're stupid. You just personally think you want that to be the case. You want to feel better about your choices. Okay. And it's the same for like right-wing anti-Semites who are like, I love Donald Trump. He's going to make America great again. He's America first. Like, no, he's not been compromised by the Jews, right? Like that's what they say. But it's like Biden and Donald Trump both are absolutely dick riding Israel into oblivion. The one guy who in his time in office that unconditionally dick rode Israel to the same degree as Joseph Robinette Biden was Donald Trump. Okay. So like, I don't know why these fucking dumbass anti-Semites.
It's just so funny for like the million reasons to say rip America about this guy. It's like the fact that he touched the wall.
Yeah, no, he put a yarmulke on and went to the fucking what is it, the crying wall or whatever.
Oh, it's over. This is why he's bad.
Yeah, this is why he's bad. R.I.P. America. Anyway,
to sell your data, in addition to charging users.
The wailing
Charging
wall.
users to pray and meditate. Vance wants to monetize sitting quietly and thinking. That's what was missing from your most intimate
good.
communion with God. JD Vance getting a cut of it.
Everybody knows if you touch the wailing wall, you are immediately overtaken by Jewish mind control. Once he touched the wall, it was over. Well, Donald Trump has touched that wall too, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but he touched it, you know.
Wait,
like-
hold on. I want to see Trump at the wailing. Yep, there it is. Like what do you think this was?
Rip America.
Yeah, rip America,
Rest
I
in
guess.
peace.
Like, I could be so much better at doing anti-Semitic commentary than these fucking idiots, dude. Yeah. What do you say to that? You love Trump.
All his great work undone.
You don't get it. Trump had his fingers crossed.
Yeah, the other hand. You don't see what's happening with the other hand.
Weird flex, but okay. I'm joking, Chad. Obviously. Oh, he was claiming the wall for Christianity. Oh, okay. That woman doctor is very special extreme case and non-American. No, I know. She's like a insane anti-Semite. One of those like Mark Shields type or Jake Shields type people who is just like just so overtly anti-Semitic and just doesn't even try to hide it at all. They're just straight up like, yeah, no, this is, you know, it's a Jewish mind control and not weapons contracts and, you know, 75 years of America propping up Israel as a forward operating base. Anyway, wait, is that? Oh, I thought it was Sea Dog for a second. No.
And that's just one of the many tech companies Vance has a hand in.
No, he's
Vance
getting
claims his
set
time in
on
the
fire
world of big
tomorrow.
tech makes him uniquely
It's gonna be
qualified to
here.
fight it, but he's still currently financially reliant on the industry. That VC firm, by the way, is largely funded by Peter Thiel, the guy who's basically funded every endeavor JD Vance has ever been involved in. And that's pretty chilling because Peter Thiel is kinda nuts. He said that the US military could run the country better than the president and Congress, which by itself is horrifying enough, but he's also got a financial motive, an investment in Anduril Industries, a non-traditional defense contractor that makes autonomous defense systems.
That's,
that means
Aragon's
AI
sword.
weapons, aka literally killer robots.
So insufferable.
Anduril just locked down a $1 billion federal defense contract. And oh yeah, sorry, forgot a little detail. Vance also has a huge investment in Anduril, and the CEO and founder, Palmer Luckey, made a big donation to Vance's campaign. But beyond that wild conflict of interest, the military thing is just one little bit of Thiel's anti-democratic beliefs. Thiel openly said,
Isn't that guy a fucking weirdo too, on top of everything else? Palmer Luckey?
I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible. Vance's top donor, who has funded almost everything Vance has worked on for the past decade, wants to tear down the governmental system that serves as the foundation for our democracy. Vance isn't just aligned with the elite, he's aligned with the closest thing real life has to a comic book villain. And the rest of his donors.
Peter Thiel once wrote that women getting the vote was bad for democracy. How Facebook board member, Trump advisor, billionaire venture capitalist Peter Thiel led Silicon Valley's elite to buy doomsday's bunkers in New Zealand. Peter Thiel considered illegal measures to destroy Gawker. New book says he did destroy Gawker. He also, Peter Thiel also obviously has blood boys. Okay. He has blood boys. Like, he is literally a vampire, man. He is a vampire man.
There are no heroes either. Vance got donations from the billionaire owners of Uline, which you might know from their needlessly giant office supply catalogs. The Ulines are some of the main funders of anti-union laws across the country. They're joined by Rebecca and Robert Mercer, infamous shadowy far-right donors who have also led an assault on unions. Vance and his donor base don't like unions, but Vance also knows that a lot of the working class voters do like unions.
There's a lot of good evidence that folks who participate in labor unions are less likely to divorce, are more likely to get help when they fall into addiction, are less likely to start abusing alcohol or drugs in the first place. And so I think there's an interesting question for those of us on the right to say, how do we reinvigorate labor unions, but in a way where they serve something more like their traditional purpose and not just basically creating an incredibly zero-sum game that sets every worker against every company.
What's the initial purpose?
What is the initial purpose of labor unions?
It's like, look at all these benefits to being part of your union, but We have to do the opposite.
Wait. What is that even? Like, what? The entire underpinning of labor unions is just collective bargaining assurances. Like, that's it. Like, divided we beg, united we bargain. That's the whole principle. What the fuck? Just a bunch of guys getting together, shooting the shit. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah.
They work for.
Yeah, by reinvigorating unions, Vance means he wants unions that will kowtow to management, supporting unions in name while destroying what they're actually there for. Other top donors include Peter Klecklamp, a major Ohio landlord, and some of the richest people in Ohio, including the owners of both the Cleveland Browns and the Cincinnati Reds. But despite all of that, he still acts like he's there for the working class. Why? Because he knows that appealing to the working class works. Vance perfected the art of speaking to working class voters while secretly allying with their biggest enemies. But the basic facts of Vance's career, his donors, and the things he's outright said make it clear. To him, the working class is nothing but a sacrifice to enrich the elite, nothing but marks to exploit in his own pursuit of power.
He wants German labor front like the Nazis had? Yeah.
Aww.
I mean, he is like well-read enough to know that, unlike Trump. Good video from More Perfect Union. Okay. Oh, this was another JD Vance humiliation ritual. Here. I think this is a video on the
mainstream. That speaks for them. For example, after the Republican National still has a lot of soul searching to do, Mr. Trump is as much a symptom as a cause of the party's anti-intellectual drift. The party needs to rethink its growing anti-intellectual bias, its reflexive aversion to elites. Catering to populist anger with extremist proposals that are certain to fail is not a viable strategy for
brilliant analysis from Max Boot, dude. Thank you, Max. Maximum Boot.
Success. Joining me now is JD Vance. His incredible new book, Hillbilly Elegy, a memoir of a family and culture in crisis, documents firsthand how a portion of America feels abandoned and alienated. It's the portion he comes from. JD, thanks for joining me. Really like the book.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
So you write about growing up in southeastern Ohio and part of Appalachia. You write about your first...
Wait, what the fuck? Why is there so much delay? Do we have a like a YouTube video version of this without the delay?
Firsthand.
I'm gonna refresh the page, see if it works better.
So you write about growing up in southeastern Ohio and part of Appalachia. You write about came from and that
I think it's just their video.
No, the video is delayed. That's how JD Vance talks, but that's Chris Hayes who's also talking like that.
He has that effect on people.
Yeah. I don't think there was somebody with a more punchable face than Matt Gaetz. I was wrong. Oh, dude. Wait, you would punch that face? He looks like a buxom young lad. he just needs chocolates, dude. And you can quiet him down with a little bit of chocolate. I just love saying buxom. I don't know why.
Well, from the outset of his campaign, Donald Trump has made the strategic gamble that he can turn out an oversized share of this country's white working class voters. It's one of the reasons why he's in Altoona, Pennsylvania tonight. Trump's bet is that his appeal in the industrial Midwest and other areas hollowed out by the exodus of manufacturing jobs will make up for any shortcomings he's likely to have with moderate, minority, and well-educated voters. Now, a new book by 32-year-old JD Vance has managed to capture with striking precision the very people that Trump is hoping to carry him to victory.
Chat, this is from 7 years ago. Like, this is back when the liberals were eating this shit up. Every liberal around the fucking country was like, how do we appeal to the white working class? And JD Vance was like, I got the method. I got the movement. Okay? He was getting so many fucking hits. What is this movie mindset? Hillbilly Elegy from Will Menaker. Mama and Peepaw use hill people wisdom to help huge fat pussy get an internship at the Heritage Foundation. 1 star. Hillbilly Elegy, a memoir of family and homosexual culture in crisis. Here is Edingermentum pumping the right-wing populism is not good. Believers in right-wing flopulism as something that is actual constituency have no response to how Vance's worst area in 2022 Senate race relative to Trump was coal country. This also happened in the Masters race. His worst county relative to Trump in 2020 was an ancestral Dem mining county. Field candidates to the opposite of what they advertised as have negative appeal to the white working class. Yeah.
Well, that's nice.
Yes, because they know they're fake as fuck. Well, because they're also simultaneously like not necessarily the most interested voters. They come out during they don't come out in the midterms. They come out usually during general, but ultimately the person that will bring them out is going to be like a dynamic figure that speaks it like it is, you know, someone with charisma for them, someone who has a lot of hatred for the elite. Obviously, Donald Trump has real hatred for the elite in spite of being an elite himself. Whereas, oh fuck, my food is here. Can you grab it?
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't unlock the door for some reason. Whereas JD Vance does not look like the type of dude who has real hatred for the elite. JD Vance looks like the type of dude who actually is the elite. Donald Trump has real hatred for the elite because the elite never accepted him, right? Aussie servants, yeah. While you're making your migrants living at your house work, yeah. Do you tip your delivery drivers well? No, I tip them nothing. I tip them a quote about Christian wisdom. They don't even have a way to do that. They don't even have a way to... No, you just give it to me. They don't even have a way to do that on the Uber app, but I found a way. I found a way to do that on the Uber application. You guys do that as well? Yeah, I give them the best thing I could give them, which is a way to find God. You understand? You using a Serb as an errand boy? Stop auto-maxing? Yep. That's my Serbian boy manservant. My Serbian boy servant. Who brings me my food. What is this? On the plus side, JD Vance is the person you'd pick for VP if you wanted a future Republican administration to completely politically collapse if something happens to Trump. Not a credible successor whatsoever. Abi kokoreç mi şuradan mı? Bu soru bile değil. Kokoreç kardeş.
It's titled Hillbilly Elegy, a memoir of a family and a culture in crisis. It's a personal story about Vance's own family, but the New York Times aptly describes it as, quote, a tough love analysis of the poor who backed Trump, calling it, quote, a compassionate, discerning sociological analysis of the white underclass that has helped drive the politics of rebellion, particularly the ascent of Donald Trump. Mr. Vance has inadvertently provided a civilized reference guide for an uncivilized election, and he's done so in a vocabulary intelligible to both Democrats and Republicans. Imagine that. I'm joined right now by the author, J.D. Vance.
I love
remarkable work you've done.
shit.
You're a great writer. You're a great writer. And I kept thinking of Thomas Wolfe, one of my heroes, and You Can't Go Home Again. So I'm not sure you can go home again after writing this, but let's talk about your family.
Yeah.
What is it that you're trying to achieve?
Yeah, he's been outcast. Yeah, he can't go home again. He can't go home again because he's saying bold truths about the white working class dumbasses, okay? God, he's just so bad. I know. I saw the JD Vance tweets and the Perk 30 tweets.
Even talking about people you call hillbillies, rednecks, whatever. What are they? Why did you want to write about that? What are you trying to get across to everybody else?
Well, what I wanted to try to get across and what I wanted to try to explain is that these problems of inequality and upward mobility are really complicated. And I think that on the left, we tend to have a conversation about what government isn't doing. And on the right, we tend to have a conversation about what individuals aren't doing.
And it seemed to me that we weren't having a conversation about what both weren't doing and what both could do better. And so I thought that by opening up my own life and my own family and being very honest about my own problems, that I could be part of a better conversation.
What do you think makes people who have it rough? They live out in the mountains, they don't have jobs, they don't have, obviously, the things most of us think are good things to have in life. They don't have beautiful homes or beautiful jobs or families.
Yeah. Oh, you're muted. Sorry.
Yeah, they don't have jobs because they don't think jobs are good. Like most of us think these are good things in life, but these guys, these mountain folk.
I love that we're talking about, like, you know, people living in like rural mountain districts, mountain people, as though they are like an entirely different class of people. Like we're covering them like they're fucking orcs. That's awesome. God, I love liberalism so much. It's so wonderful. Yeah. These guys, like, they have a very different, they come from a different haplogroup. You don't understand. They have like very different skulls, which make them more susceptible to heroin. Yeah, talking about dudes living in fucking Kentucky like they're an uncontacted tribe.
Can sort of get educated and move ahead to the next generation. What makes them break bad?
Well,
what's the cause and effect here? Because you're talking about people living.
Bro, you're not talking to fucking Jane Goodall about monkeys, dude. What the fuck?
What makes them tick?
That's crazy, dude.
What kind of pheromones do they like?
God, liberals are so fucking gross. I swear to God. It's just.
For the mountains, and you're thinking about they do things that are self-destructive. What's the chicken and the egg answer here?
Well, I think it's not just the people who live in the mountains, but it's the broad Appalachian diaspora that have located themselves in Pennsylvania and Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, and so forth. So I think it is a broader trend. It's not just the people who are living in the hills, but I think the answer, again, is pretty complicated. One of the things I realized is
you can take the boy out of the hill, but you can't take the hill out of the boy, okay? The diaspora of Appalachian mountain people living in Western Pennsylvania have unique epigenetic memories that cause them to be infinitely more susceptible to the consumption of heroin. And not because they fucking get injured at their regular job and their doctor is pumping them full of opiates. I can't say that because I'm getting money from those guys. So I'm going to blame Mexicans instead. I'm eating chicken, by the way, as I always eat chicken.
I regret not getting in on that with you.
Yeah, you're a
Half
bitch.
an hour ago, I wasn't hungry. Find something good.
Think I'm going to give you any of this shit, dude? You're fucking wrong, okay? It's not happening.
I exclusively eat 2-for-1 deals.
But you don't
it
even
doesn't taste as good unless you
you get the deal.
Unless you
the
get
deal is baked into it.
in writing this book is that family breakdown and family chaos, which I thought of before I wrote the book as primarily a problem of individual character, it's intergenerational. It's that families pass on their chaos and their domestic strife to the next generation. And so in the same way that a lot of other problems pop up and that have existed for many generations, it's just complicated. It comes from a combination of economic dispossession, but also learned helplessness and problems that people have acquired through their families. And
oh, so it is moral failure. He's like, oh, it's not. You know, there's like systemic consequences. You know, like American industry fucking off after recognizing that they can't just like milk these people for all they're worth and leaving these towns hollow. And the American government basically functionally creating company towns in all but name in these places. So when the industry does leave, they are devoid of any number of social safety nets that a normal government would have provided for them. Okay. Give him the food. You took Dave Schiedemann from Serbian for centuries, reparations. No, dude, what do you mean? I'm literally still doing that right now. It's my Serbian boy servant.
Yeah. I'm going to Fight for him. Learn Turkish.
Yeah. I'm teaching him the arts as well, so he can become like a perfect warrior poet.
From their neighborhoods.
I'm not finished the book. I'm just into it. But I've thought that one of the things, we talked about this, one of the people in one of our producers who's from Africa, we talked about how the whites have a particular situation because they come up with the idea, okay, the white people have had advantages, privileges even in Western society. And if they don't make it, hey, what went wrong with me? And that's different than minority groups who never felt they had any special break coming to them. Now, when white country people see black people making it in society, when they see immigrants from South Asia or whatever, East Asia, making it in our society, see them on television in roles that are quite significant roles, do they get a special bitterness from that?
I don't know if they get a special bitterness from seeing other people succeed, but I do think they get a special bitterness from the expectations that they had for their own lives not materializing. Yeah. So my grandparents really were optimistic about the future. They thought that their children would have the American dream, even though my grandparents were born in poverty in eastern Kentucky coal country, but it hasn't really materialized. And you think about these areas that have really suffered economically, that have stagnant upward mobility, it's a certain pessimism about what their own children and grandchildren will expect. And I think that's where the real bitterness comes from.
You know, you talk about the values there that I consider like loyalty and honor. And loyalty and honor, I think, are great values. But you see in the culture you grew up in.
Unlike the Africans who have no loyalty or honor, you know, it's just, there's a uniquely white working class trait of loyalty and honor. I would love to. The fucking guy. Is Obama the founder of ISIS? I mean, he is. That Trump was right about that when he said Obama founded ISIS.
He probably means it because Obama's a Muslim, not because.
No, yeah, but he did it racistly, where he was like, Barack Hussein Obama founded ISIS, but he also said Hillary Clinton was the founder of ISIS too. So he was right.
That's
like
fair.
He wasn't literally wrong on that front, but you know.
And that's a problem. They're a problem. Loyalty and honor.
Absolutely. I think loyalty and honor are obviously great traits, and there's some of the things I took from my culture, that hillbilly culture that I love and really care about. But it has its limits, right? So when I was 5 years old, loyalty and honor meant that if someone insulted my mom, I had to punch him in the nose, and I got in a lot of fights because of that. But if you think about...
Now I insult my mom professionally and wrote a book about it because I despise my working class background.
What that means in the context of a modern 21st century marriage, or you think about what that means in a corporate boardroom, conflict cannot be resolved like that. Successful conflict resolution requires a calmer head and cooler thoughts. And I think that's one of the things that I had to learn in my own life. And frankly, it's something that I didn't know growing up. It's something that I had to adjust to.
You know, some of the things you write about remind me of, you know, Southie in Boston, South Boston, or South Philly, Irish and Italian in different places there, or my relatives, some of them. And this whole neighborhood thing, loyalty to the neighborhood, loyalty to your church, to your crowd, sometimes violence, sometimes like street fighting. It doesn't seem too alien to me, the people in the country. Explain the overlay.
Well, I don't think it should be too foreign, because I think in a lot of cases these values and these traits exist not just in the Appalachian Mountains, but exist in the broader working class. So just the broader white working class that doesn't have a college education. One of the things...
Dude, liberals will find anything and everything they can instead of materialist analysis on the boundaries of class. Like, they will literally look for any number of different spiritual, mystical, ideological expressions. Like, they just straight up, they avoid it so fucking hard, dude. It is crazy. It has to be deliberate. Okay? And no, it is not the top of the hour yet, so don't get your fucking ears to perk up.
Things that occurs to me is that if you grow up poor and you don't have a lot going for you, your honor is one of the few things you really have, right? So you're willing to protect it at all costs. But again, if you're upwardly mobile and you're trying to get ahead in the world, those traits don't necessarily serve you well when you're sitting in a corporate boardroom.
I like the way you write, sir, and I like the way you've certainly done well getting on the Yale Law School. And by the way, it's the Ohio State University. You didn't get the definite article in there. You're going to pay for. You're going to pay for that. Anyway, thank you so much, JD. Thank you, JD Vance, for writing a great book. The book is called Hillbilly Elegy. You ought to read it. It's a fast, beautiful.
Love that. This video just posted. Thanks YouTube homepage from Joe Arlinghouse, president of Valor America Super PAC, listing off why Vance is a great VP. This is the freshest hog to table content.
Hi, this is Joe Arlinghouse.
Dude, I am not watching this. I'm sorry. This has 1 view, bro. Are you Joseph Arlinghouse? How did you find this? How did you find this video, bro? Dude, the funniest thing about JD Vance is that despite the fact that he is now presenting himself as the white working class champion, he is basically like, he is the white working class, like, Uncle Thomas in some ways. Like, he literally got to his position by shitting on his background and all the people from Appalachia to, like, all of these, like, liberal elites. I didn't even realize that there was like a version of that for white people specifically. But like he did that. Uncle Tyler, exactly. I don't know how he did that, but he found this unique lane for himself.
Oh, you never explained the Mark Wahlberg pray up.
Oh, the Hollow app is a Catholic fucking app that Mark Wahlberg is like an investor on.
Oh, the same one this guy's on.
Yeah. Anyway, here.
We have a TED talk about working class people.
Dude, this was like getting pumped through every fucking orifice, dude. I'm telling you, this was like liberals loved this shit for the longest time. And it's so funny because it was like, how do we appeal to the white working class? And everybody basically was like, every white working class whisperer was basically like, you should gotta be racist. They love racism. Just be racist.
Kneecap your own socialist movements and copy these guys.
I remember the very first time I went to a nice restaurant, a really nice restaurant. It was for a law firm recruitment dinner. And I remember beforehand, the waitress walked around and asked whether we wanted some wine. So I said, sure, I'll take some white wine. And she immediately said, would you like Sauvignon Blanc or Chardonnay? And I remember thinking, come on, lady, stop with the fancy French words and just give me some white wine. But I used my power.
Do you see what I'm saying? This is literally Jesse Lee Peterson talking about how black people were better off picking cotton. Okay? But it's just JD Vance doing it for white dudes in Appalachia. Like he's like, yeah, I used to be a country bumpkin. I did not know.
Oh, so the country bumpkins drink white wine?
I don't.
It's just like, white wine's fine, but the French words, that's where you lost me.
Of deduction and recognized that Chardonnay and Sauvignon Blanc were two separate types of white wine. And so I told her that I would take the Chardonnay because frankly, that was the easiest one to pronounce for me. So I had a lot of experiences like that during my first couple of years as a law student at Yale. Because despite all outward appearances, I'm a cultural...
Just got into the stream. Is this the Trump shooter? Yes.
Outsider. I didn't come from the elites. I didn't come from the Northeast or from San Francisco. I came from a Southern Ohio steel town, and it's a town that's really struggling in a lot of ways that are indicative of the broader struggles of America's working class. Heroin has moved in, killing a lot of people I know. Family violence, domestic violence, and divorce have torn apart families. And there's a very unique sense of pessimism that's moved in. Think about rising mortality rates in these communities and recognize that for a lot of these folks, the problems that they're seeing are actually causing rising death rates in their own communities. So there's a very real sense of struggle. Now, I had a very front row.
I like his order of priority is heroin and divorce.
Seat to that struggle. My family has been part of that struggle for a very long time. I come from a family that doesn't have a whole lot of money. The addiction that plagued my community also plagued my family, and even sadly, my own mom. There were a lot of problems that I saw in my own family, problems caused sometimes by lack of money, problems caused sometimes by lack of access to resources and social capital that really affected my life. If you had looked at my life when I was 14 years old and said, well, what's going to happen to this kid? You would have concluded that I would have struggled with what academics call upward mobility. So upward mobility is an abstract term, but it strikes at something that's very core at the heart of the American dream. It's the sense, and it measures whether kids like me who grow up in poor communities are going to live a better life, whether they're going to have a chance to live a materially better existence, or whether they're going to stay in the circumstances where they came from. And one of the things we've learned, unfortunately, is that upward mobility isn't as high as we'd like it to be in this country. And interestingly, it's very geographically distributed. So, take Utah, for instance. In Utah, a poor kid is actually doing okay, very likely to live their share and their part in the American dream. But if you think of where I'm from, in the South, in Appalachia, in Southern Ohio, it's very unlikely that kids like that will rise. The American dream in those parts of the country is, in a very real sense, just a dream. So why is that happening? So one reason is obviously economic or structural. So you think of these areas, they're beset by these terrible economic trends built around industries like coal and steel that make it harder for folks to get ahead. That's certainly one problem. There's also the problem of brain drain, where the really talented people, because they can't find high-skill work at home, end up moving elsewhere. So they don't build a business or nonprofit where they're from. They end up going elsewhere and taking their talent.
Dude,
like him.
no one that fucking talks about like structural inefficiencies should then immediately follow that up by, and that's why there's not enough small business owners and nonprofits in the area. Like, that's where he gives the game away. That's why he's so perfectly tailored to liberals.
It's with him. There are failing schools in a lot of these communities, failing to give kids the educational leg up that really makes it possible for kids to have opportunities later in life. These things are all important. I don't mean to discount these structural barriers, but when I look back at my life and at my community, something else was going on. Something else mattered.
It's actually our fault.
It's difficult to quantify, but it was no less real. So for starters, there was a very real sense of hopelessness in the community that I grew up in. There was a sense that kids had that their choices didn't matter. No matter what happened, no matter how hard they worked, no matter how hard they tried to get ahead.
Notice how we spent approximately 35 seconds on structural issues, hand waved it away, and is now going to talk about what actually matters. Learned helplessness.
Yeah, the vibes are just wrong.
Yeah. The learned helplessness of the white working class. Yeah, dude. That's what it was. They learned helplessness. That's why they couldn't start their own fucking money operation by watching one of these like Sigma Grindset podcasts and then like starting their own drop shipping company. This, by the way, is exactly the same as all of those Sigma Grindset podcasters. Just liberal. That's it. Yeah. Why isn't a dude not fucking bootstrapping their way out of living in an area where the last remaining fucking grocery store in a 30-mile region completely sucked up all of the other family-owned grocery chains or family-owned grocery stores by coming into town, literally fucking underserved and routinely exploited the people that they hired, and then fucked right off when they felt like they couldn't keep milking these areas. And the remainder of that, of course, is that there's nothing now. There's nothing there in its stead. I'm, of course, talking about Walmart. These examples are very important factors in the development of people coming from these areas, okay? These are underserved areas. Like, the idea that this was not a lack of support, a lack of social safety nets, and a structural inequality built into the fucking system, and instead a byproduct of these white mountain people's inability to basically fucking fight back individually and fix their own circumstances is insane.
I think it's just coincidental that like all these individuals happen to be in the same geographical area.
Yeah.
You know, all these people who like individually failed.
No, that's why it's funny. That's why I'm saying he's like an Uncle Tyler for white people in the Appalachia. Like, he's literally saying like, oh, the solution is what? Oh, we just teach them how to do Sigma grind set.
Yeah, need more venture capital.
We teach them how to believe in themselves. Okay, we teach them how to believe in themselves. We teach them how to do bootstrap shit.
Nothing good would happen. So that's a tough feeling to grow up around. That's a tough mindset to penetrate. And it leads sometimes to very conspiratorial places. So let's just take one political issue that's pretty hot, affirmative action. So depending on your politics, you might think that affirmative action is either a wise or an unwise way to promote diversity in the workplace or the classroom. But if you grow up in an area like this, you see affirmative action as a tool to hold people like you back. That's especially true if you're a member of the white.
Yeah, because like there's so many black people in these areas. Like, no, man. It's just bullshit reactionary narratives that is red meat for people who have no alternative way of describing the conditions that they are subjected to, because absolutely zero people will speak to their desires or speak to the fucking genuine structural violence of poverty that they experience on a daily fucking basis as completely outside of their control, with the exception of like right-wingers who say, yeah, it's the Mexicans that made you. It's the Mexicans that's the reason why, Walmart came into your town, destroyed all of the other small businesses, and then fucked off when they couldn't milk you any further. You know? That's it. That's the real reason.
White working class. You see it as something that isn't just about good or bad policy. You see it as something that's actively conspiring, where people with political and financial power are working against you. And there are a lot of ways
pretty
that
good,
you
though.
see
It's interesting to see how his
that
tone switches when he's talking to libs and when he's talking to conservatives.
Perceived, real,
like this feels like a
but
different
it's
person
there,
to the
and
IU
it warps
racist dad.
expectations.
Even though it's like the same undertones,
think
it's
about-
like a completely different delivery.
This is in 2016, back when he was presenting himself as a never Trump Republican. That's why I'm showing.
Oh, right.
Liberals made his career.
He's great. He's such a talented orator.
This is why I'm saying he's a phony.
Yeah.
This is how he like won over a shit ton of dumbass liberals who were like, how do we appeal to the white working class? And he was like, well, I'm from that background.
How do
And
we
it's
appeal
like-
to them while blaming them for their own predicament?
But it's like, it's so funny that America is so fucking capitalist and anti-materialist that you can even carve out, in a white supremacist nation, you can even carve out a specific segment of the white population as an other and otherize them further, as though they have, like, they're talking about white people in the Appalachians like they're black people. Like how you hear about black people from, white supremacists. Like as though they are a unique subsect of the population with like this monolithic understanding. Just white culture in these areas are just really self-defeatist, which is crazy. Okay? That's how fucking hyper-capitalist and how libbed up this motherfucker is. It's wild.
These white people just have a unique culture that stops them from, you know, being successful.
Yeah.
What do you do when you grow up in that world? You can respond in a couple ways. One, you can say, I'm not going to work hard because no matter how hard I work, it's not going to matter. Another thing you might do is say, well, I'm not going to go after the traditional markers of success like a university education or a prestigious job because the people who care about those things are unlike me. They're never going to let me in. When I got admitted to Yale, a family member asked me if I had pretended to be a liberal to get it by the admissions committee. Seriously. And it's obviously not the case that there was a liberal box to check on the application.
Famously, the liberal safe haven of Yale, the liberal institution of Yale, which George W. Bush graduated from.
He also pretended to be a liberal.
Yeah,
he didn't go to the Vietnam War. That's an anti-war guy.
Yeah, George W. Bush's alma mater.
But it speaks to a very real insecurity in these places that you have to pretend to be somebody you're not to get past these various social barriers. It's a very significant problem. Even if you don't give in to that hopelessness, even if you think, let's say, that your choices matter and you want to make the good choices, you want to do better for yourself and for your family, it's sometimes hard to even know what those choices are when you grow up in a community like I did. I didn't know, for example, that you had to go to law school to be a lawyer. I didn't know that elite universities, as research consistently tells us,
everyone's life,
are
you don't know
cheaper
that.
for low-income kids.
Does he mean when he was like 10?
Yeah, just like...
He's like, when I was a country bumpkin, I was so stupid, just like the rest of my family. I didn't know that you need to go to law school to become a lawyer. I thought you just taught to yourself that you just fucking... Like, what are you saying?
So stupid.
Thank God I got my liberal education, and now I know us simple folk don't know how law works. Where I'm from, the law works in one way, and that's my way or the highway. We get our guns out and we go yee yee.
It's because these universities have bigger endowments, can offer more generous financial aid. I remember I learned this when I got the financial aid letter from Yale for myself. Tens of thousands of dollars in need-based aid, which is a term I'd never heard before. But I turned to my aunt when I got that letter and said, you know, I think this just means that for the first time in my life, being poor has paid really well. So I didn't have access to that information because the social networks around me didn't have access to that information. I learned from my community how to shoot a gun, how to shoot it well. I learned how to make a damn good...
What? What is happening? Pokey's thick, 65,000. Mark Cuban donated $52,000. Do we know if it's actually Mark Cuban?
$80,000. How long has this been up?
Mark Cuban donated $80,000. I don't know. Let me hold $1. Sean, you are the most delusional person on the planet. If you think I'm gonna give you 90 grand to fucking have a gaming sesh with Pokemon. Okay? Out of your dang mind. We can split it? No, we can't. No, split it what? You give me $1 and I give $90,000? How are we splitting it? I got $30K in savings to buy a house. Your caucasity is showing. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I'm being racist right now.
Biscuit recipe. The trick, by the way, is frozen butter, not warm butter. But I didn't learn how to get ahead. I didn't learn how to make the good decisions about education and opportunity that you need to make to actually have a chance in this 21st century knowledge economy. Economists call the value that we gain from our informal networks, from our friends and colleagues and family, social capital. The social capital that I had wasn't built for 21st century America, and it showed. There's something else that's really important that's going on that our community doesn't like to talk about, but it's very real. Working class kids are much more likely to face what's called adverse childhood experiences, which is just a famous word, fancy word, for childhood trauma. Getting hit or yelled at, put down by a parent repeatedly, watching someone hit or beat your parent, watching someone do drugs or abuse alcohol. These are all instances of childhood trauma, and they're pretty commonplace in my family. Importantly, they're not just commonplace in my family right now, they're also multi-generational. So my grandparents, the very first time that they had kids, they expected that they were going to raise them in a way that was uniquely good. They were middle class, they were able to earn a good wage in a steel mill. But what ended up happening is that they exposed their kids to a lot of the childhood trauma that had gone back many generations. My mom was 12 when she saw my grandma set my grandfather on fire. His crime was that he came home drunk after she told him, if you come home drunk, I'm going to kill you. She tried to do it.
You know what's funny about this?
Well, he skips over the steel mill entirely. Like, what happened in the meantime?
No, he doesn't believe in no-fault divorce. And back
Maybe
then,
if a guy does it. Yeah.
And back then, that's how they did divorce. When you couldn't just easily get divorced.
You had to kill your husband.
That's literally how women handled divorce. Maybe not that directly, but through poisoning their husband.
More subtle.
That's awesome, though. I like that he didn't get the actual. I like that he didn't get the actual message off of this at all. He just like kind of went with. This is why we can't let. This is why we can't let people face away with a bit of 216,000 now. Yeah, guys. I'm sorry. I don't really care about this that much. Okay, like, no disrespect to any of the people involved. Like, but I just don't care. You know, talk to me when we find out who wins the auction. Okay.
I mean, all this stuff is just like a predictable outcome of like thinking it's a moral failure. Right, like it's not about divorces or your access to things. It's just about these people like not being educated enough to know that setting your husband on fire is, you know, not very nice for your children to see.
Well, he also, like I said, is an advocate for not letting women get divorced. So I can't get over that. That's like a big point that he's made in the past, and that's precisely the circumstances that cause like that kind of horrific scene to happen.
Think about the way that affects a child's mind. And we think of these things as especially rare. But a study by the Wisconsin Children's Trust Fund found that 40% of low-income kids face multiple instances of childhood trauma, compared to only 29% for upper-income kids. And think about what that really means. If you're a low-income kid, almost half of you face multiple instances of childhood trauma. This is not an isolated problem. This is a very significant issue. We know what happens to the kids who experience that life. They're more likely to do drugs, more likely to go to jail, more likely to drop out of high school. And most importantly, they're more likely to do to their children what their parents did to them. This trauma, this chaos in the home, is our culture's very worst gift to our children, and it's a gift that keeps on giving. So you combine all that, the hopelessness, the despair, the cynicism about the future, the childhood trauma, the low social capital, and you begin to understand why me, at the age of 14, was ready to become just another statistic, another kid who failed to beat the odds. But something unexpected happened.
I became a blood boy.
The odds. Things turned up for me. I graduated from high school, from college, I went to law school, and I have a pretty good job now. So what happened? Well, one thing that happened is that my grandparents, the same grandparents of setting someone on fire fame, they really shaped up by the time I came around. They provided me a stable home, a stable family.
That's a crazy turnaround. That's a crazy turnaround to go from like lighting each other on fire to like being good parents. That's wild.
They made sure that when my parents weren't able to do the things that kids need, they stepped in and filled that role. My grandma especially did two things that really matter.
If it was a black dude from Memphis talking about how he got out of that life, how would you be covering it? You must be new here. If you think that if it was a black dude from Memphis talking about how he got out of that life and then fucking immediately tailed it with and Sigma grind set is what paved the way, if you think I wouldn't be dunking on that dumbass, this hypothetical dumbass that you've presented, you're wrong. Because the solution, whether white or black, is the same. These are class dynamics at play, okay? There are additional underlying racial tensions and structural inequalities enforced on the boundaries of race. But when we're talking about the Appalachian Mountains, I already brought you the argument, okay? I already told you that it is wild that classism is so prevalent in American political discourse that this dude is basically talking about Appalachian white people like they're a different class of white, like they're somehow also culturally, which is always a substitute for like an inalienable characteristic of like this sort of person. For black people, it just means a substitute for race, racial inferiority. They say culturally, okay? The way he's talking about this is like, you know, you just got to pave the way on your own. You got to fucking, you have to pick yourself up by your fucking bootstraps. You know? It's nicer if you respect in-group cultures. And all I'm getting from his TED Talk is that his family just had to lock in. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, bro's doing race science for white people from Ohio, and the liberals are eating that shit up, by the way.
One, she provided that peaceful home that allowed me to focus on homework and the things that kids should be focused on. But she was also this incredibly perceptive woman, despite not even having a middle school education. She recognized the message that my community had for me, that my choices didn't matter, that the deck was stacked against me. She once told me,
look at this. The choices, your choices matter. Someone told me my choices do matter, and then I just took off with that. You know, I just took off with that. Also, magically, my grandparents overcame the odds and were able to offer me financial stability, by the way, but the government shouldn't do that. That's not that important. I actually just locked in. My grandmother told me to lock in, and I did, and that's why I'm here.
Never be like those losers who think the deck is stacked against them. You can do anything you want to. And yet she recognized that life wasn't fair. It's hard to strike that balance, to tell a kid that life isn't fair, but also recognize and enforce in them the reality that their choices matter. But Mama was able to strike that balance. The other thing that really helped was the United States Marine Corps. So we think of the Marine Corps as a military outfit, and of course,
again, magical financial stability that offers them some semblance of like structural support and an underlying foundation. Can't be by the government. And then the biggest government jobs program of all time. Okay? Wow. It seems like, you know, there is a way out of this situation. If only you weren't just only talking about like the military as this totally separate thing. Oh no, not a Marine telling people what to do. Exactly. Listen, unless you are going to tell me what the tastiest crayon is, I don't want to hear from you. Okay? That's the one thing Marines know, and they know that well. They know that there's a top of the hour ad break coming, okay? Because all the former Marines, all the Marine vets, okay, are in the HasanAbi podcast, and they know exactly how to avoid the top of the hour ad break. It's by subscribing for $5 or for free with the Prime. But also, Marines know which color crayon tastes the best. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Let's continue.
Of course it is. But for me, the U.S. Marine Corps was a 4-year crash course in character education. Taught me how to make a bed, how to do laundry, how to wake up early, how to manage my finances. These are things my community didn't teach me. Remember when I went to go buy a car for the very first time, I was offered a dealer's low interest rate of 21.9%. I was ready to sign on the dotted line. But I didn't take that deal because I went and took it to my officer who told me, stop being an idiot, go to the local credit union and get a better deal. And so that's what I did. But without the Marine Corps, I would have never had access to that knowledge. I would have had a financial calamity, frankly. Last thing I want to say is that I had a lot of good fortune in the...
Yeah, famously, new recruits into the Marines don't do exactly what he just said. That's so funny. You just described like the most classic fucking Army stereotype, Marine Corps stereotype, and then said, thank God for the Marine Corps that I was able to overcome this thing that literally everyone does.
Mentors and people who have played an important role in my life, from the Marines, from Ohio State, from Yale, from other places. People have really stepped in and ensured that they filled that social capital gap that it was pretty obvious, apparently, that I had. That comes from good fortune. But a lot of children aren't going to have that good fortune.
Nice.
And I think that
the good fortune of being a Marine. Dude, stop. He's describing the dire circumstances that has to take place and the structural inequalities that have to set in for someone to basically sell their life to the Defense Department. And he's talking about that as though it's a positive. It's so stupid.
Raises really important questions for all of us about how we're going to change that. We need to ask questions about how we're going to give low-income kids who come from a broken home access to a loving home. We need to ask questions about how we're going to teach low-income parents how to better interact with their children.
I fucking love liberals, dude. Liberalism is such a disgusting ideology. Like, it's so entitled, elitist, and has this genuine distaste for addressing the real issues that matter. He spent 13 minutes talking about like his background and how shitty everything was. And then once we got to the solutions to the problems, he's like, just have conversations.
You got to educate them.
Yeah.
They're idiots. It's not like
It's
we're
like, bro,
actively destroying their society.
Bro, even from his own personal experiences, I was able to point to 2 separate instances in his life that actually gave him a leg up, that the government should be able to provide some other version of that if there is no parental figure that dialed in and was ultimately a good parent rather than a bad parent, right? Financial stability and social programs specifically are supposed to do that. That's right. Like, they're supposed to take the role of his grandparents, as he mentioned. Or as far as talking about the Marine Corps, that's a jobs program, right? Like, it's a jobs program that its output is primarily bad, killing brown children overseas, doing untold amounts of cruelty to a fresh, exploitable third world at the behest of the military-industrial complex and global capital, extraction of natural resources and whatnot, and creating or designing and maintaining this unjustifiable, unequal exchange program between the first world and the third.
I don't know.
Having said that, what?
I feel like those kids locked in, they would have not been killed by the Marines. I think it's just a cultural issue.
Hey, Hasan, you asked, Marines kill brown children inside the U.S. too? Yeah, when they come back, get a communications degree, can't get a fucking job, so they join the police force. That's the other part of the problem, is that, like, you sell your soul to the American government and you fight for the bottom line of Raytheon, and then you have like untold amounts of you have participated in or been a witness to unimaginable horrors, okay? And then you're permanently fucked, and then the government doesn't even heal you, even though they said you could get this health care finally. And then what do you have to show for it? The same shitty communications degree that other fucking families were able to get simply because they had just like a little bit better finances than your family. And now you have PTSD that's crippling and you're in the same fucking shit job market. So you fucked up, you know? But they also got a challenger. Yeah, you got your wife or your girlfriend got fucked while you were overseas. Your brain is fucked. You put your life on pause for 4 fucking years, came out of that shit completely broken. And guess what? Now you have a fucking Hellcat that you have to pay $600 a month on because they absolutely destroyed your finances. Great, good stuff. And you're still stuck in the same dumbass job market as the other kids in your class.
With their partners, need to ask questions about how we give social capital, mentorship to low-income kids who don't have it. We need to think about how we teach working-class children about not just hard skills like reading, mathematics, but also soft skills like conflict resolution and financial management. Now, I don't have all of the answers. I don't know all of the solutions to this problem, but I do know this. In Southern Ohio right now, there's a kid who's anxiously awaiting their dad, wondering whether when he comes through the door, he'll walk calmly or stumble drunkenly. There's a kid whose mom sticks a needle in her arm and passes out, and he doesn't know why she doesn't cook him dinner, and he goes to bed hungry that night. There's a kid who has no hope for the future, but desperately wants to live a better life.
I like the final solution for liberalism is just podcast. Like
they need conflict resolution skills.
Yeah, he literally just said you got to lock in. You got to watch the right podcast, not the wrong podcast, stupid. And then this is how we solve it. Also, I don't know how to solve it.
Want somebody to show it to them. I don't have all the answers, but I know.
What the heck can a government do to fix an already broken family? Didn't you just hear him explain to you why the family is broken? Because 1, the dad has alcoholism issues. 2, the mother has opioid, heroin addiction issues. Okay? Both of those can be fixed with an adequate healthcare coverage that is robust, that does not criminalize addiction. What do you mean? Why it's your fault that you are you cannot even envision a future that is different than the one that is presented to you, where you're just like, that's unimaginable. What are you talking about? And then the irony is my answer is like structural solutions to problems born out of structural inequalities. His argument is lock in. Like, I am actually over here like explaining a relatively simple process, but still like explaining a way to fix this issue across the board, okay? Globally, universally, nationally, okay? At the national stage, at the federal level, at the state level. This guy's answer is lock in. Lock in. And no matter what, this is the liberal worldview. Like, liberals themselves also fucking look at this and love this shit because they also agree. This is why I always say Democrats and Republicans are the two sides of the same capitalist coin at the end of the day. Maybe Republicans think Mexicans are at fault and we got to purge the Mexicans from the country. But liberals think, yeah, just watch a couple podcasts and like change your attitude. It's the more tolerant version of the bootstraps mentality that is so permanently baked into the consciousness of all these Americans. The government can fix the problem by not allowing our good union jobs to be shipped to slave sweatshops where union organizers get shot. Well, yeah, there is that aspect too.
So that unless our society starts asking better questions about why I was so lucky and about how to give that luck to more of our community.
Did you just horseshoe theory liberals and conservatives? I mean, it's not even a... I don't like how you try to pit working class against those that enlist in the military.
What?
Do you know how many fucking veterans are in this goddamn chat, you dumb fuck? Pit the working classes against those who enlist in the military. Your attitude is exactly the shitty thing that like veterans can look forward to, okay? That's the other side of the equation. I forgot to mention. Hey, 4 years of your life on pause, you're absolutely fucked, okay? You come back broken, impossible to fix. Government lies to you, doesn't fix you. Massively high representation in the homeless population. But hey, don't forget, at 10 a.m. on Wednesdays, you can get $5 off on jalapeno poppers, and a bunch of the dumbest motherfuckers you ever met in your entire life will say thank you for your service. There you go. You're a winner now. These are exactly the type of fucking dumbasses that are like, no, how dare you? How dare you? I don't like how you try to pit working class against those that enlist in the military. No, man, don't enlist in the fucking military. Are you kidding me? I'd rather sell crack than sell my soul to the American government. Get the fuck out of here. Huh. Don't enlist, okay? This take is so dumb. Is it? Is it dumb? There's an active poverty draft in this country that this fucking potato-faced dipshit just demonstrated perfectly. Okay, what do you mean? Its take is so dumb. Yeah, no, believe in the symbolism. Believe in like the spiritual reasons as to why you must defend the country from enemies, both domestic and foreign, by going and like propping up pedophile warlords in Afghanistan and killing a bunch of fucking 14-year-olds in a village with air support because they were a threat to American free speech. The greatest threat to America domestically is the Republican Party, and also dumb fucks like you in some ways, okay? The second greatest threat is the Democratic Party. Close association. A close second.
I mean, a guy like this shows how blurred the borders are between the two.
Yeah. It's not horseshoe theory, by the way. This is just capitalism. It's not like liberals shy away from that. Liberals, which by the way, everyone is technically at the end of the day, but Democratic Party voters and Republican Party voters are capitalists. It's not like they hide that reality. It's not horseshoe theory. It's just the overarching hegemonic ideological underpinnings that guide society. That's it. Everyone's a capitalist. Everybody loves capitalism. Everybody hates socialism. And that's it. But it's not horseshoe. You act like 99% of military does that. It's the opposite. Most of those men are there for the right reason and have morals. Dude, the funniest thing about this is that the people that have the most smoke for veterans and the military are people who were in the military. Like, they know how fucking dumb half of the people are that they serve with. They know. That's where all the jokes come from anyway. It's usually veterans themselves that carry the fucking humor back to the broader population. The morals of serving. It's a jobs program. It's a jobs program whose output is ass, okay? It's just murder. And it's not even like death and destruction for some kind of like good reason, okay? Because I'm not saying like there's never any violence that could occur for like a decent reason, you know? Self-defense, for example. It's literally unrelenting death, violence, chaos, destruction so that you can improve the bottom line of like 8 companies, dude. It's so fucking stupid. It's great.
Communities and our country's children, we're going to continue to have a very significant problem.
Thank you, JD. And now we know why Trump kept calling to get his shoes. When the Secret Service tosses him off stage, you can see the lift falls out around 10-second mark. I was right. Was I right?
Get that son of a bitch.
That could be an insult.
No, that's not. Wait, no, it's a fat one. No, I was right. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's not a regular insole.
Get that son.
That's a lift. That's a lift insole, bro. Look, it's coming.
If he didn't
get that son of a
if he wasn't wearing those insoles, it would have gone above his ear.
Look, she grabs it. She throws it aside. Oh my god.
This is so silly.
No, it looks normal. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I paused it at the right angle once.
Get that son of a bitch.
Like it plops on the ground like it's normal. It plops on the ground like it's a normal insole.
Do people know what insoles look like when they plop on the ground? I think this is...
We have to test it. We have to test it. We have to test it.
Yeah, where are the ones you wear?
It's one of those gel insoles. It's not for lifts.
Get that son of a bitch.
We need to hire. We need to hire quality video on this.
If Alex and I were there, we would have gotten the 4K.
Yeah, those don't flop out, man. Maybe it's not a lift shoe, honestly. When it flips, you can see the lift. This is your blueing on? Yeah, low key, I am blueing on as fuck on this.
USA!
Look at his one shoe back there.
USA!
How the fuck did his shoes plop out?
It's like a Looney Tunes assassination.
Yeah.
Just like,
dude, what the fuck?
His hat flies like that.
Dude, what? Huh? Yeah, I'm telling you. I mean, you can't really tell that it's like... Bro, this is... Bro's got heels on, man. It's probably normal. I have them and most have more material around the heel. Cup and flop like that. Yeah, I want to believe. I want to believe that these are lifts. Those are lifts. Aren't the lifts built in custom made, Lamau? Shoe left alone in this photo.
What is this?
What Donald Trump's abandoned shoe reveals about him and America.
Jesus Christ.
God, we're so back, dude. We're so fucking back, chat. Come on.
Well, that's a long article. So many different angles of the shoe. Oh, Biden's shoes as well. This is riveting.
Biden's shoes were traditionally black leather lace-ups like Trump's, but now he wears Hoka transports, which offer more stability. Yeah, because he doesn't want to fall. So he was shot out of his shoes, or did he just have to let the dogs out for every speech? No, there's no way he lets the dogs out when he's giving a speech, bro. There's people behind him. They can see. There's no way. He's not fucking Alexa, okay? Playing with his little toesies while streaming. Like, there ain't no fucking way, big dog. No shot.
It's not that easy for a shoe to fall off.
Yeah.
I'm on the insoles
well,
as well.
You also, I talked to Alex about this as well. You also are like a psychopath with how tight you tie your shoes. I gave you my...
What are these secret conversations?
Dude,
You people are freaks.
Yeah.
How tight
We
does he tie
we
them?
talk behind your back about how tight you tie your
tying.
shoes.
When
Dude.
was this? I've been with you guys the entire time.
No, you were...
guys,
I think you
after
were...
I go to sleep,
I
you get
think
together
you
and
were
talk about my shoes.
pooing. I think you were pooing. Because I put the shoes on and I was like, damn, this motherfucker tied these up.
Oh, yeah, no, it's true. They were really loose.
Yeah,
when you gave
because
them to
you're
me.
not supposed to tie them.
Yeah, but then your foot's flopping around in there.
And he's like, Alex said, you tie your shoes like you're getting ready for a car crash.
Well, they wouldn't fall off if I didn't get assassinated. They'd stay firmly on my feet.
It's true.
Isn't that the point of shoes? You want them to stay on your feet?
We went. It is kind of funny because like we've only had like 2 conversations when you're not around, and that's was it. One was you take too long. You take too long to get ready, and 2, the chew thing.
I do just have very slender feet. Is the other thing. I got long and thin.
You do take too long to get ready because you're pooing. Apparently,
I'm pooing, yeah.
Which I thought.
I'm doing a shit.
Okay. Speaking of pooing, here's Joe Biden.
Taking a shit.
He did a complex interview with Speedy no, fuck, it's not Speedy Gonzalez. What is this? Speedy Mormon?
That's a
name? Speedy Mormon.
What?
I'm sorry.
What is that?
It's just some guy. I don't know.
Is he a Mormon?
No, he's not Mormon.
His
name is Speedy Mormon. I don't think he's Mormon. Anyway.
What is
that? Sciences?
I just ask questions, I don't answer. What's going on?
Bro, ain't no way this video got 4.
You know what a science is?
Oh my God. What a banger media op, Chad.
12,000
He got fucking 12,000 views in 4 hours, bro. Oh my God.
The lying fake news media is
oh my God. What an incredible opportunity. We literally have 4x the number of the fucking views just by just opening this interview.
I just ask questions, I don't answer.
They're targeting black voters now, or black culture liking voters. No, they're trying to target black voters, but like the reality is he can't go on fucking Charlemagne the God. Last time he went on, he literally said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. And that was when his brain was intact in comparison to where it's at now. Okay.
Oh.
So that's why he went on Complex. Y'all remember that when he was when his brain was already mush and he's like, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Lots of luck in your senior year. Wait, what does that mean? What the fuck? What the fuck does that mean? Are they? Is he trying to say that it's like it's a joke? No, but like what? Is he trying to fucking say that they're kids? Is that what he's saying? Like he's like lost the youth vote to Donald Trump? Because if he's trying to say like, if he's trying to say they're kids, then like he's openly admitting it's something you'd write in a yearbook. Biden had a sick bird in a State of the Union speech. Lots of luck explaining it. It's from his folksy informal lexicon. Back in the 1990s, he used to tell the story meeting Slobodan Milosevic, the Serbian leader responsible for ethnic cleansing in the Balkans.
Might have to come back to this.
He asked me what I thought of him, and I told him then I thought he was a damn war criminal and he should be tried as such, Biden said in a speech on the Senate floor. Now he's definitely illegally voting. No, I'm just kidding. He's illegally voting for Trump now. What's Trump's statement? Slobodan was a bad guy. A damn war criminal. He looked at me and like I said, lots of luck in your senior year. Did not faze him a bit.
He's that evil.
He used the phrase
he
again.
He probably said the same thing to Netanyahu, actually.
Biden used the phrase again in 1997. Most recently, though, the day after the midterm elections, in November, Republicans will control the House of Representatives. Biden was asked about impending investigations into his family. His response, lots of luck in your senior year, as my coach used to say. Biden said, going on to explain that he thinks American people would rather see politicians addressing daily concerns like inflation.
We've got this book that we picked up in North Korea about...
I know Milosevic was a bad guy, bro. What the fuck? Shut up.
We got this book in North Korea about Kim Jong-un, and it lists all of the jokes he's ever made and when he made them. It's like very similar energy from NPR right now.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. This made me more confused. Like in the practical application of this, like
all three
response.
situations are like very different.
Genuinely different circumstances where he's saying it, and it's like, are they trying to tailor this around like a catchphrase? Like that's his catchphrase? Is that what it is? Because it like doesn't apply in the same way. Even linguists were puzzled by the phrase. Folks, they're saying a phrase so bold Even linguists are trapped in a puzzle. What does that even mean? Like he just came up with his own phrase that like that he just applies willingly in circumstances that make no sense if you know the context of it. And if you apply it in like all the different situations where he's used it, it makes even less sense. This article is supposed to give me insight into why he's using that phrase here. And yet,
only known in one coach's sphere of influence.
His coach meant it literally, Lamau. Yeah. They say old people regress in age. No, I just like, I genuinely don't. It's an inside joke. Yeah, between him and his coach that died in 1994. His coach that died in 1987. Now that he's dead, no one else knows. Only Biden knows. It's a secret that he's holding close to his chest. He said it because he thought the question was about young voters, but the interviewer didn't understand anything about young voters. The interview didn't say anything about young voters. Yeah,
They said people who were committed to vote for Trump.
Because it didn't reduce.
There are some
Trump.
That was so much worse than I remember.
Yeah. Never mind. Anyway, Kaya, place. You know.
I'm gonna get rid of this stuff.
Yeah, throw out all your stuff. Oh, also, do you want this? This is pide. It's a little old, but yeah. No. But it's 2 for 1, so now you have 2 of the disgusting sushi that you will have inevitably later, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's America. Welcome to America. It's called freedom. I explained it if you want to know. Because after the football game, coaches go to the other team and say, good luck to the seniors. Thus, good luck on your senior years. How about good luck at the top of the hour to all of the chatters who are not subscribed? A phrase that only people in this community understand. Okay? How about good luck to you if you're unsubscribed to the top of the hour because a 3-minute ad break is coming? How about we describe that for a second? Okay? There are more people who understand that reference, especially when it's applied in this regard. Okay? Than the number of people that you can count on one hand that understand Biden's practical application to the term. Anyway, like I said, though, the 3-minute ad break is upon us. If you no longer want to see those ads, Meth Surfy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you, Meth Surfy. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. Biden's battle box. Thank you. Biden's battle box for the 5-tier gifted subs. Many people don't want to see the ads at the top of the hour, but they don't know that they can subscribe for $5. Well, $6 now because I did the inflation. And I fucked it up. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. What? AkaBD. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
Wait, did you work out what it meant?
Yeah, college football. Not college football, sorry. Like football coaches say, good luck on your senior year to the players in the opposing team to like own them, to be like, yeah, you're fucking cooked. We just defeated you and you're not going to a good college. Like you're not going to be able to get into the NFL, or you're not going to be able to get into the NCAA. Like you're not going to get into a Division I state or something. I mean, a Division I school. Right? I think that's what it is. Right?
And his coach said that to him.
What? I guess, I don't know. Toothpick or Zin? Oh, you want a Zin? You're a Zinfidel, dude. That's gonna kill you. I'm not giving you a 6er. Anyway, I like that we have been trying for the past like 15 minutes to understand what he meant by it, and yet like in this application it still doesn't make sense. Okay?
Well,
he's still lying about this. Bro, that's not real. That didn't happen.
Trust me.
Bro, why is he
them.
still... This never happened, dude. That's not a real thing that happened. He is lying about this. Why does nobody in his fucking inner circle tell him, don't say that, Joe. That didn't happen. It makes you look like a fucking weirdo.
No, he's just seen stuff we haven't seen.
I've seen porn of had them burned to death. Nothing's happened like that since the Holocaust. And it's just not appropriate.
Bro, that's... Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's not a thing you saw, man. You didn't see that. Like, you did not see that. Why is he still lying about this? I can't... Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Oh my fucking Lord. He's still doing like the Hamas is evil and they're bad. They're thugs. That's why Israel had to kill 40,000 Palestinians, the majority women and children. That's why Israel had to defensively kill them with our defensive weapons. He did see it. He sees things now. This is the kind of shit old people do all the time. Dude, this is why I always tied back Biden's senility to like how dangerous this is. Because like when you're the fucking president, especially speaking out on like foreign policy that is so far removed from like American consciousness by design, they believe you. Okay? That's why when he said he saw the beheaded babies, like that shit was in the news for like weeks. Okay?
It's such a weird PR campaign to like have these photos and not show anyone. Like just show the president and have him be like, yeah, trust me.
That is actually terrifying. Oh yeah, you're showing me the Trump shoe thing. Okay, anyway. Oh my Lord. My grandma is 85 and has dementia. 4 years ago, she sounded like him. Now she doesn't recognize the lawn of the house she's lived in for over 65 years. Genocide denial is mainstream when it comes to slaughter Palestinians. Yes, but that you're absolutely correct on this. Okay? And it does suit, and it did suit the purpose of Zionists when he did lie like that. When he fucking came out and was like, I don't trust the Hamas health ministry numbers.
That was so fun.
People still fucking go with that, okay? It's just genocide denial 101, right? It's like pretty basic to do that sort of thing. Except this is not 9 months ago. This is not 10 months ago, okay? People have seen what has happened to Gaza. People have seen what has happened to the Palestinians. People have seen what has happened to people that want to help the Palestinians, like the World Central Kitchen. Like white people are being ruthlessly slaughtered, okay, by Israel. So at this point, 10 months in, when he's still talking about some shit he definitely didn't see, people are going to be like, oh, dude, he's just making it up. Like he's just still making this shit up because he's fucking brain dead. It's wild because his administration, his staffers have been like, hey, by the way, that's not real. We didn't show him that.
I mean, surely they're telling him to keep saying it. You think he's just riffing?
I think he...
Like
I
this
don't know.
whole thing's scripted.
I think,
it's like...
I think that the kerosene line he's brought up a couple times, but I think he's just off-doming it. He's top-doming. First part is that attacking to the right on immigration strat was tried under Obama, and it led to record Dem wipeouts in 2010 and 2014. When they attacked left on immigration in 2018, it led to huge wins. Yeah, one of the worst aspects of that, though, is that when is the DACA program instituted? Hold on. When did it originally start? What the fuck? Where? 2012. So in the original calculation, Democrats under Barack Obama used to do this classic Democratic Party thing where they would at least get like some good policies in order. And then they'd be like, I'm the deporter in chief, but I also did DACA, right? Deferred action on childhood arrivals is a objectively good program. It's obviously not, it's obviously still pretty inhumane overall if you know the actual details of the process, like what DACA recipients have to go through in an effort to like maintain their immigration status, which is always in limbo, by the way. They can't leave the fucking country. They can't get anything in their criminal record. They have to go to college. They have to get good scores. Like, it's pretty crazy across the board with a 90% approval rating for getting all of those dreamers amnesty. Okay? You have to pay. Yeah, you have to pay to submit renewal, all this shit. Now, having said that, at least DACA was supposed to be a push and a pull, right? Barack Obama was like, we're gonna do mass apprehensions, but we're also gonna do DACA. This time around, the Democrats don't even have a pull on their side. This time around, the only thing that Biden did was put forward a straightforward right-wing immigration bill, anti-immigrant immigration bill, that the Republicans had written, the Republicans had sponsored, the Republicans had authored, that got good marks from the CBP union before Donald Trump chirped about it. Like, he just put forward a right-wing immigration bill with nothing in return. He didn't even ask for like some kind of continuation for DACA. He didn't ask for amnesty for DACA. He just straight up only went forward with a pure right-wing, white nativist, anti-migrant immigration bill. Okay? My fiance's on DACA. You don't need to go to college. Just graduate high school. Oh, sorry. I thought I thought you had to go to college for DACA. And it's crazy. It's crazy because it was simply to show how hypocritical the right wing is on immigration and that they care about it as a talking point. And just to be able to get that moral high ground, he basically caved and capitulated on the right-wing framing on immigration being a problem with national security and not necessarily an economic problem that could be solved through better mechanisms of processing, through a more tolerant, more understanding approach to immigration. That's wild. That's wild. That is a wild defeat in both. I almost got your ass on Barb Twitter. I was so close. No, I'm not touching Barb Twitter, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, nope. Not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Get the fuck out of here. JD Vance will pretend to be a champion for the working class, but he's not. All you have to do is read his book on why Hillbilly Elegy was celebrated as an explanation of why white working class voters became attracted to Trump. MTG's on stage? No, I don't want to hear that. Dude, you really want to hear from the dumbest broad that has ever done it? I don't want to. Do we really want to see it? Like, I don't know what the fuck.
Oh, yes. Almighty and eternal God, in peace we come before you.
Dude, that's crazy.
Wait, this is the guy that stopped the bullet from hitting Trump.
No. No.
Come on.
No. Oh, you got so stoked on that, dude, didn't you?
Yeah.
At the rally and for other attendees who were wounded. Corey embodied the spirit of America First. He displayed the ultimate show of love when he shielded his wife and daughter, sacrificing his own life. He reminded America of what we must be, a people who will do whatever it takes to defend the people and the nation that we love.
Wait, what? The family hasn't heard from Trump, she added. This is truly a remarkable bit of copy from the widow of the man killed at Trump's rally. Helen told the Post that President Joe Biden tried to call her, but she declined to speak to him since her husband was a devout Republican and he would have not wanted me to talk to him. But she added that she does not hold the current president responsible for what happened to her family. I don't have any ill will towards Joe Biden, she said. I'm not one of those people that gets involved in politics. I support Trump. That's who I'm voting for. But I don't have any ill will towards Biden. He didn't do anything to my husband. A 20-year-old despicable kid did, she continued. The family has not heard from Trump, she added. Dude, that's awesome. By the way, the dude that got domed, he was very active on Twitter. And like I out of respect for the dude that got domed, I was like not gonna fucking post his shit. But goddamn, dude, it is like, first of all, it's one of the saddest things to just be like, hey, what are you doing today? Says Cat Dirt. And you reply to him, I'm going to the Trump rally. Okay. And then that's the last thing. That's your last social media footprint on the planet. Okay. But beyond that, he has basically, I mean, it's such a target rich environment for like some of the most unhinged shit that you've ever heard. It's just actually disastrous. I mean, the things that he was saying, like, yeah, like Japanese. This one, the classic, the Japanese did. Where are the Palestinians going to live when the war is over? So many of their homes are being destroyed. Does Israel have an answer? Does it care? They'll get over it. The Japanese did. You know, not great. What is this? You see these activists doing this in your town. What do? Go ice kicking. I mean, skating. Yeah. Sick. Which, by the way, I need you to understand something, okay? That's just the average fucking Trump supporter. Like, just a bad person. I'm sorry. I do not want to you know, soft pedal this shit at all. Right-wing ideology is very violent. It's inherently violent, okay? A lot of people try to masquerade it as like something different than it actually is, but like it is identical to the kind of sentiment expressed in Israel. It's reactionary as fuck, right? So Israel is like, we have to do a genocide that is ostensibly defensive genocide. Otherwise, God forbid, there will be an offensive genocide done to us. That fear-based, incredibly violent ideology is damn near identical all around the world when it comes to reactionary politics, right-wing politics in general. It's always a fear-based approach that people have to the world. We have to do something. We have to do something against these migrants, or else they're going to come and do like mass rapes or whatever. Okay? Like, it's always the same shit. Wait, where did the other guy go? I missed it. Oh, here. When Trump came, he talked about talking to a family that recently lost a family member. Local news reported the next day the family said he never reached out to them. Yeah, he does that shit all the time. But that's the point. It's like, of course, like when you look at the average conservative, when you look at their like social media posts, it's all just like just a litany of awful nonsense. Okay? Because conservative ideology is irrational, hysterical, and based around fears that you are collectively creating, new fears that you're collectively creating in your paranoid delusions. And that's it. That's why it happens. You know? Let's not act like a hog or hogheads wouldn't laugh till they were sick if a live got shot at a Biden rally. They did do that. They did that. There was a DSA guy and his girlfriend, and they were like community organizers and activists. And some like crazy dude fucking walked up with a machete and just chopped the DSA dude in front of his fucking girlfriend as the dude was like trying to talk to him and talk him down. And they spent an entire month making fun of him and his girlfriend. They stalked his girlfriend and they made fun of her. They celebrated it literally nonstop. It was crazy. This dude in his final moments was like behaving in a sympathetic way towards a dude who was just too far gone. Governor Greg Abbott pardoned a dude who literally was trying to fuck minors, okay, and also kill black people at a Black Lives Matter protest. He drove into the crowd at a BLM rally. There was a veteran there who was armed. I don't think it's a great idea, but he was armed nonetheless. You can do that in Texas, okay? He was pushing his quadriplegic wife on a wheelchair. He saw the car coming. He tried to stop the car. He moved in the direction of the car. The dude who had previously communicated his desires to kill black people at the Black Lives Matter rally immediately shot him. Okay? It was such a black and white quadruple amputee. His wife was his wife is quadruple amputee. He was so dead to rights. Like, not even a Kyle Rittenhouse situation. So dead to rights that a Texas jury of his peers convicted him of murder beyond a reasonable doubt. Texas jury, not exactly known for being a woke state, okay? Governor Greg Abbott pardoned that man. Think about that. These are not good people. And I hate that we have to play this song and dance and act like, oh, well, 50% of the country believes this, so we have to act like it's a totally normal, totally valid way to live. Oh, well, enough people believe this, so we have to act like it's actually a normal situation. There is no moral equivalency. It is just shrouded in hatred. It's an ideology wrapped up in so much hatred, dude. Okay? I talked about this today on my stream. I do expect Trump and the Republicans to try to make the killed guy from the Trump rally into the MAGA Horst Wessel. Horst Ludwig George Erich Wessel. Member of the Sturmabteilung, the paramilitary wing of the Nazi Party, became propaganda symbol in Nazi Germany following his murder in 1930 by two members of the Communist Party. After his death, Joseph Goebbels turned him into a martyr for the Nazi Party. But he didn't die. What are you talking about?
I think it's funny that there's no socialist movement in America, so you have to outsource these murders to Republicans themselves.
Yeah. Oh, Alex is back.
Oh, really?
He just walked in. No, he just walked in. No, the Trump guy who got headshot? What Trump guy who got headshot? Oh, the firefighter.
That's
the firefighter. But the guy who shot him wasn't a socialist.
That's what I'm saying.
Good. What the fuck? So they're just gonna lie? Biden brain? No, chat. I didn't even understand it because it's like no socialist movement exists in America, and the guy who shot at Trump wasn't a fucking anti-fascist. He was a Republican, so it didn't even register in my mind. That's not a fucking Joe Biden moment. That's just like so beyond the pale. Anyway. You're libbed up right now if you think that's relevant. No, I'm not libbed up, and I know that that's not relevant. Republicans have been talking about like this dude, the Trump shooter, as though he was literally like a die-in-the-wool card-carrying Chinese communist. So it doesn't fucking matter to them because they do not live in reality. They live somewhere else. Yeah, he's a third world Maoist. He's a Maoist third worldist.
Sleeper agent.
Yeah, he was trying to do he was trying to do permanent first world genocide. Is there any more information on him? Oh, there was one thing that I forgot to mention. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. TMZ found new audio of the shooter, or the new
I had the worst sushi.
What's the name of the guy? What are you eating? Nice. Do you have the TMZ footage?
Wait, bring the
6'4".
When I hear when I hear the dun dun dun, I know. When I hear the dun dun dun, I know I'm about to see some journalistic excellence. Okay. No Kyer. No Kyer.
No.
Kyer, no.
Can't even do your
no Kyer.
No Kyer.
He was an Axelite.
Kyer, place.
Wait, this is the guy?
This is the guy. This is the shooter. Go ahead, bully him.
I'm not.
Go ahead.
The front camera is
I
unflattering.
was going to say he's a very, very pretty man.
Yeah, go ahead, bully him.
I'm not.
It's not like
I
like
saw
he.
a TikTok today of someone doing like one of those facial analyses of why he's an ugly guy.
Oh my god!
And then next up was yours, and they said you're a very good-looking guy.
Wait, on the same video?
No, not on the same video.
Oh, that account made a fucking like.
What are they called?
I don't know what it's called. Fuck.
I think the even better take was the Instagram Watches account that was like analyzing the Secret Service watch.
Oh, I
of
saw
the
that
guy.
one too. Yeah. Yeah, watch guys are such freaks, dude. It's awesome.
6'4". I go to Stanford University. I have a 10-inch penis and 6'4". I go to Stanford University. I have a 10-inch penis.
Ay, poor guy.
What the fuck? What is that? Like, what is the 6'4" so specific? Okay, chill. Chill. He was not, dude. I mean, he was white. Yeah, he is white. Okay, with a huh in the front. Like, just kids being kids. So he's definitely a Goiper. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I can't tell anything from this. I can't tell anything from this.
Say.
Yeah.
It's what every boy says.
Yeah, they're like we've said this, and
Yeah, but I'm actually 6'4".
Yeah, no, you're not. We measured it.
Yeah, but I've actually got a giant penis.
Okay, we you don't.
measured it.
We measured it. We measured your penis too. Bro's dying.
Let me help you.
2 truths and a lie game, maybe. Well, it seems like it's all a lie. Can we get a fact checker on his meat? Yeah. Did they measure his meat?
Wait, let me take it out.
No, Nord. All the stats points went to Iron Size being nice to the weird kid chat. Anyway, there's got to be more. There's got to be more here than like.
This video must be longer.
If they have this video, then there's got to be more shit that they have. Come on, I need to know.
And 6'4". I go to Stanford University.
I really want to see his like YouTube.
I thought you were going to say his penis.
that as well.
I
I
really
really
want
his YouTube subscriptions. I want to know who.
When are the cops going to release the penis shots?
Yeah, but here there's also more. Local Pittsburgh news. Motive is still unclear. Records show he's a registered Republican, and neighbors today told us they've actually seen Trump signs outside the home over the last few years. And also his friends that he went to school with literally said he was Republican, like he was definitely conservative. Like many of the former classmates have now said that he is conservative.
I really want to see the Demo Ranch video.
I really want to not just see the Demo Ranch video. I want to see his penis.
I want to see Demo Ranch's penis.
Yeah, I need to see it.
Wait, that's not real.
Yeah.
No, there's a war going on in the bid for gaming session with Pokimane.
Is this you, Hasan?
Yeah, no.
He keeps taking out his phone during the stream. I don't know what he's doing.
I want to pay $500,000 for something I can get for free, which like is kind of ironic because at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and like some people would rather pay $6 to subscribe, whereas they can like get it for free with a Twitch Prime if they haven't used it elsewhere. You know what I mean?
And it's all going to the IDF.
Oh yeah, all $500,000 are going to the IDF. They can buy some more of those defensive bombs.
I'm so excited to auction off my gun shoe for the IDF. Great.
Oh, is he getting bullied?
Stop. I don't want to see that.
Wait, what?
This is horrible.
I definitely want to see that. What? What's wrong with you?
It's just unfortunate.
This is a bridge too far for you? What the fuck? Dude, you look at unhinged
how
shit.
you make school shooters and people that want to shoot people is this.
Yeah, but I want to see it. What do you mean?
Yeah.
No, I was bullied. When I was growing up, I was bullied mercilessly. Yeah, I was a fat kid.
I preempted it as a fat kid. You got to get real funny.
I couldn't. I was just not funny. All my jokes were like America coded because I was such an Ameriboo. Yeah. I did a thing auction already claimed.
Oh no.
What? What is this?
This is so good.
I look so bad for doing it. I'm so guilty. I look at the end. I'm like, why did I do that?
Because you missed.
Yeah.
Bro, I murdered that man in the background.
Oh,
That's crazy.
Horrendous. Be ashamed of yourself.
That's crazy. Anyway, at the top of the hour is the 3-minute ad break, and I'm not ashamed of serving it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. We're going to talk about Demo Ranch as well. Hold on. Are the boys staying for the charity?
Alex is.
I am.
I hate charity.
You love the IDF.
One of the boys is leaving tomorrow, unfortunately.
Guess which one?
Yeah, I'm a little sad about it, but there's not really much I can do. You know, you use your Serbian manservants too much, and then they escape.
They gain independence.
Yeah, they gain independence and they escape. It's fucking woke culture. It's fucked up.
Unless Alexa gets burnt tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you could burn me alive.
And then he'd be injured. Then
Oh
he'd be
wait,
in a
so you
hospital.
are going to do the video still?
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Oh, okay,
burning
good.
alive.
Oh,
I'm
you're
leaving after that.
Yeah.
Okay.
12 years of Serbia. That's so stupid. That's so stupid.
This is how the Ottoman Empire fell, literally. All the Serbian boys. All the Serbian boys escaped containment. Someone has got to fucking clip this and be like, Hasan is making light of like enslaving white people. You know what I mean?
I mean, you do that.
Put it in, put it in all the like Balkan subreddits.
No, because then they're going to disown me. Like, stand up for yourself.
Yeah.
This Turkish man is just walking all over you.
Yeah. As our ancestors did as well.
We did a good job.
The amount of times you guys get into this conversation
It's too much, and I'm sorry. It's either that or I call him Albanian.
You mean Turkish?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean Serbian, Albanian. Okay, let's see this bullying video. This is gonna be, dude.
They're
These
gonna be
clips
calling
are,
him Serbian.
No, these clips are gonna be featured as like me bullying you in the future. He was bullied by his classmates a lot.
You're lucky I'm horrible at shooting. Actually, so was he. Same guy.
Guys, my leggings.
Oh, that's just a before Alex and I were friends, he used to sit behind me in class, and I used to like stick like things into his shoes all the time. I used to cut off my pubes, tap him on the shoulder when he turns around and blow them in his face. He had like itchy, but he didn't know it was pubes. I thought it was just hair.
You are a Scorpio.
Yeah.
That's why he said, "Oh, you guys don't even know that reference because the video hasn't come out yet. The Fear and podcast hasn't come out yet. Nor
This
has
guy was a real bully.
Yeah, just to losers like you. I was nice to the cool kids.
What the fuck? Wait, what did you meticulously cut your pubes with like scissors? How does that work?
We have scissors in class, and
You would just like
I
put
just
the
like
scissors
reached
in your-
out. To be fair, I'm Serbian. My pubes like come up to here, so like there's a lot to pick from. And you tap it on their shoulders because they turn around. When everyone turns around, they're like, "What?" and their mouths open, and then it's just like.
I don't think I got them in my mouth. I had them in my eye, but not in my mouth.
The rest of the day, like it's so itchy. The hair from your head is so itchy.
People are saying that's illegal.
This is legitimately shocking revelations about the dynamic of your friendship. What the fuck? Too fast, bro.
Yeah, you were good.
Yeah.
You've been pubed before.
Yeah. I told you I was bullied. I was bullied. But yeah, this is nothing. He's like in on it almost. Like he's like laughing.
I mean, you have to laugh though. It's not anything being filmed and it's pretended. Not a thing.
What? Brent been a huge Trump supporter since he was running for his first time. He's willing to die for us. How can you not see it, man? Bring your 48K viewers over to the truth, please. We need you on our side. What? Kyer, please.
It's Alex.
No.
What do you mean? When he walked in, it started. You're so sure it's not him.
Why are you bullying him?
Yeah, no.
I don't know how I could grow up knowing my bullying could end up on TMZ. Well, he doesn't have to worry about that.
Jesus Christ.
He doesn't know. What? More bullying Republicans? What? Leftists across X are saying this is a Republican. Have you never met a Republican? Have you ever met a Republican that looks like this? Oh my God. Yes.
Yes.
The answer is yes. Like, it's rare. It's like a shiny Pokemon because like they never go outside normally. But like most of them online look like this. It's funny because that guy
Probably
with this
looks like
anonymous Twitter account probably looks like this. He has King of Memes hashtag on his fucking profile. He probably does look like this. He's followed by Harlan Hill, which is a different version of looking like this. Okay? Let's see if there's any photos of him recently. What the fuck is this shit? Okay, I don't want to.
You don't need to look at
I
that.
don't want to. Oh, he doesn't post any of his photos anymore. Everyone used to clown on him.
Also, it's such a weird kind of politics because I think there are a lot of leftists who are ugly. You know, it's not a thing to be like I have the hottest. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it. Say it. It's the aesthetics of fascism.
Hey, nice.
Yeah, it's like caring about the aesthetics like this is fascist. Anyway, let's see what this local news report
Investigators
is.
dressed in plain clothes as well as FBI agents approach this house. That's where the family of
His team profile is 1,000 hours in Hearts of Iron 4. Okay, just because he looks like that doesn't mean that that is the case, even though I would believe it. But
Hearts of Iron's sick.
my point proven.
It's a good game
But
for hot
Thomas
people.
Crooks lives, which is right here on Milford Drive. Then we started to see those agents going door to
There's
door,
something white on your forehead.
canvassing
It's
the
a zip
neighborhood
patch.
and speaking with people who live here. They're trying to get answers to the many questions that still remain. Crooks's motive is still unclear. Records show
Probably got a
he
response
is
from
a
gay
registered
conversion therapy.
Republican, and neighbors today told us that they've actually
Gay conversion therapy finally got back to us. I'm leaving.
But you can't even fucking film. What are you gonna do? You have to
I'm
stay
just gonna
now.
have to be gay.
You have to no. You have to stay now. You don't want to stay here.
No, I've had too much of your Ottoman racism.
No,
I love it here.
No,
What
it's
the
nice.
fuck?
It's nice. I just got to see family. I got family on this side of the world
Boo.
as well. Yeah.
Boo.
Also, you've seen us. We're very bad at making things and doing videos when we're over here.
Oh, man.
Dude.
Made a great video
My
today.
trainer-
Made a great one on Saturday.
Yeah, my trainer was like, "Do they not work?" Like he literally said, "It's so cool." Like the Aussie boys, they just like kind of sit around, chill by the pool, and just like dick around. Like that's what he said. He was in awe.
It was true.
It's kind of mindset that gets built when you have free healthcare. No one works anymore.
Yeah, that's
you know?
true. This is why
There's
we
no
can't-
motivation to do anything.
This is why we need to save Australia by taking away their health care.
Yeah, there's no ingenuity.
Yeah. Their job is being pretty for sure. Show this to Alexa. It's never anything good. What? Oh, what? This is old, bro. This is like the old story about how
Why to me?
Zionists. Yeah, why show it to Alexa?
What are you?
Yeah, this is the.
I'm not Jewish. I'm just from the Balkans.
Okay, we're gonna. We are going to watch the Good Liars that are in Milwaukee right now, talking to what do you call it? Talking to all the people. Oh, before we do that here,
Yes,
this is the last thing. Here's
Yeah.
Demolition.
I'm
Ranch.
sure there will be a lot of people watching this video
You're waiting for me.
Yeah.
who do not know me, who are new to this channel, and are just checking in based
Welcome
on
to all my
recent
new
occurrences. So, for those who are new, for those who do not know me, my name is Matt Carricker. I am a Texas-based YouTuber, and this is my YouTube channel. Demolition Ranch is a firearms-centered channel. I also have Off the Ranch Matt Carricker channel, which is a blog-type channel. And then I'm also a veterinarian, and so I have Vet Ranch, which is a veterinary-centered channel. And across the board, across all of my videos, we really don't talk about politics at all. We keep politics out of it. for one, it's not my bread and butter, but also I don't feel the need to impose my political views and beliefs on other people. And so we generally just stay away from the topic of politics. However, we were obviously kind of thrust into the conversation after last weekend. So before I go any further, to the family of the victim who died during the Trump shooting, man, I'm so sorry for your loss. It's terrible, and I hate that happened to him and to you guys. And wishing you guys the best from here.
Dude, everybody needs to shut the fuck up about the photo shoot in the SS uniform. They did it for, I think, a Corridor Digital video. Okay, please, like, you're doing the classic thing that liberals love to do, which is like, look at the symbolism, look at the aesthetics. Like, you cannot rob certain things of its context. Okay, like, this is a gun tuber. The likelihood that they're fucking right wing is, you know, born out of the reality that they're a fucking gun tuber. This one is not as far right as like the average gun tubers that he is friends with. Okay, but it doesn't matter. Like, you're literally just going nutty mode over these guys doing a video with like a liberal ass fucking YouTube channel. Kaya, please. Crazy mode. Anyway,
That's the worst. For those who
okay, I'm currently in Milwaukee. Do you want me to sneak into the RNC and paint a house? I am at your command, dear leader. Good one, Fed. Yeah, oh yeah. Good one, federal agent. Get the fuck out of here. I hope the authorities arrest you and then find out that you are also a federal agent. And then, oops, they arrested themselves. Dumbass. Yeah, that's what we were gonna meme about that for sure. Dumbass. Dude, maybe the FBI has gone too woke and gay. If that's like their attempt,
Yeah.
if that's the FBI's attempt at like pinning some crimes on the left or whatever, like violent leftist extremism, they've literally lost the plot. Like, maybe he's DEI entrapment.
who were injured in the shooting as well, wishing you guys a speedy recovery, praying for pain-free recovery for you as well, both physically and mentally. I can't imagine. So, as a lot of you guys know, and we were shocked and confused to find this out, the shooter who tried to assassinate Trump was wearing merch from my channel, wearing a Demolition Ranch t-shirt. And that sucked to see that. Yeah.
But the merch is sick. And you can buy it at bunkerbuster.com.
I feel like a Brandon Herrera fan wouldn't have missed. Just saying.
Yeah, what does this say about the Demolition Ranch community?
Yeah.
They're bad shots.
He's not teaching him well.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't think this guy's like as bad as the other fucking gun tuber is. Like,
it's a fucked position to be in.
Yeah, it is. And also some of his other videos are really nice, like him just exploring caves on his property. Great videos.
You love the gun tubers.
I watch all of the gun
You are a gun
YouTubers,
tuber.
even they all hate me. It's very funny. It's very funny. It's like
because-
watching an ex, you know? Like, it's a very funny
It's
relationship.
because you are a
to
gun
have.
tuber. Like, they don't understand that. They think you're like a pussy, but like you're literally making guns in Australia, which is like infinitely harder
They're
to
not
do.
guns. That's not what they're called.
Yeah, don't call them that.
Yeah,
Hassan.
they're not guns. There are, you know, they thingamajigs.
Yeah, exactly.
Thingy bobs.
Yeah, shoes. I made a shoe.
Yeah. Anyway, gun tuber in exile. Yeah. Yeah, they sent him to a faraway island.
That was rough. So this t-shirt, we also own a t-shirt company. And it's based out of my hometown right here. And my friends work there. And we make these shirts. We print them here in Texas and ship them all over the world. I've seen my shirts in every continent. I got a picture like 2 weeks ago of a guy wearing my shirt in Antarctica. And so we don't vet the people who buy our shirts, obviously. It'd be impossible to, just like Nike.
Demolition Ranch YouTuber is actually really tame. To be honest, he's done a lot of videos with a lot of left-wing people and tends not to talk about politics.
He doesn't vet who buys their shoes. I wish I could. I would love to keep people like that from buying, wearing, being associated with that article of clothing. Like, I wish he couldn't get a shirt. But it happened. And I think the difference in, you know, a gunman wearing a pair of Nike shoes and a gunman wearing my t-shirt is this brand is much more personal to me than Nike is to its executives. And so to see my name,
yeah,
there's a bit of a
no, yeah. If he was wearing like, I don't know, if he was wearing like fucking Dream merch or something, like, I guess people would say he's a left-wing radical.
Yeah, he kicked the president wearing Nike shoes. That's a different story.
Yeah, he did use a gun. You are a gun YouTuber, so I think that kind of changes the dynamic a little bit.
The shooter's name. Oh, it sucks, and I wish.
Yeah, by the way, what he's saying about the dude getting his shirt, how about the dude getting a gun? Like, oh, I just wish we could just stop. If there was some policy that would stop people from easily acquiring weapons.
Easily acquiring shirts.
Yeah.
That's a real problem.
Vetting process, maybe like a waiting period.
A background check before they buy shirts. I think that's a good
motherfuckers
idea.
will argue for shirt control before gun control. He's like,
he's literally arguing for shirt control.
I wish we could keep that from happening. So no matter what side you're on politically, none of us want violence. This channel was never meant to incite violence.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm very happy that he wasn't wearing a merch of mine.
Horrible.
I would have the press outside my house for the entire week if that was the case.
God.
It would not be great.
Violence or hate, it never has, it isn't, and it never will be a channel that does that. I don't want any violence or hate anywhere around me. I have a wife and little kids. I want them to be safe and secure forever. And the videos I put out, I want to make sure that is the same for everyone who watches my videos, that they aren't in any more danger because of my videos, of course. And I know you guys know that. I have 11 million subscribers who have been watching me for over 10 years.
Damn, he's popping, dude. Fuck, maybe I should become a gun tuber.
And know that I am not that kind of person. This is mostly for the people who are just tuning in to see if I am a guy that is trying to make people do stuff like that. So I am not.
No, I think people are just trying to figure out if you're right wing or not. Like, let's be real, because like
his friends are.
Everyone is trying to find the motive of the shooter right now, and like some of the clues is that you have like a gun channel. So like people's automatic assumption is that like he's a right wing gun tuber, but it seems like he's like way more tame than the average gun tuber in general. So, you know.
Obviously, I don't have to explain that to you guys who know me, but I feel like I might need to say that for those who don't. This channel is not about violence. This channel will never be, and we never would condone that at all.
It's called Demolition Ranch. Like, I'm sorry, what do you think a gun does? Like,
yeah, what do you think they're made for?
Do you know how many violent incidents his guns stop?
Yesterday, because I knew that they would be all over this thing.
You know,
true. In the hands of some 18-year-old boys in a strip far away, guns do have the capacity to stop some violence. Sometimes. Did you see that? Israel is running out of tanks.
Wait, what? To put in Gaza?
Yeah.
Or they're getting destroyed at a rapid rate.
Yeah. Israel is literally running out of tanks.
They need more defensive weapons.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Bottom right thumbnail. I bought an assassin pistol and totally regretted it.
Oh no.
I mean, I get it. Like, this is
It is also just clickbait for YouTube.
Yeah. It's like, I bet this motherfucker doesn't get his channel demonetized, by the way. And I get it nonstop. Fuck YouTube. YouTube can suck my dick.
I think they do get fucked by YouTube. YouTube's like, you can't show automatic weapons.
All right, well, we're in brothers in bond then.
Yeah.
You know, we're fucking aligned, baby. Yeah, here. IDF, we're short on tanks, munitions after months of war. But I thought all those Hamas no-scope videos were just bullshit. Like, they weren't. They were actually good for the tank. When they explode ordnance right underneath it, when they run up from like a hole and then just fucking drop a grenade.
While filming.
Yeah, while filming.
Selfie, just like
Yeah, while filming and then fucking running back into the hole and then the tank explodes. I thought that was good for the tank. Like, it's tanks only do this when they're having a good time. Al-Qassam posted a video from a stationary position showing an armored troop carrier getting his top blown off by an RPG.
I mean, there's so many of that video.
Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about, but it's just shocking to me. You know what would solve this problem? Going to war with Lebanon against like a much better equipped military force.
Didn't they go to war with themselves? That shipping.
What do you mean?
Wasn't it Beirut, the big explosion?
Oh, come on, dude.
Okay.
Lebanon's not doing it good. Lebanon's not doing all right. Okay, we're aligned with them. Yeah, here, this was the Felix bit I was looking for. The IDF is now admitting that the war against Gaza has caused a tank shortage to the point where future units with female tank crews cannot be trained because there are so few tanks available to test with, and that new tanks being put into service are not expected soon. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, fuck. It's Marat, probably. What, did you step on her? No, good. She deserves it for getting out of her chair.
Oh, we've been farting on her.
You've been farting on her?
Yeah.
Good. All right.
All right, let's get to the end.
Let's finish this.
I hate that. It's a weird deal. And yeah, I have news articles
Can you
calling
take
me,
her out, Marat?
asking for interviews, asking what I know about the shooter, asking if I've ever had any communication with the shooter, if I've ever met him. No. He bought a shirt online and unfortunately wore it that day. Anyway, wishing the best for everyone affected by this. Obviously, the way I'm affected is nothing compared to the way some people are affected by this. So I'm not trying to take anything away from them. But yeah, just kind of letting you guys know. I wanted to tell you guys who know me that we're here. We're still going. And yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's not what we stand for. And it will never be what we stand for. And we're going to keep trucking. When you're watching a CNN article and it says 3 names, the shooters, Trump's, and mine. That was not on my 2024 bingo card. So, yeah, I'm going to end this video. Let's move forward.
He's a little bit lib-coded. That was not in my 2024
Yeah, it's
bingo
like if Johnny
card.
Harris had a gun.
Yeah. If he was hot. This guy's hot. He's like
Johnny Harris is hot.
He's a silver fox, this guy.
This guy's hotter than Johnny.
Yeah, he's also yacked. Like he's pretty stout. What does he stand for though? Guns. He likes guns.
I thought he was going to end it with being like, and also please don't shoot any more people in my shirts.
And thank you guys for listening. Thanks for watching. And most of all, thanks for the support. I love you. And I'll see you next time.
Should have had a sponsorship on the video, I think. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I want to buy the shirt now. So like,
yeah, limited edition merch drop.
Yeah, I think there's a secret sponsor.
Yeah, this gun is my new crank. The rarest AK variant, sawed off 50 cal. Okay, that's sick.
He does some cool videos. He did one where he could see if you could swing using a gun, sitting on a swing.
Like Wile E. Coyote.
Dude, that's when you have too many guns.
Yeah.
Like you're just
He's got a
using it
lot of
for
guns.
propulsion. Like what the fuck? That's crazy.
Was he the one that did the range day that Destiny was at? Or was that Brandon Herrera? That was a crazy range
That's all
day.
a rich ecosystem.
Yeah. It's like, I wouldn't want to put the most school shooting ass motherfucker in my range day. You know what I mean? You never know. You never know what might happen in that situation. Like, do these guys have no self-preservation? Like, are they not even like,
yeah.
Like, what the fuck? That's the one guy I don't want anywhere near the ranch day. The death van video. I specifically built a van for drive-by shootings. That's sick. Have you taken the boys to the range? We don't go to the ranges anymore, especially with these boys, since they've been barred from every range in the United States for their crimes. Anyway, that's literally, I didn't think content if he was American. True.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, if he was not limited by woke. Okay. 50 Cent is in talks with the convention officials to appear in Milwaukee during the GOP convention. I love that. That's great. Oh, man. Okay, let's do the good liars. There's also a snippet from the interview that is going to be released in 30 minutes. The Brandon interview will be out in 30 minutes. This is another exclusive snippet from the Brandon interview that is going to be out in 30 minutes with Lester Holt. We're going to be watching that when it comes out, but let's take a look.
Sitting down with us, there's a lot to talk about. I'd like to start with the horrible events of last weekend. It has shocked a lot of Americans. A political rally, your opponent, Donald Trump, shot in the middle of greeting his supporters. You spoke to Mr. Trump afterward. Can you give me a sense of that conversation?
Very cordial. I told him how concerned I was and wanted to make sure I knew how he was actually doing. He sounded good. He said he was fine. And he thanked me for calling him. I told him he was literally in the prayers of Jill and me. And I hope his whole family was weathering this.
Well, let's talk about the conversation this has started. And it's really about language, what we say out loud and the consequences of those. You called your opponent an existential.
I hate the media so much. Oh my God, I hate them. I hate them so much. I hate them almost as much as I hate the Republican Party. They are doing the bidding of the Republican Party. I hate everyone involved in this. I hate Joe Biden. I fucking despise the media. They took right-wing framing immediately and went, do you think your fucking rhetoric contributed to Donald Trump getting shot? What rhetoric?
Just him shitting his pants on a
The
stage.
shooter is a fucking Republican, and his rhetoric about Trump is that, like, he's a bad guy. Okay, he's running against him. Of course he's supposed to fucking say he's a bad guy. And half of the shit that he says about Donald Trump is perfectly fucking valid anyway. What are you doing? Be for fucking real. Like, what are you, Ben Shapiro? Are you Ben Shapiro? Why are you using Ben Shapiro's framing on the matter? Like, that is unimaginably disingenuous. What the fuck? Oh, man, I can't believe you would call him a convicted felon, which he is. Or, oh, man, I can't believe you say he'd be a dictator, which he said he would be. What the fuck? Is there any evidence that the shooter was even intending to shoot Trump for political reasons? That is just nihilistic school shooter fame? Honestly, it makes sense because most of the time, school shooter fames, just you shoot up the school. This is one of the few instances. That is actually another issue that has been like in my head this entire time. And it's like we talk about school shooting as like tragic incidents, but like all those school shootings happen so fucking frequently. And obviously people make a much bigger fuss about the president being attacked, about the president being shot at, but like we're in America. You know what I mean? Shootings happen all the fucking time. It is actually shocking that more politicians have not been victim to like some fucking lone wolf weirdo who wants to make a name for themselves. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand how like people act like this is a shocking scenario when like what's truly shocking is that there is so much gun violence in this country as a consequence of unrestricted access to weapons. There are more weapons on the streets than there are people in this fucking country. And the fact that it doesn't happen more frequently to like notable politicians and shit is the shocking reality, not vice versa.
Threat. On a call a week ago, you said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. There's some dispute about the context, but I think you appreciate
I didn't say crosshairs. I was talking about focus on. Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was, there was very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term is bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing.
To explain what that means. Everyone knows. Everyone uses that phrase all the fucking time.
Also, it was literally in a private closed door meeting to donors. Do you think that like the fucking CEO of Halliburton was like, that's right, I heard what Biden said, and I'm going to go out and shoot Donald Trump in the head? Like, is that what you think was going on there? Like, Republicans have literally put crosshairs on active politicians that have then been shot, okay? Like, we talked about this yesterday with Gabby Giffords. There was a Republican who was like, what was the fucking narrative? Where they were like, get Gabby Giffords out. Shoot this M16 automatic weapon. That was like one of the campaign slogans. And then someone did shoot Gabby Giffords. So like the idea that this is like Brandon having a closed door meeting with donors where he uses a fucking term or phrase that's like, that just means like we got to put him in the crosshairs, like we got to focus on him, is so crazy. It's not even Sarah Palin that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the other politician, apparently, that said that. No, Sarah Palin put crosshairs on all of the seats that they want to take out. But that's not as offensive, in my opinion, as like literally saying, we got to take Gabby Giffords out, shoot this automatic rifle, okay? That's insane.
On his policies, focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. Focus. I mean, there's a whole range of things that, look, I'm not the guy that said I want to be a dictator on day one. I'm not the guy that refused to accept the outcome of the election. I'm not the guy who said that wouldn't accept the outcome of this election automatically. You can't only love your country when you win.
Mr. President, you've been in politics a very long time, so let's speak frankly. We're all adults here. Has this shooting changed the trajectory of this race?
Bro, he's so bad. Goddamn, he's so fucking bad.
I don't know, and you don't know either.
I won't be shocked when his Twitch account is a sub here. You think the fucking registered Republican that shot Donald Trump is a subscriber of mine? The registered Republican? If he's a fucking subscriber, it's so that he can avoid the fucking top of the hour ad breaks so we can hate better, okay? So we can avoid the middle of the hour ad breaks that is a secret that's only a minute long. So we can be a better hate watcher. So we can actually clip my shit. Because only subscribers can clip.
You get me every time with these ad breaks.
I don't know, but something you've given thought to?
No, I've thought less about the trajectory of the case than two things. One, what his health is, that was secure, number one. And number two, what happens from here on in terms of the kind of coverage that the president and vice president and former president and new vice president get in terms of, look, I've never seen a circumstance where you ride through certain rural areas of the country.
That was a helpful cut. They gave him a helpful edit right there. Camera change.
I wonder what he kept saying.
I want to know how long that was.
The president's wife and second president, double vice.
I've never seen a circumstance.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy. Okay, dude. Dick riding of this magnitude should be illegal, okay? You can't do that. That, I feel like, is unironically, like, against the public interest. Like, you are a media, you are a media network. You can't be carrying this much water.
The president and vice president and former president and new vice president get in terms of, look, I've never seen a circumstance where you ride through certain rural areas of the country and people have signs there, big Trump signs with middle signs saying F Biden, and a little kid standing there putting up his middle finger. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that is just inflammatory and the kind of viciousness. It's a very different thing than to say,
Also, he's
look,
like a
I
gun
really
control
disagree
guy,
with Trump's
right? Surely this
the
is
way
his
he
time to
takes
shine.
care of taxes, the way he...
Like, that's the most confusing bit.
Yeah, just just stick to message. Talk about gun control. If you're going to talk about messaging and rhetoric, be like, what kind of conversation are we having? You will never be able to find me with like genuine violent rhetoric. Republicans have a monopoly on both political violence, and Republicans have a monopoly on violent rhetoric. There are polls conducted on this matter. Republicans outperform Democratic voters by wide margins in terms of justifying violence. Republicans are a inherently violent party. Their policy positions are violent. Okay? Donald Trump has posted a fucking video on his Truth Social account with me, Joseph Robinette Biden, in the back of a pickup truck, hogtied. Okay? What are we even talking about? There is nothing that even comes near in any actual Democratic Party politician that has ever been anywhere near as remotely as violent as the average Republican, as the average Republican elected representative is on a daily basis. Okay, just say that. Just be like, what are we talking about? If words or violence was a real metric that the Republican Party abided by, then they would have to all disgracefully resign for any number of different violent things that they have said. Okay? Yeah, Kathy Griffin is a great example. Thank you so much for bringing up Kathy Griffin. You know, California District 13 elected representative Kathy Griffin. What are you talking about, Kathy Griffin? Kathy Griffin is not a fucking politician, dumbass. Do you know what Republicans do? Do you know what Republican celebrities do in terms of like their violent rhetoric? Kathy Griffin is a fucking dumbass comedian. If we're going to talk about Kathy Griffin, holy shit, dude. Ted Nugent is literally a child rapist, okay? Who has said unimaginably unhinged shit about Barack Obama, about Joe Biden, about every fucking Democrat. What the fuck? Kathy Griffin. Kid Rock. Yeah, John Voight calls for killing all the time. Like, it's so funny. The handful of Republican celebrities are mostly just known for being insanely fucking violent. Anyway. Oh. And this is before we even talk about the regular Republican voters. Okay? It's just ridiculous.
It's also such a distraction. Like, the stochastic terrorism thing is just not applicable. Like, it's
not.
Even having to have that argument is like misdirection.
Yeah, remember when he got canceled for calling out Tom Cotton for calling the death of protesters via car? Yeah, that's a great analogy. I didn't even do nothing. I just posted a meme on a Tom Cotton tweet where he actively called for Americans to kill protesters. And it wasn't the first time he did that. And everybody was like, I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've said such an unimaginable thing. I can't believe you. This is so violent. You're such a fucking bad guy. And it's like, bro, do you not see what I quote retweeted? Do you not see what I quote retweeted? He is a sitting senator in the Republican Party actively calling to kill protesters for exercising their First Amendment rights. Okay? It's nuts. So there is no fucking equivalence on the matter. And I am far from the average Democrat regardless, okay? I've said a number of different things that are unimaginably unhinged. I am not a representation of the Democratic Party. I'm not even a representation of the Democratic Party's voter base. I openly say I'm not going to vote for this fucking demon, okay? What Democrat you know operates like that?
Wants a $5 trillion tax cut for people who are making a lot of money next time around. Doesn't focus on working class people.
And I asked him about his struggle in the debate and the calls from some Democrats for him to step aside. Do you feel like you've weathered the storm on this issue of whether you should be on the ticket or not?
Now that you're talking normally.
Look, 14 million people voted for me to be the nominee in the Democratic Party. Okay? I listen to them.
In your last
14 million people voted for me to be the Democratic nominee. Yeah, there was a real Democratic dude. This is Bashar al-Assad.
Yeah,
this is literally like Vladimir Putin being like 90% of Russians voted for me in the election. Like, what do you mean? Who were you running against, dude? You're running against my uncle. Like, what the fuck? Like, barely. Yeah, you don't understand, Jack. There were a lot of candidates. Big field. I thrived. I survived. Oh my God. Thanks, man. It's a big primary.
last TV interview, you were asked.
What?
Nothing.
Share with the class, bro.
You didn't say Dr. Bashar al-Assad. You didn't say Dr.
Oh, I fucked up. I'm sorry. Well, I'm Orientalist.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
the Lion of Syria.
Yeah. I'm classic me. I'm just undermining a brown man's accomplishments. He's an eye doctor, right?
Doctor of the soul.
You don't even know.
Yeah, you're right.
If you had watched the debate, your answer was, I don't think so, no. Have you since seen it?
I've seen pieces of it. I've not watched the whole debate.
The president also responding to news of Donald Trump's new vice presidential pick. I want to ask you about, just shortly before you and I sat down, former President Trump named his vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance. What does that tell you, his qualities, what does that tell you about former President Trump's values in terms of who he will surround himself with in a next administration should he win?
Well, it's not unusual. He's going to surround himself with people who agree completely with him. Have a voting record, like support him. Even though if you go back and listen to those things that J.D. Vance said about Trump.
And the president had a lot more to say about Senator Vance. Plus, we asked him about the Secret Service and more. You can see the...
Is a teaser. They're teasing us there.
That's the rebuttal, though. You'd be like, J.D. Vance called him Hitler. Like,
yeah,
that's fucking...
Yeah, exactly.
It's not valid rhetoric. It's being descriptive.
Yeah. I asked Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson about him calling Democratic policies a clear and present danger to the country while calling for unity. He says speech he just delivered at RNC was not the one he intended to give. The prompter loaded old version. New one called for unity.
Awesome.
That's great. Clown show, dude. Oh, Republicans can't even call for fucking unity, dude. They're just like, they're trying, but they can't.
Yeah,
Eric
well,
Trump was on CNN. Oh, he's so ugly and gross. I don't want to fucking.
Is he the little one? No, that's
Barron. Barron's the Chad. He's like,
why is everyone like in love with him? Why are all the right wingers pretending he's like?
Yeah, they pretend because his name is Barron, and I think like they just like pretending that this is like a political dynasty in the making. Also, Republicans are pedophiles.
The kids
so
are
they see someone who's 17 and they're like, that's he's hot. That's a hot guy. Oh, he just turned 18. Okay, never mind.
Sorry.
They're no longer interested. Their
now
interest,
he's actually hot.
Yeah. Their interest is now gone away. Yeah. Libs did the same thing with Chelsea Clinton. Did they? Oh, that's worse than Barron Trump. At least Barron Trump is like 6'7" and Slovenian. You know what I mean? He's like an NBA prospect at this point. Like Chelsea Clinton has nothing, nothing going for her whatsoever. All right, let's watch the Good Liars in Milwaukee.
Wait, 3 days ago?
Abortion, no.
Didn't it only start today?
No, they were gearing up.
No exceptions.
So this says, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And that's from the Bible?
Yeah, from Jeremiah 1. Right. So God knows these babies in the womb. He has a purpose and a destiny for each child. They shouldn't be killed.
Didn't he kill all the firstborn sons in Egypt?
Mass abortion. That's what God was doing. He was doing abortions.
I think I'm done.
We're here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, home of the 2024 Republican.
You don't understand. Christians don't give a fuck about being...
The Bible isn't actually.
Christians don't give a fuck about killing babies. They love it in Gaza. What are you talking about? It's before they're born. That's the problem.
National convention, an event in which Donald Trump will accept his party's nomination to be the candidate for president for the Republican.
Do you realize if he hit his head, we would have seen it live? Trump's head getting splattered. Yeah, it would have been Terrible tragedy. A terrible tragedy it would have been if we were to see that. I would have been banned, after all, for showing gross violence. It would have been an honorable ban that I would take, but I would have been banned regardless, which is a tragedy.
Party. And just last year, we were here almost a year ago for the very first GOP debate. And that was an event in which Donald Trump refused to take part in. He was just a little afraid to get on the stage with the other candidates.
Yeah, he was a little too scared. He didn't want to take the risk. He didn't want to look stupid. And basically he said he wasn't going to take part and that no matter what happened, he wouldn't commit to endorsing whomever became the nominee. We're here at the GOP debate. All the people who are debating have signed a pledge that they will support the eventual winner. Do you think that's a good thing?
Yes, because I think the Republicans need to stick together.
Do you think Trump would sign a pledge like that?
I don't know.
Because he said he wouldn't. He said he wouldn't.
I would, knowing the little bit about his personality, I would guess not.
But now
it's not even a problem.
It doesn't even matter because everyone just did whatever he wanted, and here we are as he's about to accept the nomination.
Donald Trump was not at the debate, but his son was, and you were able to score an exclusive interview with Don Jr.
Who do you think won the 2020 election?
I think Donald Trump did.
But why? Because there's kind of a lack of evidence, right?
You know, it's the whole not being able to complete a sentence by the existing president, someone who can sit there and talk about losing his Corvette.
What about the 7 million votes? What about the 7 million votes?
Ending our American energy policy. It's about every failure imaginable from the Biden.
That's not how that works, man. You can't just be like, yeah, he sucked. That just means your dad sucked even more. Okay? I get the sentiment. You're like, you can't believe that your pappy would lose to a cadaver, but that's not an argument. That just means your dad is even worse than the cadaver in the eyes of the American population.
But what about all the lost court cases, though? All of them. So I just talked to Don Jr. I asked him who won the 2020 election.
Switch the goalpost much? The excuses Republicans have to make to support Republicans are mind-boggling. Yeah.
He said that his dad did, but then he didn't have any proof, and he started talking about all kinds of stuff that had nothing to do with the election at all. Hey, thanks for... Fucking asshole.
I thought it was interesting that he would talk about Biden and China and all this stuff, but he wouldn't answer the one question that you were asking,
right?
Which was related to the 2020 election,
right? I mean, what about the votes? What about all the votes? You know,
Yes.
People want to talk about everything else, but the votes that were cast and counted, and then there were 7 million more.
Yes,
for Joe Biden.
What does the costume mean? What does the costume symbolize?
Dude, I love still grieving over Anthony Fauci in 2024. Where is there a mask mandate in the continental United States of America right now? Is this what you guys wanted to do at the RNC? Well, we wanted to go inside too.
Yeah.
The operating room, great answer. You're right. Okay. It's not like a public mask mandate though. So Fauci's the new Benghazi. Yeah.
They're stomping on the freedom of doctors.
Yeah.
What does the costume symbolize?
So who do you hope is the vice president?
I personally love Carrie Lake.
Now, I have to ask, Mike Pence was Donald Trump's vice president, and Donald Trump almost got him, you know.
Fauci literally said he made stuff up so it's fair. What? Yeah, Anthony Fauci was like, we were just making stuff up. That's what he was doing. He made stuff up like MAID.
Killed. Would you be worried about Carrie Lake?
Donald Trump did not.
Well, the people were chanting, hang Mike Pence.
Give me a break. Grow up.
Well, but then they actually went inside, to where he was and everything.
So what?
You meet celebrities at some of these events we go to. Here in Milwaukee, I met Donald Trump. What's your name?
Real name is Tom Murkowski. Tom Murkowski, that's my real voice.
Tom Murkowski.
This is my fake voice, my Trump voice.
Let me hear the Trump voice again.
Oh, God. He's
worse than you. He's better.
Dude, what the... Why are you shocked by that?
No, I'm just saying. It's true. Yours is much better.
You made it seem like I'm not very good at voices and impressions.
I was just pointing out you're very good at it.
No, thank you. That's weird.
What was that? Yes, this is Donald J. Trump. I'm running for president 2024.
Oh, dude, that's
so
how you know.
cute.
That's how you know when an impressionist is good. When they start off by saying, "This is insert whoever they're impersonating." Wow, this might be the worst. Bro, you had 8 years, man. You had 8 fucking years to like beef this up.
Also,
that's crazy.
Alec Baldwin set such a low bar.
Yeah.
All you have to do is clear him.
Yeah, he looks more. He looks more like Boris Johnson. You're right.
He talks like Boris Johnson.
Oh, that's so bad.
I won the 2020 election. They screwed me out of it. I won that election. Democrats cheated me out of it. So
He's doing Jordan Peterson.
Yeah,
That's what he's doing.
why is he doing this?
My shoes.
8 years, man. You got 8 years to do this.
I'm going to win again for the third time.
That's the worst Donald Trump impression I've ever
You
heard.
really think so?
Pretty hot day today, right?
Yeah, it's hot.
Dude, he broke characters like that's unbearable.
You don't have to tell the guy that has fake tan on and like wigs and has bought a uniform that. That's a bit mean.
Yeah.
He's gonna wipe that face paint off now.
He's like trying to make sure you can tell he isn't trying and so lazy.
It's the all-time record for this date in Milwaukee.
Is it? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Are you feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm feeling better. I'm just here to support Trump, but
Does he feel like I have COVID?
Did I catch a little bit of heat stroke earlier?
yeah, I sure did. But I'll be all right.
What do you think about global warming?
I just don't believe it. I think it's all fake.
Okay. We understand the difference between, regional,
sunburned is not a
climate.
Weather and climate.
Weather and climate,
Yeah.
sure, to put it basically, weather and climate. But it did feel strange that the hottest...
No, there's nothing funnier than like being a Floridian and being like climate change is fake.
Yeah.
Every year they're like further and further, more underwater.
And more sunburned
Yeah.
as well.
Just like, oh, it's fake. They're gonna be like neck deep in water and be like, nah, it's fake, dude.
of that particular date on record was happening on this day, and a lot of people who don't believe in climate change had gathered on that day to witness the debate.
I think global warming is all bullshit.
It is.
Turkish chatters, you need to stop trying to fucking bait me at the top of the hour. It's not gonna work, okay? You want to know how I know this is a Turkish chatter? No.
It's all Turkish variances.
No, because that I is actually a Turkish I, a Turkish uppercase I. It's actually larger than a regular I. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because the Turkish uppercase I normally there's a separate letter, and I. I'm not Turkish. Well, you're using a Turkish I. Anyway, at the top of the hour, there's a
Serbians.
What? We have an I and an He might just be using an L to be fair.
So when the guy was like, brother, he was actually just
Brother,
like doing the Turkish eye.
Gift me, dude. You ain't getting no gifts, dude.
He's using a Turkish eye, Hasan.
Nope.
Give him a gift. What is a
Nope.
gift?
Yeah, see, it is I, not He might just be using a lowercase L though. Anyway, at the top of the hour, whether you're Turkish or not, doesn't matter. You're still seeing a 3-minute ad break unless you subscribe for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break right now.
Bullshit.
Can I see the outfit one more time? Yeah, just turn around. You just got so much sweat. You're just sweating so much.
Oh, he's
Yes,
owning
I
this
am. I'm
guy.
sweating.
These guys are mean.
Is that the impression? I'm very confused. Is this actually the impression?
Sweating. No, this is. I have a really good Trump voice, but honest, my voice.
Can you try and do it? Because we got a big audience. We'd love to see it.
Okay. What studio are you from, or what TV station or something? Yeah, it ain't any good.
Oh,
I hate this.
That's fucked up. Yo, that's like, that's kind of fucked
You should
up.
cut that from the video.
Yeah, that's mean, dude.
Someone's kids are watching that. They're like, I told him not to put on the makeup.
Oh, dude. He should have given him
That's
like
the next shooter.
Yeah. TMZ about to put this in the footage comp.
That sucks.
It was one of the worst Trump impressions I think I've ever seen. His voice, in his defense, his voice was going, "Ah!"
Take a picture on the move, right? Yeah.
Well, can we just hit?
Okay, you can tell that they were like running out of content. That's why they kept the Trump thing in, and that's why they kept this part in too. They didn't cut a lot of content this time.
Shake a hands like
I don't
you're
know
endorsing
who
me?
you are, and the questions you're asking me are.
Oh, I'm Jason Selvig.
Would indicate that you're probably not a real supporter. So.
That's really rude. You know what? You just lost my vote. You mind telling me what the sign means?
You know, no matter if you're red, blue, or purple, election integrity matters to all.
Dude, fucking cranks are the best. They're so sweaty, dude. It's awesome. Purple? How are you purple? How does one become red or blue or purple? Sometimes I vote Republican, sometimes I vote split ticket voters. Like, what is that?
U.S. citizen, election integrity matters to all. So I'm trying to get the message out that
That is the worst handwriting I've ever seen in my entire life.
my friends that are opposed to my voice, being a public servant, being a grassroots activist, being a boots on the ground, January 6th as the MAGA spokesman, with my quotes.
So what do you mean boots on the ground on January 6th?
I was the MAGA spokesman on January 6th.
What does that mean?
Basically, I was speaking on behalf of what the MAGA party should be, not what the people that were planning, to cause riot.
Right.
That's really not what MAGA is about.
What do you say about the violence that occurred that day?
I was described as I was on the front seat
These guys
of
kind
the
of feel
Trump
like the
train.
Tyler Livy era of.
So did you go to the
liberalism?
Interviews, yeah.
They're funnier though.
They're funny. They're funny, but they are just picking on like some cooked people.
Capitol?
I was at the Capitol early.
Okay.
As the spokesman, I
He was there as January 5th. He was trying to do the insurrection one day early.
spoke to multiple news agencies.
Did you go inside the Capitol?
I did not enter the interior of the Capitol.
Did you go on the steps?
I ended up on the steps.
Okay.
Don't get him arrested.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be really funny if
Who's
he got
Manny
arrested.
from Ice Age? You know the guy?
Yeah.
Raymond.
Zach Braff.
Raymond. He sounds exactly like him.
Oh, he does. Oh, he does. He does sound like.
He does not.
Everybody loves Raymond. Ray Romano.
He doesn't like Ray. Let's come at the frog.
I'm Ray Romano. I'm the leader of the Trump MAGA movement.
He does.
He doesn't sound like Ray.
He does.
Let me hear it again.
He does.
So why were you on the steps though?
To get the message clear.
What was the message?
About election integrity matters to all.
Oh my God! He does exactly like him.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Election integrity matters to all.
No matter if you're
That
a
was
liberal.
good.
Did you even tell people to stop going into the building and stop storming the Capitol?
You know what, sir? I'm not here to talk about the January 6th.
Okay. I see the costume. what does it symbolize? What does the costume mean? What does the costume mean?
You guys like anti-Trump Republicans?
I was wondering what the
He
costume
sold
meant.
out the anti-vaxxers.
Hey guys, quick question. What's the deal with the costume?
No, they don't think that deeply. Dude, it's just the same as Israel. Like they just make up what Trump's position is on that matter. Like they literally are just like, no, you don't understand. Like if they're like a Groyper, if they're like a Nazi and they're super anti-Semitic, they just imagine that Trump isn't the most pro-Israel politician. Like that's it. And it's the same with like the vaccine guys. Like they literally in their minds, oh God, this guy's wearing a YAF shirt.
What is YAF?
Gross. Young Americans for Freedom. It's like a young conservative group.
He doesn't look that young.
He looks pretty young. What the fuck?
No.
Costume. What does it
Young
symbolize?
American
We were here
fascists.
for the Republican debate. There were a lot of Republicans on stage, not Donald Trump, as we said earlier, but a couple of the Republicans didn't even make the stage. And in my opinion, maybe one of the best candidates for president, I guess I'm going to say ever, is a guy I interviewed named Walter Clapp. Wait. Can I ask you a question?
I already got my ticket.
What are you doing out here?
My name is Walter Clapp. I'm one of the primary candidates for the Republican nomination. I'm from Montana.
For nomination for what?
For the President of the United States of America.
No, but seriously, who are you?
My name is Walter Clapp.
Okay.
It's my website.
Okay.
I'm running for the Republican nomination for President of the United States.
It's a joke.
not a joke. Much of the fourth branch, much of the administrative state is actually run by agencies that are legislating. They both legislate and they also enforce laws, and they often also are judicially enforcing those laws as well, or interpreting the laws.
Are you?
An example would be the FDA.
Are you?
You guys see one fucking guy with dark, like, thick horned rimmed glasses and like somewhat of a prominent schnoz and immediately go Brace Belden. I'm about to start calling anti-Semitism.
I was going to say Young Chomsky.
I reiterate my position. This community is committed to fighting against anti-Semitism. Okay, no matter who's saying it.
You excited to get on stage and share these ideas on the debate stage today?
So I'm not going to be on stage today, but I am because I didn't meet the requirements. Yeah.
Where are you in the polls right now?
So I'm not polling because the polls. So one of the interesting things you learn about the polls. So I'm a lawyer. One of the things you learn about the polls is the people who write the polls get to decide whose names are on the polls. So if they don't include my name, then it will never show up.
How much cash do you have in
not
hand? How
live.
many donations have you got in total?
Yeah, so I've received, I've got about $100,000 into the campaign. A lot of that's my own money. I've gotten about $10,000 worth of donations from just everyday individual people. Most of those are $1 at a time.
And your slogan, I think I saw your truck.
Yes.
Bullwhip bullshit.
You got it.
I have to say, you're my favorite candidate that I've met in this presidential field, maybe any presidential field. Are you pro-life, pro-choice?
It's not an issue that the president, that the executive should decide. It's a legislative decision.
But they pick the judges. They pick the
Wait, that's literally what Trump says.
Supreme Court judges. So they are involved in the decision.
Certainly. I personally am pro-life. If I was a woman and I had to decide,
okay.
I would never choose.
All right, we were close. We got close. I thought I found my candidate.
Yeah. Well,
it's a deal breaker. We looked at Walter Clapp's website for his campaign and his.
Good evening and welcome to our
All right,
special
it's time,
coverage. We're
folks.
live at the White House, where earlier today I sat down for an exclusive one-on-one interview with President Biden. During our conversation, the president called on all Americans to tone down the heated rhetoric in the wake of the assassination attempt on former President Trump at a rally over the weekend. But he also doubled down on staying in the presidential race himself, despite calls from within his party to step aside. Our interview comes as Republicans kick off the first night of their convention in Milwaukee, formally making Mr. Trump their nominee to be the next president. We'll have full coverage led by my colleague Savannah Guthrie from the Convention Center after our interview with the president. But earlier today, I started by asking President Biden about his phone call with Mr. Trump after the assassination attempt. Here's our unedited conversation in its entirety. Mr. President, thank you for sitting down with us. There's a lot to talk about. I'd like to start with the horrible events of last weekend. It has shocked a lot of Americans. A political rally, your opponent, Donald Trump, shot in the middle of greeting his supporters. You spoke to Mr. Trump afterward. Can you give me a sense of that conversation?
Very cordial. I told him how concerned I was and wanted to make sure I knew how he was actually doing. He sounded good. He said he was fine. And he thanked me for calling him. I told him he was literally in the prayers of Jill and me. And I hope his whole family was weathering this.
You were in Delaware when this happened. What was your first reaction?
My first reaction was, my God, look, there's so much violence now, the way we talk about it. I mean, the whole notion that there is this, there's no place at all for violence in politics in America. None. Zero. And we've reached a point where it's become too commonplace, not assassinations, but to talk about it. For example, you know, the January 6th, you know, the attack on the Capitol. Lester, I got in this race early on in 2020 for the 2020 race. I wasn't going to run again because I lost my son.
Oh my God, he restarted.
And
he rebooted.
Until I watched what happened in
Charlottesville, rebooted back
Virginia.
to the Charlottesville
Those
shit.
folks coming out of the woods with torches, carrying swastikas, singing the same Nazi bile. It was accompanied by this Ku Klux Klan, and a young woman was killed. And I was a bystander. And the president, then president, was asked, what do you think? He said, they're very fine people on both sides. Not fine people on both sides. No excuse, zero.
Well, let's talk about the conversation this has started, and it's really about language, what we say out loud and the consequences of those. You called your opponent an existential threat on a call a week ago. You said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. There's some dispute about the context, but I think you appreciate that
I didn't say
words
crosshairs. I was talking about focus on. Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was, there's very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term is bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. Focus. I mean, there's a whole range of things that, look, I'm not the guy that said, I want to be a dictator on day one. I'm not the guy that refused to accept the outcome of the election. I'm not the guy who said that won't accept the outcome of this election automatically. You can't only love your country when you win. And so the focus was on what he's saying, and I mean, the idea.
But have you taken a step back and done a little soul searching on things that you may have said that could incite people who are not balanced?
Well, I don't think, look, how do you talk about the threat to democracy, which is real, when a president says things like he says? Do you just not say anything because it may incite somebody? Look, I have not engaged in that rhetoric. Now, my opponent is engaged in that rhetoric. He talks about there'll be a bloodbath if he loses, talking about how he's going to forgive all the, actually, I guess, suspend the sentences of all those who were arrested and sentenced to go to jail because of what happened in the Capitol. I'm not out there making fun of, like, remember the picture of Donald Trump when Nancy Pelosi's husband was hit with a hammer, talking about, joking about it.
This doesn't sound like you're turning down the heat, though. You've talked about the...
No. Look, what I'm turning down, we have to stop the whole notion that there are certain things that are contrary to our democracy that we're for. The idea of saying that I didn't win the election, when every court in the land, I don't know, 20 appeals said, including this conservative Supreme Court, said we won. The idea of...
At this point, you need like a guide to understand exactly what he means. You need to be so tuned into politics to know what he's saying. I think the average voter watches this and goes, what the fuck is going on?
What will you do, at least things you can control to lower down the temperature, the rhetoric out there?
Continue to talk about the things that matter to the American public. It matters whether or not you accept the outcome of elections. It matters whether or not you, for example, talk about how you're going to deal with the border instead of talking about people as being vermin. And I mean, those things matter. That's the kind of language that is inflammatory.
Mr. President, you've been in politics a very long time, so let's speak frankly. We're all adults here. Has this shooting changed the trajectory of this race?
I don't know, and you don't know either.
I don't know, but have something you've given thought to?
No, I've thought less about the trajectory of the case than two things. One, what his health is, that was secure, number one. And number two, what happens from here on in terms of the kind of coverage that the president and vice president and former president and new vice president get in terms of, look, I've never seen a circumstance where you ride through certain rural areas of the country and people have signs there, big Trump signs with middle signs saying F Biden, and a little kid standing there putting up his middle finger. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that is just inflammatory, and a kind of viciousness. It's a very different thing to say, look, I really disagree with the way he takes care of taxes, the way he wants a $5 trillion tax cut for people who are making a lot of money next time
he's
around.
right.
Doesn't focus on
and he's
working
trying to
class
make a
people.
coherent point, and his delivery is so god awful.
A country that can thoroughly hash out those issues.
And if you notice, what do I talk about with him? The policy issues where he's dividing the country, the policy issues that relate to democracy.
Another question, if I can, about Saturday. Of course, the former president was wounded. One of his supporters died. A couple more people were seriously injured. Was this a massive security failure?
I have had 2 meetings in the Situation Room with all the intelligence communities, the FBI, Secret Service, et cetera, and I've asked for a totally independent analysis, and we'll see what happens when that comes back.
Do you have confidence in the Secret Service? Do you feel safe?
I feel safe with the Secret Service, but look, and you saw what we did see was the Secret Service who responded risked their lives in responding. They're ready to give their lives to the president. The question is, should they have anticipated what happened? Should they have done what they needed to do to prevent this from happening? That's a question that's an open question.
Is it acceptable that you have still not heard, at least publicly, from the Secret Service director?
Well, I've heard from them.
But have you heard from her publicly?
Publicly, I've sat down in a Situation Room downstairs with the Secret Service, the FBI.
No, he means like, do you think it's acceptable they haven't released a public statement?
And there's 2 pieces of this too. And it's not an excuse, it's just nor an explanation.
Oh, he didn't understand the question.
This relates to domestic, local law enforcement. They play a large role. And so it's a different I'm not saying they weren't competent either. I'm just saying it's a complicated process. And what has changed, by the way, Lester, is, you know me, I like to meet people. I like to walk out, shake hands, move, look at people in the eyes, see what they're thinking. It's really curtailed that ability on my part and everybody's part. And so, because there's a heightened notion that when you say there's nothing wrong with going to the Capitol, breaking in, threatening people, a couple cops dying, hanging up, putting up a noose, a gallows for the former vice president, and somehow and then you say you're going to forgive people for that, you're going to pardon them, that was just a normal response. That is not. I have my entire career voted against and railed against and moved against the idea of violence is never appropriate. Never, 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 never in politics.
All right, I want to ask you about some other developing news today, if I can. Judge Cannon dismissed the documents case, as you may have heard, in Mar-a-Lago. Can I first get your reaction to that?
I'm not surprised. It comes from the immunity decision the Supreme Court ruled on, and Clarence Thomas, in his dissent, said that independent prosecutors appointed by the Attorney General aren't legit. That's the basis on which this judge moved to dismiss. And, but I had an independent prosecutor look at me. They spent months on my going through, and I was totally cooperative in and out of my house. There were, I don't know, the last time in, there were like 10, 12 agents in my house for 9 hours unaccompanied, going through every single thing I had. That's appropriate. And they looked at me and concluded I didn't do a damn thing wrong. But my generic point is that it's, well, the basis upon which the case was thrown out, I find specious because I don't agree with Clarence Thomas' dissent and/or the Supreme Court decision on immunity.
In light of this decision, the delay in the Georgia case, the Supreme Court decision on immunity, which you referenced, the former president has seen a series of legal wins recently. You've actively campaigned on his legal woes. Can you do anything like that anymore?
Sure. I can talk about what I think is appropriate. What I think is appropriate. I think the Supreme Court made a terrible decision. I think the justices he appointed have, in fact, been the most conservative. And I would argue, if you survey constitutional scholarship, they seem out of touch with what the founders intended.
Before this violent turn of events over the weekend, the talk, as you know, was about you and your future, if you should stay in the race. Your allies, James Clyburn, Nancy Pelosi, have kind of put it out there that they're waiting for your decision, giving you time to make your decision. What I hear from you is that you made your decision. Are you still comfortable in that decision? Has anything changed in the last several days?
No.
What do you make of people like Nancy Pelosi, though, who seem to be of the opinion that there is a window for you to make this choice? What aren't they getting?
That's a good question.
Look, we knew this was going to be a close race from the moment he announced.
No.
The idea that we are in a situation where, if you look at all the polling data shows a lot of different things, but there's no wide gap between us. It's essentially a toss-up race. And I think one of the arguments that get made, you have the most successful presidency of any president in modern history, maybe since Franklin Roosevelt. Passed more major legislation no one thought could get done. We're able to put together consensus. We're able to unite NATO. We're able to deal in foreign policy. Why don't you just decide to rest on
Nobody cares about NATO, dude. Oh my God, you're a dumbass.
Because the job's not finished.
You're a dumbass.
Do you feel
You're
like
dumb.
you've weathered the storm on this issue of whether you should be on the ticket or not?
Look, 14 million people voted for me to be the nominee in the Democratic Party. Okay? I listened to them.
That's a terrible argument.
In your last TV interview, you were asked if you had watched the debate, and your answer was, I don't think so, no. Have you since seen it?
I've seen pieces of it. I've not watched the whole debate.
And the reason I ask, because I guess the question is, are you all on the same page? Are you seeing what they saw, which was moments of, frankly, that appeared to be, you appeared to be confused?
Lester, look, why don't you guys ever talk about the 28 lies he told? Where are you on this? Why didn't the press ever talk about that? 28 times it's confirmed he lied in that debate. I had a bad, bad night. I wasn't feeling well at all. And I had been, without it making it, I screwed up. But
I just asked the question because the idea that you may
Good thing
or may
he's having
not
a good
have
night
seen
now. Sorry.
What some of these other folks have seen, you're not on the same.
I'd have to see. I was there. I'd have to see it. I was there. And by the way, seriously, you won't answer the question, but why didn't the press talk about all the lies he told?
Well,
I haven't heard anything about that.
We have reported many of the issues that came up during that debate.
No, you haven't.
We'll provide you with them.
God love you.
Okay. President Obama put out a statement after the debate, but should he and Michelle Obama be doing more to express their confidence in you?
No, they're helping me. They've helped me from the beginning. This is my job to get this done.
Have you talked to him recently about this?
I haven't talked to him in a couple weeks.
Have you talked to him since this issue came to light, since the debate?
I don't think, I may have, I don't think so.
Who do you listen to on deeply personal issues, like the decisions whether to stay in the race or not?
Me. Look, I've been doing this a long time. The idea that I'm the old guy, I am, I'm old. But I'm only 3 years older than Trump, number one. And number two, my mental acuity's been pretty damn good. I've gotten more done than any president has in a long, long time, in 3.5 years. So I'm willing to be judged on that. I understand why people say, God, he's 81 years old. Whoa, what's he going to be when he's 83 years old or 84 years old? It's a legitimate question to ask.
I want to ask you about, just shortly before you and I sat down, former President Trump named his vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance. What does that tell you, his qualities, what does that tell you about former President Trump's values in terms of who he will surround himself with in a next administration should he win?
Well, it's not unusual. He's going to surround himself with people who agree completely with him. Have a voting record. I support him. Even though if you go back and listen to the things that J.D. Vance said about Trump.
Well, he said some things about you, yeah.
Oh, no, well, he said something about me, but see what he said about Trump. What's with you guys? Come on, man. Look, the point I'm making is that J.D. Vance has adopted the same policies, no exceptions on abortion, making sure that he supports the new $5 trillion tax cut that Trump wants to give in the next administration, signing on to the whole notion of whether or not we're going to, he says there's no climate change happening. I mean, he signed on to the Trump agenda, which he should if he's running with Trump.
Mr. Trump has said he's giving you a chance to redeem yourself, basically the idea of engaging in another debate.
We're going to have another debate.
Yeah, you're going to have one in September that's on the books. Would you be open to doing one in the next few weeks?
I'm going to debate him when we agreed to debate, and I'm going to debate him in September.
But if the opportunity came up to do one between now and then, is there a sense of wanting to get back on the horse?
I'm on the horse. Where have you been? I've done 22 major events, met thousands of people, overwhelming crowds, a lot happening. I'm on the horse. What I'm doing is going out and demonstrating to the American people that I have command of all my faculties, that I don't need notes, I don't need teleprompter. I can go out and answer any questions at all. And I stood there when NATO was in town. I stood there for an hour and answered questions.
If you were to continue to run and be officially nominated, what happens if you have another episode like we saw during the debate?
What happens if another?
Yeah, what happens if you have another performance on that on that level?
I don't plan on having another performance on that level.
All right. Mr. President, it's always good to talk to you, good to see you. Thank you for making some time for us.
Sometimes come and talk to me about what we should be talking about.
All right.
Okay, the issues.
Always happy to talk. That was our unedited conversation with President Biden. We should note we extended the same interview offer to Mr. Trump to sit down with us on the first night of the Democratic National Convention when it happens next month. For now, let me bring in my colleague Savannah Guthrie in Milwaukee with more of our coverage of both our interview and night one of the Republican National.
Overall, my immediate assessment of the interview is that the media loves to do actual journalism when they see someone is getting weak, and then there's a narrative set in the media against said narrative. Sometimes it's valid. Biden's senility is a valid target. Other times it's not valid. Like, for example, taking the right-wing framing on political rhetoric leading to violence on the Democratic front. Stochastic terror is very real. It's very real and conducted almost every single time by the right. Right-wing political rhetoric is unimaginably violent. Right-wing legislative agenda is unimaginably violent. Right-wing politicians are also very violent with the terms that they use, in the way that they make fun of and minimize the victims of violence, in the way that they openly demand violence. The fact that you could turn around and tell this fucking tepid, middle of the ground, neoliberal, centrist cadaver that his private closed door meeting with fucking donors where he said, we got to put Trump in the bullseye, like reframe the conversation around Donald Trump, using that colloquialism as like somehow leading to a registered Republican attempting to kill Donald Trump is fucking insane. Okay? You are not a serious person. You are not a serious person when you do that. You are a charlatan. You are trying to present yourself. You see the blood in the water and you're trying to present yourself as a centrist and an unbiased arbiter of information when you are being unimaginably biased. Okay? I hate that shit. I absolutely hate that shit. Now, even in that contentious conversation, an apt, decent orator is going to be able to run circles around that narrative because it's such a demonstrable hypocrisy, okay? It is such an unimaginable double standard. Like, it's so glaringly obvious for anyone with eyes to see that, like, if we're talking about words or violence, we have to literally lock up every elected Republican representative pretty much, okay? Every single one. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. It's completely beyond reason. Now, having said that, the unfortunate reality is Biden is not that guy. He's not. He showed it once again. He can't do it. He tried, and the only people who would be able to understand what he's saying in those moments are people like us who are unfortunately, very autistically hyperfixated on politics, even when it's on its off times, even when it's, popping off. We are dialed in. We're lasered in. We know what Biden is saying. We know what the Democratic Party's messaging is on this. Half the time, I know exactly what the questioning is going to be, what the talking points are from the Democratic side, from the Republican side, from the media. And if you know that, then yeah, you can make sense of what Biden is saying. But if you're a fucking average voter that's tuning in just now on NBC News to see the motherfucking president, okay, the motherfucking president speak to Lester Holt, you're going to be shocked at his demonstration, okay? His demonstration was ass. It was bad. There's no other way to put it, okay? His complex interview was bad. This interview was also bad. There's no locking in. He can't lock in any further. He's locked. His mind is locked. And it's not just him slurring. It's not just the stutter. He's just having a very hard time crafting coherent sentences, okay? That's just the reality. And right now, with this timing, should Sotomayor resign? Why? What? She's not even that old. What are we talking about? How old is Sotomayor? I don't think she's that old. Yeah, she's 70. She's literally the second youngest Supreme Court justice, or third youngest, I think. Anyway. First off, dumbass is on X. He's seen yelling at Trump supporters. Are you fucking slow, kid? He wasn't a Republican. Do you need to show your dumbass proof with links and facts in Whisper to show you him yelling at Trump supporters, calling them fascists? Are you fucking slow? I have not seen this. But you know what I have seen? Every fucking local media coverage on all of his friends from school being interviewed, and every single one of them in unison saying that he was a loner, he was kind of a weirdo, he was a fine student, while simultaneously saying that his family is Trump supporters and he definitely was conservative. Now, I don't know. He was on a BlackRock ad. I'm going to ask you with all sincerity, do you think BlackRock is a liberal institution? No, like for real. Like every single person that was around this kid is like, yeah, he was a conservative. He was a conservative. He's registered the Republican Party, and you're like, no, he was in a BlackRock ad. Yeah, I know. He was in a fucking, I know the BlackRock ad. We watched it on stream. If you think that that has any real connection to his political allegiance, and not simply he was in an ad because he was taking the class of a dude who was running an ad for BlackRock, which, handles teachers' pensions. It was a B2B ad, or it might not have even been a B2B ad, to be real, but it was a fucking BlackRock ad to show like, oh, we take care of the teachers, like, because they control the pensions, and how those pensions are the same BlackRock that's involved in Ukraine and Russia. Oh no. Oh no. You're brain dead. B2B is Hasana Brat? No, it means business to business ad. Oh no. That's the same people who knows Trump wants to pull out. Someone being featured for 3 seconds in a BlackRock ad on teachers' pensions because he happened to be in the fucking classroom does not create this conspiracy that you think is happening, where BlackRock cut an ad 4 years prior with like a 16-year-old in high school that they were gearing up to make the assassin of Donald Trump. Is that what you genuinely think is going on? Like they were like, oh, we found him when he was 16 years old and we knew he would be the perfect killer of Donald Trump. That's why we then made him donate on Joe Biden's inauguration to Act Blue. And then we made him register as a Republican. And we then went and purchased a gun YouTuber's merch. And then we made him take his father's gun and plant himself on top of a fucking rooftop, waiting for the perfect opportunity, knowing full well that inevitably 4 years in the future, Donald Trump would obviously go to his campaign like 30 miles from where he lives. The perfect plan. Do you think that that was what was going on? And that was because BlackRock also, when they cut that ad, knew that Vladimir Putin was going to invade Ukraine, and they hated that, and knew that Donald Trump would inevitably pull out of Ukraine if he were to win. And that's why they had to execute him. The amount of strings that you need to attach in order for this to make sense is so goddamn creative, dude. Respect. You got it. You nailed it. What? Chatter's talking about this old video that's circulating. Crazy leftist on college campus.
Slash his throat! Every fucking Republican!
This isn't him, dude. He didn't even go to college. And I don't even think this is from Pennsylvania. Like this is ASU, I think. And it's literally from 4 years ago when he was in high school. You think that's the guy? You think every fucking pasty dude with like long hair is the same guy? It's the Nick Mullen bit. 9/11 is all set to go. Now for the last step, the clues. Yeah. That's crazy. Where'd the chatter go? Is he still here? I want to hear from him. I want to hear from the brilliant mind. Viewer numbers trending down again. Yeah, dude, I know. My downfall must be studied. It's crazy. Instead of 40,000, I have 39,000. It's really bad. Keep this up, chatter. I've fallen off. Just wait like 2 weeks before people stop paying attention to politics again. And then, then it will be like a valid moment for you to say this. Have a sandwich and a simile? Yeah. Not to derail, but Trump is speaking tonight. The media is very nebulous. I don't know if Trump is speaking tonight. I'm still here. I don't think this was the guy. Is it the guy? Oh, it is the guy. The FGC ghost. Okay. It is the guy. Okay. Instead of saying, I'm still here, what do you have to say? Instead of saying, I'm still here, what do you have to say that everything that I just described to you? The evidence that you have for this kid being the same kid as the Trump shooter, it's wrong. You could have figured that out on your own. You could have figured that out by, investigating a little bit further, seeing if this is the Arizona campus or not. Okay. You could have also figured that out by potentially looking at the timeline, realizing that this person was in high school back then. But you didn't do that. But it took literally 30 seconds. The video itself says students for students for Trump at ASU. It's from 2020. 4 years ago. He would have been 16. He never went to college. And not only did he never go to college, but he did not go to Arizona. He was not in Arizona. And how do you know that? How do I know that? I'm telling you things. He was 16 years old. Do you think he just flew out to Arizona to yell at Trump supporting students in Arizona as a one-off? And then in that 4-year process, in the next 3 years, he found himself registering for the Republican Party? You have to, at a certain point, realize, if I'm connecting so many fucking dots for this narrative to make sense in my mind, perhaps the narrative that's making sense in my mind is not true. And it's okay. Sometimes we invest ourselves in a grand narrative, a grand design that might not be true. Okay? Register for Republican, but donate to the Democratic campaign. Yes, if you were listening to my words, I already mentioned that. He donated $15 to Act Blue from a potential push poll on an email that was basically fishing for donos. Stop spreading the lies. It was Mongolian and he's only the vanguard for a larger invasion. Yeah. Through Act Blue, not to Act Blue, sorry. Through Act Blue. So, he won't give up. I really, no, the donation wasn't made by a different guy with the same name. It was him. He made the donation. That was also misinformation going around on the liberal front. What do you think he did first? What Democrat do you know donates on the day of the inauguration to the Biden campaign? To a Democratic PAC? What Democrat is that ride or die? And then they turn around a couple months later, literally register to the Republican Party. I don't want to look at his Twitter and then make fun of him for believing every TikTok he watches. That's going to make me sad. Peter6709, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Chatter, it's okay. It's okay to be confused. It's okay to not know certain things. It's okay to not understand. But the smart thing to do in that situation is to be like, maybe I didn't get this right. It's all right. The dumb thing to do in that situation is to double down and be like, nah, this conspiracy theory that I've invested myself into, all things considered, kind of sounds insane, but I'm still going to believe it. And if that's the route you want to take, go ahead. Plenty of easily tricked adults out here, and you can be one of them. Anyway. David Sachs had a seriously low T RNC speech. That's not surprising. It's David Sachs. Sean O'Brien praises JD Vance. He's scheduled to speak at the RNC in 20 minutes. What the fuck? That's not surprising. He literally met with Donald Trump, if you remember. Sean O'Brien is a bit of a hog. By the way, Elon Musk has said he's committing around $45 million a month to the new pro-Trump super PAC. New pay pick unlocked. Explain why you believe the USSS didn't act after 8 shots were already fired. It wasn't 8 shots. I think they acted after 2 shots or 1 shot, if I'm not mistaken. All the shots that you hear in the video are mostly from the snipers. They like immediately killed him. The real question is, how the fuck did the Secret Service not actually cover that rooftop? That's a real question. That's a valid question. The incompetence from the police and the Secret Service is mind-boggling and outright shocking, as a matter of fact. You're about to watch Vance and company try to take working class people for a ride, and truly, any commentators falling for it are at best morons. Guy's a class traitor. You actually can say neither the Democratic Party nor the Republican Party give much of a shit about working class people. You don't have to fall for a snake oil salesman. No better term for anyone who falls for the shtick than useful idiots. He was picked to help secure tech execs' endorsements and donations, which he is now doing, and then to make a play for working class people, which you are helping him do. Yeah. Anyone that fucking tries to even remotely claim that a right-wing Republican is actually pro-labor is the biggest baboon on the planet. Sorry. Okay? You're just horny to come across. You're just horny to come across like a heterodox thinker, and you are no different than Tim Pool. That's it. Huh. Is JD Vance even that bad? He helps represent Ohio and is a veteran. Come on, dude. Stop. I don't know if Trump is going to do a speech tonight. I'm not entirely sure. At least Biden's pro-NATO. I don't give a shit about being pro-NATO. And neither do the rest of the American, like broader American electorate. Yeah, I don't think he's going to talk tonight. I think he's going to talk on Thursday, but here's Sean O'Brien being a fucking dummy.
I mean, JD Vance, the short time that we've worked together, I mean, he's been great on Teamster issues.
I think he knows this, though. Sean O'Brien is just a bit of a fucking hack.
He is co-sponsored an airline manufacturing bill that addresses outsourcing of critical airline maintenance to China. He's also supported paid sick leave for our railroad workers. If you remember that situation a couple of years ago where they weren't getting sick time, he stepped right up. He's also been very vocal and supportive of holding employers accountable who try and skirt their obligation under an independent contractor model known as DSP. So he's been right there on all our issues. We've publicly stated it. And look, at this day and age, there's nothing better than having a U.S. Marine represented as a vice president candidate. I mean.
Yeah, this is. Biden say oopsie about the bulls. I think, yeah, it was stupid. It's, Teamsters have done a great job as a union, fighting hard for their rank and filers. That much is 100% true. Having said that, Sean O'Brien's political instincts are definitely They leave much to be desired. Teamsters have officially come out and not endorsed either candidate, which is basically saying like they're not endorsing Joe Biden. The expectation is that they would. Joe Biden, especially on the issue of labor, is significantly, like not even on the same world, okay, as Donald Trump. It's not even a question. I will never, ever, ever put these two in the same category. Joe Biden is although it's a low bar for sure, is the most pro-labor union president we have had for a very long time, okay? Now, that isn't a very high bar to clear, but the notion that like Republicans especially, are anywhere near this issue that would be helpful, beneficial to the Teamsters is so unimaginably stupid. More than FDR? Man, are you fucking stupid? I said in a very long time. Of course not more than FDR. What the fuck are you talking about? How is Biden pro-labor? He has one of the best NLRBs in recent administrations. He attended a fucking picket line. No sitting president has done such a thing in contemporary American history. What the fuck are you talking about? He's openly advocated for labor unions. The IRA also featured, not as much labor union provisions as I would like, but the IRA partnered up with the UAW, which Joe Biden has done, has literally created new unionized factory shops. Okay? It's delusional to say that the Republicans would come anywhere near that. Okay? It's a big shame that Sean O'Brien would do this kind of fucking PR for the Republican Party when the Republican agenda has always been outwardly anti-labor union, outwardly anti-worker, more so than the Democrats. It's crazy. Like, on the aesthetics front, Democrats are always aesthetically pro-labor union. Always. It shouldn't take a couple fucking right-wing charlatans to be like, yeah, we like labor unions too, as a matter of fact. For labor unions to be like, you know what? I'm going to fucking look at the AFL-CIO scorecard here, and I'm going to go, this is my guy. That's significant. That's important. The AFL-CIO scorecard is important. JD Vance doesn't have a lot of experience in the Senate. Obviously, he's pretty green, but that doesn't change the dynamic of Donald Trump's AFL-CIO scorecard. You know what I mean? That ticket is crazy. You're out of your fucking mind, dude. This is the most delusional thing to do. It's crazy. Republicans are also pro-child labor, so yes, Joe Biden is better than the Republicans on labor. Yeah, I mean, it's not even a question. Come on. The worst Democrat is better than the best Republican on labor. Like, this is not even a question, okay? 0% Lamau, I mean, yeah, he's only been in office for 1 year, okay? It's not even a thing. Barely. But, like, this is literally a tech billionaire blood boy. What are we talking about? I'm losing my fucking mind, dude. Yes. Even Joe Manchin. Yes. I work for UPS. Most Teamsters are not for Trump, including my own local Teamster. Yeah. I don't know why the fuck Sean O'Brien is doing shit like this. Yeah, what do you mean by AFL-CIO scorecard? Do you mean what candidates they endorse? Sorry, dumb question. Just wanted clarity. So the AFL-CIO scorecard is basically the average Senate Republican is at 3%. That's so funny. is basically all of the pro-labor union and pro-worker legislation that gets brought up in Congress. Okay? Like, I'll show you here. Let me show you, like, Bernie Sanders, for example. How do I find Bernie Sanders' scorecard? I don't know how to fucking pull that up quickly. Stop talking about AFL-CIO. Sean O'Brien is with the Teamsters. The fuck? So? What do you mean? This is simply a way to see whether or not a person is voting for or actively pushing for pro-labor legislation, pro-labor union legislation. Teams is not AFL-CIO. They have different agendas and companies. It doesn't fucking matter. This is not just showing pro-Teamster or anti-Teamster legislation. This scorecard is showing pro-union legislation. Teamsters are a union. I work for local B trades. Most can't understand what his play is. I've talked to some other labor reporters and union organizers as well. I don't understand it either. Because when I first found out that Sean O'Brien was going to Trump Tower, and this was a couple months back, if you recall, I talked about it. And I just could not comprehend why he would fucking do such a thing. And I thought, maybe he's doing this to, do like a 5-head play. Maybe he wants to pressure the Democratic Party. Maybe he wants to, pressure the Democratic Party. Maybe he wants to, get some extra benefits or something. And I don't know. He might just be like a fucking hog. AFL-CIO is a labor federation representing unions, mostly a lot of trade unions. Their whole job is to do political advocacy work that benefits unions. Yeah, exactly. But ultimately, the AFL-CIO scorecard doesn't, it's nothing. It just means, whether you have voted pro-labor union or not. That's it. So, I don't know. Yeah. Teamsters left the AFL-CIO a while back. They're not under it. And I think that's what the chatter was referencing. But that still doesn't change the reality that Republicans are openly anti-union. Openly anti-union. So if you think that they are somehow pro-union, like J.D. Vance is somehow pro-union, you're out of your fucking mind. Why do you emphasize the registered Republican status of the shooter, but not the donation to progressives? Do you think one is more significant than the other? Because if you think that a $15 donation, to some fucking Democrat PAC is more significant than putting your whole ass chest into registering as a Republican and having all of your fucking classmates say you were conservative, I feel like you're a little silly. Because if you look at my FEC donations, you will find that I have donated Kirsten Gillibrand. I am not a Kirsten Gillibrand fan at all. Okay? He donated on Biden's inauguration, responding to a fucking push poll from some hack ass political group. DEMS or anyone can register in closed primaries is a thing that happens. Yeah, I know. But it's a thing that happens on top of the reality that all of this person's classmates said that he was Republican leaning or conservative. Like that his neighbors said that the father had Trump signs on the front lawn. Perhaps that's a little bit more significant, no? Don't you think? His parents are conservative. He was wearing a gun tuber shirt. Everything points in one direction, and you're desperately trying to move away from that direction. Now, I'm willing to admit that I might be wrong, but I'm simply assessing. I'm simply assessing everything. Remember when Rush Limbaugh did that to stop Obama? That's really funny that you're bringing up Rush Limbaugh. You are so fucking 55 years old. It is hilarious. Like, what do you mean Rush Limbaugh? Brother, this shooter, okay, is 20 years old, was 20 years old. He was 17 when he donated $15 to a Dem PAC, okay? And then a couple months later, he registered as a Republican. All of his schoolmates said that he was conservative. He was in a government class where his schoolmates said, his former classmates said, that he would side on conservative issues every single time. He even often felt isolated as a consequence of his conservative values. So when you have all of this information, the only thing that this shooter is similar to Rush Limbaugh with is not that he personally had like some kind of closed primary objection, and that's why he secretly voted. Okay, the only thing that there's two things that this shooter and Rush Limbaugh have in common. One, both have holes in their brains and they're dead. And two, they're both registered Republicans, okay, at the time of their passing. That's it. Oh, they're white too. Anyway. Anonymous on Twitter claims it's not even the kid, it's a 61-year-old. Yeah, that's wrong. I don't care what Anonymous on Twitter says. Journalists that I trust have clarified. That it was the kid that made the donation. There isn't enough evidence at this time to perfectly nail down what the shooter's motives were. Having said that, however, all evidence currently presented weigh on one side over the other. And you, my friend, are now saying nobody knows his afflictions or motive, which is you recognize that the evidence presented so far about his background shows that, you know, it might be that he's Republican. That's it. Except for Ben Shapiro and also this guy, Tom motherfucking McDonald. Tom McDonald immediately made a rap song about the shooter and how he missed, claiming that the shooter is definitely leftist, Antifa, gay, woke, all this good stuff. I'm going to bring in the Aussies for this one. Yo, Aussie boys, do you want to watch this Tom McDonald rap video with me? Trump assassination, but it's an anime?
心と行動に一点の曇りなし。すべ
てが正義だ。ドジャーンドジャーンドジャーン、一体何のつもりなんだ。
JoJo fans must be stopped. Oh, this is just JoJo. Do you guys know what JoJo is? It is an anime. Someone made a JoJo rendition of the Trump assassination. Well, I mean, this is very JoJo style. That's why they drew him like that. Trump is about to walk out on RNC. Oh fuck! I baited you guys. I said, do you,
Trump's moment and the
I
crowd
think
went
so.
wild, and now he's
I gotta pee. Now that you guys are on screen.
to the bandage on his ear. So let's listen in for a moment. Hear this.
Take it from here.
It's bad. I don't know who's single or who these people. Single person.
Tell us about this guy with glass. Public internet.
Milwaukee.
Just about 10 o'clock
That's the
Eastern
city they're in,
time,
isn't
and
it?
this is prime time
I
at
read the
Republican National
sign.
Convention, and former
Oh, apparently
President
Alexa's
Trump
muted.
has entered the building. He has appeared before the cameras.
Hello.
and
There we go.
He is going to walk
I know all
out
the
on
streaming
Hello,
stage, and this crowd is ready to see him. Hallie, as we well know,
What
the former
is these? Someone
president
said, what are these
knows how
Aussies
to
that say
entertain
stupid
an
shit? I'm
audience. He knows
scrolling
how
up
to
for that
dazzle
one.
an audience. He's very
What the fuck is that? That
on
Aussie who makes
events like
stupid shit?
this,
Oh, that was nice.
choreograph
Thank
them
you.
to
Yes, I am.
stage them, to give the people what they want.
People
and
saying
you have to
things are
believe
going
he's
too fast.
I know
with
it's
this
way
moment
too
tonight.
fast.
He
There we go.
understands the
There we go.
power
That's
of
free.
television, Savannah. He
Tiffany is
understands
hot.
the power of a moment,
Don't know
and
who
this
Tiffany
is
is.
the moment of the night.
But I agree. That shadow. Right.
Whoa.
Oh, Trump's here. Well, I want to see what his ear looks like. That's the thing I care about the most. I hope they do a close-up
Who is
of his
that?
ear. Who is that?
Is that Sydney Sweeney?
Is there any doubt who's going to be the next president of the United States?
Wait, did everyone just get shot in the ear to help out Trump? What's going on with that dude's ear?
He was sure, as Donald Trump turned his head just slightly,
He's got a walkout
missed
song?
him just enough to save his life.
Alex,
to
there
be
is some
the next
Turkish in your
president of
eyes.
the
I can
United
see
States.
it.
Yes! Yes!
Don't lean into
Yes!
it.
Yes!
Don't get into his fucking Turkish revanchism.
Dude, he is. He is. He's fucking. He is either Kazakh or some kind of. He is Turkic.
I got the Turkish eyebrow.
Don't say
He's
this.
literally Turkic, bro. He's literally Turkic. Okay, I've been saying this.
Look at
and
his ear.
I'm
Sorry.
so glad that he's trying to change the. He's trying to misdirect because he's embarrassed about the Panturanist sentiment being expressed by his host here. Okay, we're gonna do a 23andMe on you, and we're gonna find out that you are.
You realize they genocided all these Armenians recently to get closer to you.
Who
Turkish
what do you mean, me?
Russians.
What do you mean? who's me? Okay, I didn't do that.
Azerbaijani.
I wasn't in support of that. They did it with like Israeli weapons too.
Yeah, it was a team effort.
Yeah. Turkey is a big fucking. Do you know Turkey controls 30% of all energy that goes into Israel, like all natural gas pipelines that go through Turkey from Azerbaijan?
So they could Gaza them.
No, literally they could.
Sounds like Trump is singing.
Yeah, it's like they got the AI Hassan song.
Oh my god, he's crying. That's just coke eyes.
Oh my god.
Yes! I'm proud to be an American!
I know I'm free. I'm excited to see what his speech is going to be.
Hey, remember,
I don't know. I feel like you get pretty anxious in these moments, being in front of a crowd again. Like,
do you think he has PTSD?
I don't know.
That'd be pretty funny.
Surely, within like 2 days of getting shot in the
Dude,
ear.
no, lightning never strikes twice, bro. That'd be crazy if Donald Trump got shot again.
No, it's not going to happen, but it's going to be running through your head. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to concentrate. I'd be constantly scanning for threats.
Bro, this is like UFC. This is home territory.
Imagine if they shot off his other ear.
As the next president of the United States.
Someone wrote he's got the ear my pillow.
He is here tonight to show his courage.
No, he's not gonna talk.
What?
Somebody who tried to kill him. You will not take this man down. He has the courage, the strength.
He looks sad. He looks sadder than usual.
The next president of the United States.
Show us your ear.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to side.
Why does he look sad?
Yeah, I think he had a change of heart when he got
Bro,
shot,
he
and now he
looks-
hates being here.
I don't know if we're being parasocial right now, but he looks kind of baby girl. He looks kind of sad.
That's a fake smile.
Oh my god, he looks like.
He's like, I don't want to be a Republican anymore.
Wait, he's not talking?
No.
No, he's gonna talk on Thursday.
His breath's gonna smell so much. He doesn't talk till then. This would be so awkward. It's like when people sing you happy birthday in school.
Yeah, but if you're a narcissist, he's like kind of into that. I
He
suspect.
doesn't look like he likes it that much.
He does not like it. You could tell he does not fuck with this. Why is he?
This is his moment.
Take your flowers, Mr. President. Oh God.
Real.
Oh God. I don't even want to think about that, bro.
There's a chance you won't get set on fire. You don't tell a lie. You don't get caught.
That's why I haven't given you my stories yet.
Oh, can we film half an hour of a react after streaming?
What? Oh, you want to film it because I might die tomorrow?
Yeah, exactly. We all gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm going overseas.
Yeah, we can do that.
Please welcome Mark Laws from Cedar Springs, Michigan.
There's not even a clip to the guy on the stage. They just keep watching Trump all this time.
Dude, it's so funny that they're like, yeah, the violent rhetoric is really out of control with the Democrats, and then they're just like chanting fight, fight, fight every time. Like, I know what that means, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm not like,
just keep on trucking.
yeah, I'm not being like baby shit here, but it is still funny because like on that same metric, it's still violent.
Running mate, J.D. Vance, Ohio Senator, just named today, basks in the crowd's applause here. We're about to hear some more speeches, but for the moment, the crowd is chanting USA. And a moment ago, as
I think Trump's going to pivot.
His vibes are different, dude.
Yeah.
His vibes are different. It's very different,
Dude,
noticeably.
I'd be pretty fucking anxious.
What?
I'd be anxious coming out in public. Like, I don't know. It's a pretty
What if he
crazy
gets-
thing to happen, to have like a near-death experience.
Yeah, he's actually a Maoist now.
Absolutely.
That's what I've
And
heard.
what's so notable about that
Yeah,
is
he's
that that is
he's pro Russia, which is the most Maoist nation on the planet. so that makes sense. That tracks. He shook Kim Jong-un's hand.
True.
That was pretty fucking Maoist third world-is. I'm just saying, dude. He says Xi Jinping is sexy all the time, just like we do.
It's the type of tone that you're going to hear moving forward. You talked about the fact that he is someone who understands TV as a former reality TV star. This is the moment. This is the entrance that he was clearly hoping for. But how striking to see that bandage on his ear, a reminder how serious and somber the backdrop is to all of this.
No question about it. And in fact, we wondered, this is our first look, Hallie, at the former president. His son, Eric Trump, said today in an interview that he lost half of his ear, which I think perhaps, we'll see. We'll see.
That's an exaggeration. No, we saw what he lost, bro. Come on, dude. That's
Do you think someone picked up his ear, like a little bit of his ear? I would have done that. I would have been like,
changed everything. He might have lost his life.
In the hours after the shooting, that is something I
You
heard
ate a little
again and
snack.
again as we were talking with people
You get
who were
his
there,
powers?
members of Congress, Republican supporters, that it was just a matter of a couple inches. That bandage is such a literal visual reminder of what the
God,
former
they're
president
so
has been through
fucking.
in that attempt
Oh
at
God, I
assassination.
hate
I
them.
have to tell you.
Oh my God, that bandage is a reminder of the divine right for kings. Hassan, talk about your friend Kobe Ko. Yo, fuck this Trump shit, bro.
What about Cody Cozy?
Yeah. What happened?
Don't talk about his ears.
This was the emotional crescendo of the day, absolutely, and likely the highest emotional peak that we will get until the former president speaks on Thursday night.
Now we have the former president listening in the VIP box, along with his family members, Senator Vance, House Speaker Mike Johnson.
And that is the Republican Party. Savannah. Think about this.
Doherty?
This is the third time in his political career that the former president has accepted the Republican nomination
about his
to run for
donation.
the White House here.
Cody
It
Ko
wasn't
donated
like
to
this
what?
in 2016.
The
party
HasanAbi
had not
broadcast at the top of the
united in
hour
this way
to
behind
help
him
people
then. Now
avoid
here we
seeing
are,
ads at the
flash
top of the
4 years
hour.
later, and
Is that his donation
visual,
that you're talking
image
about?
Of Donald
Fucking
Trump,
got him,
of
chatter.
His vice presidential
3-minute
pick,
ad break is upon you.
widely seen as the person who holds the mantle to the MAGA movement, and House Speaker Mike Johnson, who is backing former President Trump. They are clearly united, is what that says.
It also is striking to see former President Trump sitting next to his VP nominee for the first time, Savannah. The age difference is stunning, and I think it puts on display J.D. Vance,
Between who?
39 years old. The fact that this is to some extent a generational pick, aimed at so many of the people in this country who said they're frustrated by this rematch. This is to some extent a way to reach out to those people. This is the next generation, not only of the MAGA movement, but of politics within the Republican Party more broadly.
Well, I want to go to Tom Yamas, who's on the floor for us this evening. And what was the moment like? You were right there amongst the crowd when we saw Donald Trump appear on that monitor.
Yeah, Savannah, I'm here with Ellen Cox, and I wanted to ask her about that moment, right? Because this is all about the delegates and the members of the Republican
Cody Ko
Party that are
underage
here, the
cheating
people who are going to
allegations?
vote
No,
for
we know what he
former
meant.
President Trump in November. Ellen, I was watching you. You were so excited when the president came in. Talk to me about the moment you first saw him with the bandage appear on camera.
That just absolutely filled my heart. And I mean, when he went down the other day, we didn't know if he was going to get back up. And the fact that he reassured us, and that fist in the air was reassurance. It was the fight, and it's the hope, and it's the fact that they're coming after us, but he's in the way. And he'll do anything for us, and we'll do anything.
They literally did shoot, like the shooter did shoot one of you guys, and he objectively was not in the way. His ear was, but like, you know what I mean? Like they shot the guy behind him, so.
Almost been killed.
Absolutely. And as a former military member, I know
His ear
the
was his weak
sounds,
spot. His
and I
mum
know
dipped it in the river Styx, holding
a
his ear.
centimeter, it could have been a completely different story. But God's had his hand on him, and he is here for it. He's going to save our country.
What do you hope happens with the political rhetoric and this campaign going
Dude,
forward?
Americans love this shit. They love being like, man, these Muslim countries are such like barbaric, like weird religious guys, and then they will just, or they talk about like, you know, North Korea or whatever, and how much like Kim Jong-un gets glazed up dear leader praise, and then they just unironically do this where it's like, no, he has the divine right of kings. Actually, God touched him on that day. Okay, God touched him on that day. He bent the bullet.
The difference with Americans is they seem to get redder and redder the more they praise him.
President Trump, what did you tell him tonight?
President
light
Trump,
up.
I have been working for you and behind you and doing anything I can
He
to
cannot hear
help
you.
you make America great since 2015. Thank you, sir, for everything you've done for us. We love you, and we are going to be doing everything to bring you to victory in November. And thank you, sir.
Ellen Cox, we appreciate it from Pennsylvania. Savannah, just a snippet of some of the emotion here, a snippet of some of the motivation here that's going to be so important for both parties as they head to the polls in November and as voting starts to get underway. Savannah?
And interesting to hear her say the rhetoric's got to get less violent and less divisive on both sides, which perhaps will be a theme as we go ahead. We're going to take a break right here. We're awaiting a speech by Amber Rose, who's an influencer and a model.
Who's that?
We also have the team.
Amber Rose dated Kanye West. She's like a sex worker.
The former President Trump badly wants. President Biden wants it too.
Does
He'll
love
be
sex
speaking
work.
as the
And
Republicans
is
focus
like
on the
now
economy. Moments
pro-Trump.
away,
Nice.
Donald Trump appearing as well.
At least
right
she didn't
after
go as radical as Kanye.
I do love, yeah, that's true. I do love, well, Kanye was not that radical. He was running against Trump. He was running for president against Donald Trump. You know what I mean? Like, technically. No, it's just like, dude, the Republican Party is so desperate for any kind of celebrity that they are just like, turn on CNN, they're glazing him like it's Fox News. Wait, really?
Of gratitude, because as was
that Burgum?
said on this show, I mean, divine providence. I mean, we're a millimeter away from right now having a country and a party being in chaos. And
That's my boy.
That's
my fucking boy, dude.
You know, mark an era just the way the JFK assassination did in the 1960s. So we missed that by a millimeter. And now history's on a different path. And I think President Trump, not only he's uniting this party, but I think he actually, the language he's used in Saturday is talking about uniting the country, rewriting the speech for Thursday night about uniting the country. I know people haven't seen him that way, but when people go through a near-death experience, I think that these things can change people.
Do you think it's changed him?
Well, I think you saw him tonight walking in and listening to Lee Greenwood sing a song that he stood on the stage many, many times, but I think he certainly has to have an understanding and gratitude that, A, he's alive. He said that to all the people around him. He's lucky to be alive.
Yeah, and he's sitting in that box. You know, when something like Saturday happens, it makes you realize how consequential a vice presidential pick, not that it always isn't, but how it is. He's sitting next to Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. Obviously, you were also one of the finalists to be picked for vice president. How did you get the news today that you were not going to be the pick?
Well, I got a call and a great conversation with the president, and he's and he said, hey, Mr. Secretary, he's always been so positive and so considerate to Catherine and I this whole time. But as you know, Caitlin, we were never running for a cabinet position, never running to be VP. As a sitting governor, and I've got 152 days left to the greatest job in the nation, being governor of North Dakota right now. That was our focus, because another 4 years of Joe Biden for a state that produces natural resources and agriculture, the inflation that's affecting every one of our citizens, affecting everybody in America, the open borders affecting everyone in America. So Donald Trump's policies actually do lift up not just independents and Republicans, but Democrats as well. And I think this week is going to be a chance for people across the country to hear that.
So he called you Mr. Secretary. I mean, that sounds like he's teasing that he would want you in his cabinet. You told me previously that you were not open to taking a cabinet position. Is that still the case?
Well, there's going to be no cabinet positions that President Trump can get out unless he wins.
So
this is going to be a tight race for sure.
I've always said
fall,
this.
I mean,
He's
people may
catty.
feel like it's a runaway today,
He's
but
got
these things
pizzazz.
always tighten up. And I would just say there's going to be a lot of work to do between now and then, and that's going to be the focus. Anytime that I'm spending now is
the border from what? Canadians? No, bro, South Dakotans. That's a big problem.
President Trump ends up back
big
in the
problem
White
in North
House.
Dakota
So
is
you're
the South
saying
Dakotans coming
don't
over
take
the
it for
border.
granted. It's not clear what's going to happen in this election. What do you think Donald Trump needs to do out on the campaign trail? If you were his running mate, what would your advice be because you and Senator Vance had very different reactions to what happened on Saturday. You were more in the camp of talking about unity and taking the temperature down. One of Senator Vance's initial posts within hours of the shooting was blaming President Biden and his rhetoric, even though there's no motive determined by the FBI yet. Which tack do you think Donald Trump should follow?
Well, I think President Trump himself has been talking about unity. It's been peace, unity, make America great again. He's added those words.
Trump is always talking about peace and
even what
unity.
he's putting out on his post right now, and I think that's the right message
So
for
much
us going forward.
that he literally said he's changing his entire RNC speech to talk about unity instead of whatever the fuck he was going to talk about.
Someone who grew up in a small town.
He literally said, everybody, throw away your speeches. We're doing a new thing.
North, and with him having Ohio, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania in his backyard, I think he's a solid pick for the Trump-Vance ticket to have a sweep this fall.
Yeah, a lot of rivalries between Pennsylvania and Ohio, but we'll see what that looks like. Governor Burgum, thank you for joining us. I know it's been a very chaotic and busy day for you, so thank you for your
What if
time.
he really had an epiphany
Anderson,
after almost
obviously
dying?
hearing
I don't give a
from Governor
shit.
Burgum for the first time since learning the vice presidential
If
pick
anything, it
earlier
would get
today.
worse. His
Yeah,
opinion.
Caitlin, thank you very much.
100%.
Extraordinary to see the former president, really the first time since we last saw him on that stage.
Yeah, he looked emotional to me. He looked
not.
humble. I mean, he had an interesting sort of look on his face, like he was soaking in all the United Republicans there. Can't really imagine what it's like to be in his position. I read today he said, "I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be dead." And so from that point forward, you sort of internalize that every day is a gift.
She was a VidCon
And
last year.
to me, his facial expression, his body language showed a different kind of Donald Trump than we're used to seeing.
He's listening to Amber Rose right now. Let's listen in.
He said, "Shut the fuck up, Amber Rose speaking."
What does her forehead say?
I don't know.
Make America great again.
But I do want everyone to be reminded that Amber Rose fucked Kanye West in the butt, according to her own admission. Just so we understand, like, what's going on at the Republican National Convention right now. Amber Rose, by her own admission, put fingers in, or maybe even a dildo inside of Kanye West's ass.
On too.
That's hot.
Thank you.
There ain't nothing wrong with that from where I'm standing. I personally think it's insane that that person is currently speaking at the RNC addressing the motherfucking Republican presidential candidate.
And we weren't
Served
allowed
over
to go.
20 years in the
Yeah.
U.S. military. Thank you for your service, Dad.
Like, what are you saying? This is a pro-sex work
I love you, Dad. I love
person
you.
who was at like the pussy, wearing a pussy
I
hat
love you
at the
so
fucking
much. Thank
women's
you.
march.
Oh my God.
Maybe he did have an epiphany and he's changed his mind.
When
Yeah,
I met
she's
the
the first to
president and
find out.
Melania for the first time, he was kind and generous and funny as hell.
That's his first
Very
real
funny.
smile.
The First Lady was gracious and smart with a smile that will brighten up any room. If you're watching this tonight, you know our country is in trouble. Just like me. When you go to the store and buy food for your family, you're shocked. When you fill up your gas tank, you're pissed. I know I am.
No, you're.
When your chauffeur fills up the gas tank.
And when you turn on the news, you are just exhausted.
Is she gonna talk about
Inflation
immigrants?
is out of control.
She's gonna be like,
And you know in your
goddamn
heart
migrants
it was not
coming
like
over the
this
border,
under Donald Trump.
taking black jobs, like pegging Kanye West. That should be me that's pegging Kanye West, not an undocumented Latino
My
man.
message to you tonight comes from a humble place. The left told me to hate Trump, and even worse, to hate the other side, the people who support him. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president.
Finger in the booty ass bitch. I'm gonna quote tweet this.
We were safer, wealthier, and stronger.
Finger in the booty
A vote
ass
for Donald Trump is a vote to put money back in our pockets and good food on our kids' plates. Yes. Or, as Trump would say, it's a vote to make America great again. Thank you so much.
He's so happy.
Net worth 12 million. This bitch is crazy.
Please welcome Latino American Linda Fornos.
So,
who's that?
Listening to the speakers.
Please
this is
welcome
gonna go on
Latino American.
11 o'clock.
We got all of our minorities here. That's awesome. Listen, we had a black woman. We're going to have a Latino American now. We got them all. It's like
Whole
Pokemon.
moment tonight. This is what Donald Trump does best. He's the producer in chief. Him walking out, Lee Greenwood playing. And then first you're hearing from an everyday American talking, but then a social media influencer with 23 million followers who young people are looking at, and young voters are up for grabs.
No, absolutely no. You guys are so fucking stupid, CNN. Zero young people are like, oh, what's Amber Rose up to? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Yo, these people are so dumb. Oh my God, dude. Oh my fucking God. No young person is like, this is the first time Amber Rose has been relevant since like 2016 when she, you know, openly admitted she stuck her finger in Kanye West's butthole and then did the slut walk thing. Okay. That's so stupid, bro. That's so dumb.
But that's the point. They have put someone on the stage who reaches into this whole group of Americans who are not necessarily engaged at all in our politics or in our civics. These kinds of voices, I heard some grousing about this from some of the conservative. This is how you change the composition of the electorate.
Yeah,
Alex,
that was probably the most dangerous speak for the Democratic coalition.
CNN is so red right now.
That is a young woman of color. She's describing the experience a lot of people have, feeling that maybe if you're around too many liberals, you might get criticized too much, or you might not be able to speak your mind. And she spoke to it really well. And she's way more famous than any of us up here. Yeah. I'm going to tell you that, way more famous. And so, to the extent that these guys are trying to bust up our coalition, that was a bunker buster right there.
By the way, and it's one of the things we've been talking about, but there are speakers who speak to the room, and there are speakers who speak through the television.
It is actually really reassuring to hear CNN glazing Trump. It kind of reaffirms all my high school opinions of CNN. But like as an international viewer since the 2000s, I assume CNN and Fox were the same channel. Like they kind of like came together in terms of international policy. It's nice to see them coming together again. You know?
Domestic policy too now.
Yeah.
We've always been together for international policy.
No, but I mean, like as a foreigner, I saw them as the same channel up until 2016.
They've never had any division on that front. Now they're together on domestic policy as well.
And she was the most effective. You can be heard in the hall, but you're in somebody's living room. She understood that.
By the way, I'm sorry, but Vandro's being like, Amber Rose is, you know, a young woman of color. It's like, bro, that's not what Amber Rose is, you know, there to do. Okay. You are just like leaning into the PR that the Republican Party is trying to do. Okay. She is a famous person with a net worth of $12 million who has dated like unimaginably famous and successful and wealthy people. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like you're talking about her like, you know, she's like an accountant in a firm or something. Like, yeah, she's just a regular black woman speaking here.
If they have a good digital
she is
operation.
a clout-obsessed, failing social media influencer, desperately trying to maintain relevancy.
Watching Trump come down that hallway, the way they set it up against Lee Greenwood, who, by the way, also 81 years old, looks pretty good and did a great job. But the way they choreographed that thing, the way they brought Trump out, you could not have done it any better. It was really, really well done. And then to me, I also just seeing the bandage. I mean, I was wondering how they were going to do it. It's pretty
He is terrific,
pretty real.
terrific at stagecraft, no question about it. And obviously, this is a moment, given what happened over the weekend, where just seeing him on camera is impactful and meaningful. And I think, as someone, I can't remember who was saying earlier, anybody, even if you're not somebody who supports him, you can still see him in this moment and feel grateful that he was not killed on Saturday. So it's a
like,
powerful
why would
moment.
anybody feel grateful seeing Donald Trump if they're not a fan of Donald Trump? Like, I want someone to explain this to me. Like, what do you mean? Oh, yeah, it's just like why? Why should anybody feel that way?
In the more traditional Republican mold. And so, he has a lot of goodwill tonight, and I think the question is, what version of him do we see later this week?
I just want to say one thing. Just as a dad, seeing Don Jr.'s face. Don Jr. is
the only thing I'm grateful for is that if he fucking got killed, it would be bedlam. It would be chaos. It would be violence in the fucking streets because of the rabid base of support that he has. The only thing I'm happy about is the fact that, a more competent Republican would ride the wave of martyrdom for Donald Trump in the immediate aftermath and would probably be a more efficient legislator on top of everything else.
Brotherhood of Teamsters.
Anyway, here's fucking Sean O'Brien. Goddamn Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle looking motherfucker. I can't believe him doing this. This is so fucked up.
I'd like to give my peeps from the greatest state in the nation, Massachusetts, some props. What's up?
That's awesome.
First,
you know who he is, right?
I want to thank the hardworking Teamsters and union members here in Milwaukee who play vital roles in the building and operations of this convention. I also want to thank President Donald Trump for opening the RNC's doors to the Teamsters Union and inviting me to speak before you tonight.
Maybe he'll say something cool.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be like, y'all are fucking cowards and phonies. You do not care
All
about
across
labor.
this country and meet with my members every week. You know what I see? An American worker being taken for granted. Workers being sold out to big banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite. And I'm not the only one who sees this.
Donald Trump's vice
Everyday
presidential pick is
families
specifically for big bank and big tech.
people aren't stupid. They know
Elon Musk said he's
the
donating
system is
$75 million
We all
every
know
month
how
to Donald
Washington
Trump's
is
PAC,
run.
$45 million.
Working people have no chance of winning this fight. That's why I'm here today. Because I refuse to keep doing the same things my predecessors did.
What is he going to do now? What's the opposite?
Today, the Teamsters are here to say we are not beholden to anyone or any party.
Except for the convention that you're speaking at right now.
We will create an agenda and work with a bipartisan coalition ready to accomplish something real for the American worker. And I don't
What are
care
you
about getting
saying, bro?
criticized. It's an honor to be the first Teamster in our 121-year history to address the Republican National Convention.
I wonder why. I wonder why.
Several months ago, I asked the RNC and the DNC for the opportunity to speak. To be frank, when President Trump invited me to speak at this convention, there was political unrest on the left and on the right. Hard to believe. Anti-union groups demanded the president rescind his invitation. The left called me a traitor.
Yeah, 'cause you are. You're a fucking idiot. That is an entire room full of people that would kill you if given the opportunity.
Why
You
it's so
fucking
important
dumbass.
for me here
Oh my
today.
God.
Think about this. Think about this. The Teamsters are doing something correct. If the extremes in both parties think I shouldn't be on this stage.
You are literally a labor leader. You are
President
a labor
Trump
leader. When they mean extremes on both parties, they mean you. You fucking, you dumbass, you
and that's
stupid bald
unprecedented.
monkey. Oh my God.
No other nominee in the race would have invited the Teamsters into this arena. Now,
I'm gonna
you can
light
have
my
whatever
Teamsters
opinion you
don't
want,
cross picket lines.
but one thing is clear.
Sticker on fire.
President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud, and often critical voices. And I think we all can agree, whether people like him or they don't like him,
Hey, look at this.
in light of what happened to him on Saturday, he has proven to be one tough SOB.
Donald Trump and the Republican Party have never done anything even remotely positive for any labor union ever, even on accident. What a fucking absolute charlatan, dude.
Now, when I won the presidency of the Teamsters in a national election 2.5 years ago, we started reaching across the aisle. In the past, the Teamsters have endorsed GOP candidates, including Nixon, Reagan, and George H.W.
Right.
Bush. But over the last 40 years,
Bro just presenting his L's from the worst era.
strong relationships with organized labor, there are some in the party who stand in active opposition to labor unions.
Just so you understand, this guy's entire shtick was supposed to be that, like, it's a different Teamsters now. It is not the old Teamsters. alongside with the UAW, like there was reform happening in both of these
not
unions.
Interested if you have a
I
D,
guess not.
R, or an I next to your name. We want to know one thing. What are you doing to help American workers? As a negotiator, I know that no window or door should ever be permanently shut. In my administration, the Teamsters reached out to 8 Republican senators who stood up for railroad Teamsters over our fight for paid sick leave. Josh Hawley was one of them.
I'm losing it. I'm losing it.
We started talking. Senator Hawley changed his position on national right to work. Then we started walking. Senator Hawley walked a Teamsters picket line in St. Louis and a UAW picket line in Wentzville, Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talking heads, lawyers, CEOs, and apologists. He has shown he is not willing to accept their pillaging of working people's pocketbooks.
He's such a fucking dumbass, dude. I'm sorry.
I
He's
know
just, I gotta,
from a
I
career
gotta
in
text some people.
negotiating that you get nowhere by slamming your fist on the table. The first step is to listen. The Teamsters and the GOP may not agree on many issues, but a growing group has shown the courage to sit down and consider points of view that aren't funded by big money think tanks. Senators like J.D. Vance, Roger Marshall,
J.D. Vance
and
pro-union.
Representatives Nicole
There you go.
Maliotakis, Mike Lawler, and Brian Fitzpatrick are among elected officials who truly care about working people.
What?
And this group is expanding and is putting fear into those who have monopolized our very broken system in America today. There are far too many people on both sides of the aisle still caught up in knee-jerk reactions to unions, who subscribe to the same tired claptrap that unions destroy American companies. Take a moment to consider United Parcel Service, which is the largest private sector logistics company, and it's been unionized for more than 100 years. More than 350,000 Teamsters make it run. We work for good middle-class wages, quality health care, and secure pensions. There are work rules that ensure fairness and due process for both sides. UPS is the most efficient package delivery company in the world. But let's not forget that UPS doesn't provide these great wages and benefits out of the kindness of its heart. UPS does it because the Teamsters fight for it, all 350,000 of us. You know, corporatists hate when working people join together to form unions. But for a century, major employers have waged a war against labor by forming corporate unions of their own. We need to call the Chamber of Commerce and the business roundtables what they are. They are unions for big business. And here's another fact. Against gigantic multinational corporation, an individual worker has zero power. It's only when Americans band together in democratic unions that we win real improvements on wages, benefits, and working conditions.
Wait a minute.
Companies like
I'm big
Amazon
business.
are bigger than most national economies. Amazon is valued over $2 trillion. That makes it the 14th largest economy
They stopped
in the
clapping
world.
when he started talking about
What is
workers' wages,
sickening
dude.
is that Amazon has abandoned
Read the room, you
any
stupid
national
bald
allegiance.
fuck.
Amazon's sole focus is on lining its own pockets. Remember, elites have no party, elites have no nation. Their loyalty is to the balance sheet and to the stock price at the expense of the American worker. In my office in Washington, D.C., I can see the United States Capitol from my window. I see well-intentioned people arrive in Washington and get eaten up by an unforgiving system. The responsibility to average Americans takes a back seat. The objective now becomes survival. Fundraiser after fundraiser, corporate consultants hedge every initiative. The Hill crawls with lifers, bouncing from government jobs to corporate jobs and back again. I think we can all agree D.C. is a pretty treacherous area. Most legislation is never meant to go anywhere, and it's all talk. And in America, talk isn't cheap. It's very expensive, and it comes at the cost of our own country.
Guys, Sean O'Brien is a MAGA communist.
No, our system is broken.
Sean
The
O'Brien
elites
is
are
a
not
Jackson Hinkledink fan.
Workers. There is a political caste system that prevents citizens from accessing their representatives to hold them accountable. For a moment in time,
Everyone's getting pretty silent. It's so
working
good.
people in America were seen as essential. Sadly, it took a global pandemic for political and corporate elites to notice this fact. But ask yourself this question. Since the end of the pandemic, when was the last time you heard major news outlets regularly refer to workers as essential? You haven't. The men and women who provide goods and services, deliver packages, stock grocery shelves, care for patients, pick up your trash, and keep our communities safe are taken for granted.
Our
All
brothers
the
and
while,
sisters and our
the
local
stock
teamsters that are
market
watching this in
boomed,
horror.
housing prices
Yeah, I don't think the
hit
rank and
record
file
highs,
is going to
and
appreciate
corporate
this.
salaries skyrocket.
Like the Teamsters
But the
have a lot of
income
right wingers in
of
them, but
everyday
like there's
Americans
definitely a
are
shit ton of
shrinking in the
leftists in the
face
Teamsters, of
inflation.
course.
At the gas pumps, at the grocery
People
store,
that voted
with
for
the
him.
electrical bill, and with the car insurance. This has got to change. Never forget.
Gosh, Sean Fain is so much
American
cooler.
workers
It's not even
own
funny.
This nation. We are not renters. We are not tenants. But the corporate elite treat us like squatters, and that is a crime. We've got to fix it.
Rank and file checking in. This is
Now,
fucking
this'll
horrendous, and I
shock
can't
you.
wait to vote him out. It's
This'll shock
insane what
you.
he's doing.
To paraphrase Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, it's time for both sides of Congress to stand their
The
butts
democracy
up.
reform movement worked with Sean O'Brien to pass some really good reforms in the union, and it's continued to grow. I don't see him going anywhere, though. They've won a lot of good contracts.
that
Yeah,
put American workers
he fights
first.
like hell, for sure.
It needs to be easier.
He's a great leader for his
companies
union.
to
This,
remain
not so
in
much.
America. We need legal protections that make it safer for workers to get a contract.
That's why Trump
we
is-
must stop corporations.
He's gonna push
from
for the
abandoning
PRO Act.
local communities to inflate their bottom line. We need
Trump is going to
meaningful-
institute CAD check.
Today, corporate vultures buy up
Alongside
companies
JD fucking
like Yellow
Vance,
Freight
dude.
with the intent of driving them into bankruptcy and feasting on their remains. The courts leave workers begging for crumbs as third-tier creditors. Labor law must be reformed. Americans vote for a union but can never get a union contract. Companies fire workers who try to join unions and hide behind toothless laws that are meant to protect working people but are manipulated to benefit corporations. This
He's not
is
endorsing them, dude.
economic
He's speaking at the RNC and not speaking at the DNC.
cannot
Are you
withstand
insane?
Such an assault.
He also refused to endorse Biden, which is fine. But like, if you go and speak at the RNC, you're functionally saying, you know, Trump might be my guy.
Consequences for the company, only the worker. We need corporate welfare reform. Under our current system,
Someone just said Kai just broke his setup, and I'm in my mind, in my head canon, I'm assuming HasanAbi broke his setup because he's so angry that Sean O'Brien is talking at the RNC.
These companies offer no real health insurance, no retirement benefits.
HasanAbi is a
paid leave,
champion of labor.
Relying on underfunded public assistance. And who foots the bill? The individual taxpayer. The biggest recipients of welfare in this country are corporations, and this is real corruption.
I was given the longest speech so
We must
far.
put workers first. What could be more important to the security of our nation than a long-term investment in the American worker. In 2021, Teamsters nationwide
this is 100%
elected me
correct.
to fight for them, and that's precisely what I'm doing. Something is wrong in this country, and we need to say it out loud. I will always speak for America and the American worker, both union and non-union.
I thought he would have been. I thought he would have said like immigrant labor is like hurting unions or
Each
something.
and every one of you, and especially my friends on the Democratic side, to embrace cooperation.
Yeah, he's salting. He's salting the RNC.
To achieve meaningful and productive change, to ensure we make this great nation in this world the bigger, faster, and strongest nation in the entire world. I love this country. The Teamsters love this country. Our 1.3 million members move America on the roads, in the ports, on the rail, and in the air. And at the end of the day, if the powers to be stop me from raising my voice on behalf of American workers, I will not have one single regret. I still carry my commercial driver's license. I still have my place on the union seniority
This makes
list.
me so sad.
You'll find me back
because
in
like I don't
Boston.
give a fuck about the Democratic Party, but I do care about
Women
him.
for
I do
Shaughnessy
care
and
about
Hearn.
one of the
Because I
largest
have
labor
the
unions in North
protection
America.
of
Like
a union contract
that
that
makes
gives
this actually
me
is very
the freedom
depressing.
to speak my mind and to fight like hell. God bless the greatest nation. Thank you very much.
Is he speaking at the DNC as well? This guy's twice the leftist you'll ever be. I mean,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay.
please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Watley.
That was interesting. I got a text in the middle of that from a Republican congressman saying that he had to check to make sure he was at the Republican convention, not the Democratic convention. That was Sean O'Brien, president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, making an appeal.
when the brown
to
sheds blow my brains
the
across my dashboard, I will be smiling. when the anti-labor Gestapo come knocking down my doors and start killing rank and file of Teamsters for demanding more from their companies, I will know I did the right thing. Endorsing Josh Hawley, the wonderful senator from Missouri, who said right to work override fails in Missouri House. Time for an end to union-backed candidates in the GOP. Hashtag change is coming. Hashtag right to work. The speech wasn't bad. It was at the wrong place. I mean, the speech wasn't bad, yes, but let Alexa make jokes, please. Alexa, you have any jokes?
I
mean, what the fuck? What is he gonna?
sad.
What is he gonna say about like domestic labor disputes here? Yeah, wrong place, wrong names, delusional. Like, if he went into the Lions Den and was like, "Listen, you guys need to do better. You guys need to fucking do better."
Instead, he was like, JD Vance really cares for workers.
Yeah. Instead of, he could have just said, there's 48 Senate sponsors of the PRO Act. They're all Democrats. No Republicans. What the fuck's that about? He said, I'm riding with Hawley. I love his pectorals. Hawley, not gay. Loves his wife. He's not gay except for, we've kissed a little. And he kisses real well. Twitter isn't loading and I can't find the news anywhere. If you know, Amazon Coventry managed to unionize today. I don't know. I never expected to hear this line at the RNC. The biggest recipients of welfare in this country are corporations, and this is real corruption. Applause from TV seemed tepid. Yeah, I mean, it's just like not even a thing, dude. It's not even a thing. Like, Donald Trump stacked the NLRB with anti-union appointees who side with employers in contract disputes and support companies who delay and stall union elections, misclassify workers to take away their freedom to join a union, silence workers. Like, the Republican Party historically, including the fucking candidates that he said the Teamsters endorsed proudly, from Nixon, Reagan, and George H.W. Bush, are you fucking insane? Like Ronald Reagan, America's famous union destroyer. Okay? That is actually fucking wild. Like, no one said Teamsters were intelligent. Shrug. That's insane. That's disrespectful to the fucking all the rank and filers that are probably losing their minds right now watching their fucking leader speak to the Republican National Convention. Yeah, Vance got owned. I know I showed that earlier. It's like all you needed was like Republicans to be like, yeah, we like unions actually.
But that is their case.
If that were true, I don't know that the president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters would be speaking at the Republican National Convention.
Well, that's exactly what this showcases is Joe Biden's problem, because Teamsters endorsed President Biden in 2020, and the idea that he is a Teamsters leader has never spoken at a Republican convention, and to see Sean O'Brien
not at least in 121 years.
Okay, thank you for that count. So I think that just speaks to the moment.
Let me just interrupt for 1 second. I want to go to Phil Mattingly on the floor, and then we'll come back and keep talking. Phil?
You know, Jake, as you guys kind of walk through the dynamics of the speech and what we actually heard, watching the former president, watching the people in the VIP box who did not sit down the entire speech, who, when Sean O'Brien said he'd been the first Teamsters president to speak to a Republican convention and 121 years, it was Byron Donalds, who has been sitting next to the former president, who slapped Trump's arm and said, "That's huge. That's huge." It was Tucker Carlson sitting to the right of Byron Donalds, who was pumping his fists the entire time. And you contrast that with where the rest of the party is, particularly on this issue, but also the same party that's holding fundraisers with corporations and large donors over the course of this entire week. I think we all know that's such a central part of this process. That was a speech that was for Sean O'Brien a moment to take advantage of. It was a speech for the former president, who sees a clear ability to peel off the union vote in a significant way on the rank and file side of things. And it was also, I think, a window into a realignment on the policy of the Republican Party, a policy that J.D. Vance, while not fully kind of in the Josh Hawley model.
Yeah, dude, they're also going to do pro-trans legislation. Like, we should bring up Caitlyn Jenner to talk at the RNC.
Speaker Mike Johnson, who was also sitting in that box, who very much represents kind of a Wall Street Journal editorial board, kind of traditional establishment Republican economic ideology. And so just the entire contrast of listening to the speech, watching Sean O'Brien, definitely getting the Dorchester versus Medford, John King versus Sean O'Brien accents going there.
Saying that LGBTQ people shouldn't be glad. What? People shouldn't be glad that Trump survived is basically the same logic as saying LGBTQ people shouldn't be supporting Palestine because Islam is against homosexuality and LGBTQ community in general. Other Christians are against homosexuality and LGBTQ community in general as well. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, the fuck? Did you just compare Donald Trump, a war criminal in every fucking right, to like random Palestinian children and shit? Like, what are we talking about right now? What's going on? Being fucking annihilated by an ethno state? That's got to be bait, right? Are you okay? Stop getting one guy. That was a wild take, dude. Do you think Sean O'Brien's been paid off? I don't know. I want to hope that, like, I want to maintain my posture that, like, Sean O'Brien is actually secretly doing something five-head. Great speech, guys. Great speech, okay? Yeah. Yeah, Sean O'Brien is going to dramatically alter the course of history and get the Republican Party that is openly on the side of corporations to retriangulate. Yeah. J.D. Vance, who Sean O'Brien says he likes, is literally like, he is a Silicon Valley tech guy. He's bringing VC money. The room is silent when he talked. I texted her that. That's my text message to her. I like that the chatter sent that back to me, though. It was like, yeah, this is great about the tone of the voice in the room. To be fair, I have leaked her text messages in the past, so. The only change this has is the same amount of times RNC double checks their speaker list. This Teamster doesn't support Republican union busters like Trump and Vance. Yeah. Teamsters are trying to start a bidding war between two parties that want them gone. I don't even think that's fair. I think that, like, Democrats, there is, at least on this issue, like, Democrats are fucking shitty. They're cowardly. They're not exactly super big fans of labor. But, like, they have done more objectively for labor than the Republicans have. Like, that's not, I don't know. I don't think that's controversial to say. Like, even judging this by the metrics that Sean O'Brien used to say that, like, Josh Hawley, for example, is a supporter of labor unions, like, Democrats do that on a weekly basis. Aesthetically posturing, going to picket lines, like, those are things that Democrats do so much that, like, it seems like Sean O'Brien is taking it for granted. Like, I don't understand it. The only reason why I originally, when he met with Trump like a while ago, a couple months back, when I said this is weird, why the fuck's he doing this? I thought maybe he is, I thought maybe he's doing it because he thinks Joe Biden is going to lose and he wants to make sure that he's, like, in good, I don't know, has a good relationship with Donald Trump. But, like, Donald Trump is never going to be pro-labor. Like, he's never, like, there is no 5D chess here because Donald Trump is an immovable object on this issue. You're witnessing the beginning of the next party realignment. If you think that the Republican Party is going to realign for labor, you are insane. The Republican Party is going to realign for labor, and what's next? Trans rights? Voting rights? Like, what are we talking about? Like, there is no fucking realignment, dude. The only thing that they're going to align is a bullet to the head of labor leaders if they have the opportunity. You're witnessing the next Ronald Reagan? Yeah, exactly. Great. You're right. Which he mentioned, by the way. Ronald Reagan was single-handedly a devastating force for labor unions in this fucking country, for labor rights in this fucking country.
You saw it with Amber Rose. You saw it with the head of the Teamsters. The head of the Teamsters.
A lot of union workers are pro-Trump. I don't give a shit. Yeah, they're fucking stupid. Like, what do you want me to say? Just because someone is in a fucking union doesn't mean that they're, like, magically this infallible object that is never worthy of criticism. Yeah, I know. And also, it's not a lot of rank and filers. It's not the majority of rank and filers. Okay, the majority of rank and filers across the board vote Democrat. That is also a lie that Republicans love to fucking advance for some weird reason. Just like claiming that moneyed interests is on the side of Democrats is also a lie. The majority of donations for moneyed interests still go to the Republican Party, even though they do hedge their bets, and the Republican Party and the Democratic Party are both corporatist parties. Okay? I think the last poll was 37% of union workers are Republican, which is still pretty fucking high. Okay? That's still pretty high. You know, it's crazy. Having said that, however, you're crazy if you think that, like, rank and file union members across the board are just going crazy for the Republican Party. You don't know what Teamsters want? How many Teamsters do you know? I bet I know more than you. You know what's really funny about that? This is, like, the one labor union that I am in close contact with on a regular fucking basis. That and the UAW, as a matter of fact. So no, you're wrong. There are a shit ton of Teamsters in my chat. Not only that, but also I do talk to a shit ton of labor union organizers in the Teamsters. So shut the fuck up. I know more than you. I'm a Teamster. Okay, dude. You're still a dumbass Teamster then. Yeah, but Trump isn't a normal Republican. It doesn't matter on the issue of, no, first of all, Trump is a normal Republican. He's just abnormal in the sense that he's like super narcissistic and doesn't necessarily care about like the party's future as much as he cares about his own personal future. But like, that is so stupid. That is so stupid when you talk specifically about Donald Trump's policies. Donald Trump's top of the line policy papers are just directly ripped from the fucking Heritage Foundation. Okay? That's so dumb. Anyway, I do attack plenty of Teamsters at the top of the fucking hour, though. You know, when there's a 3-minute ad break. Like, Trump is notorious for fucking over non-unionized labor all the time. He's like notoriously a person who doesn't pay his workers and shit. What the fuck? Why are your chatters looking for an excuse? No, it's not my chatters. There's like some random people who are chirping in the chat, but that doesn't mean my chatters are actually fucking across the board. Honestly, this week feels like landslide territory for Trump is more and more likely. We'll see.
Thing with the unions. That's right. They get their little 5%. They get another 2%. They get another 3%, 4%. Then all of a sudden they're making more money than the people that own the company. Same thing with the unions. That's right. They get their little 5%.
They're making more people than anyone else in the company. Never forget, every Democrat in Congress voted to prevent the pensions of more than 350,000 Teamsters from being cut by up to 65% by including the Butch-Lewis Act and the American Rescue Plan. Every Republican voted against it, disgustingly smearing it as a big union bailout. Yeah. And by the way, Warren Gunnell's not exactly a fan of the fucking Democratic Party. Hey guys, notice how a lot of people who care about labor, but don't necessarily fucking care about the Democratic Party are chirping at Sean O'Brien? Like, people who routinely have all the smoke on the planet, myself included, for the Democratic Party are currently in unison going, what the fuck's going on? One of the funniest parts about this was when he said there's extreme leftists. Brother, you are the fucking leader of the Teamsters. When people talk about extreme left, they're talking about you. Okay? I don't understand. That's you. You're extreme left. Teamsters president knows Trump will win, but he's getting on his good side. But Trump won't give him shit. Trump will fucking cast him aside like a used napkin after he came inside of Stormy Daniels, dude. What the fuck? I'm a proud leftist union member. I'm just trying to give you my perspective as my fellow workers who are majority pro-Trump in a blue state. I know, but like statistically speaking, your union is not necessarily the norm. Okay? Across the board, union rank and filers, as we just talked about, 37% of union rank and filers are voting for the Republican Party. That's it, 37%. That's still a pretty significant percentage. And it differs from union to union. But like, you're crazy. Like, unions, and I always say this when I'm advocating for them, I always say unions are not right or left, okay? They're about what is fair. Okay? Unions are about what is fair. It's not about what's left, but ideologically, it is still, I'm not crazy, I'm just telling you my truth. No, I respect it. I'm just telling you that it still does not change the reality. Can we union our viewers until November? Can you start hosting me in November? You talk about Trump a lot. I'm assuming you're voting for him. Good one. Yes, I do. I am voting for Trump. I love Donald Trump. And I love that now that I'm fucking 40K Andy consistently again, you're like asking for a host. This was a Trojan horse speech for the benefit of American voters. Sean O'Brien knows full well the Dems agree with everything he said. Nah. Nah. My mom watches you. She's 60 and a teacher and gets really upset when you read troll comments. She was ranting about it today and said she had to turn your stream off. I'm sorry. Kronos' mom. It is pretty funny to think that, like, his speech would be well received. His speech was well received by that room. It was not, okay? That's it. There's no world in which, like, this changes the Republican Party. At best, they do the fake bullshit. Actively voting against labor union legislation that is pro-union, legislation that is pro-worker. I mean, it's crazy. The reason why I don't like it is because it galvanizes the shithead rank and filers who are fucking aggro MAGA dudes, okay? That's why I hate it. Because then they could be like, see? The Republicans care about unions. Yeah, they had Sean O'Brien. It's like, you're a fucking idiot, dude. I don't know how to talk to you. Like, yeah, this is not a W for labor. It's a W for Donald Trump. There is a narrative that the Republican Party has the working class interest in mind. It is simply a narrative. It's a marketing tool. They have never shown that. Let me tell you, if they had shown that, I'd probably be fucking voting for them. Okay? Yeah, I do remember Mark Wayne Mullen trying to fight Sean O'Brien. He doesn't like Mark Wayne Mullen, but he certainly likes fucking JD Vance and goddamn Josh Hawley. He is such a dumb puppet. Like, it is shocking. It's shocking. It's just... He quoted Mark Wayne at the end. What did he say? How did he quote Mark Wayne in the speech? That was the reference he made to win favor with the crowd. Dems have no interest either for the working class. What did the current administration do for the working class these past 4 years? Dude, I'm not going to go through Biden's fucking agenda, but you are actually insane if you think that the Democratic Party as a whole is not openly and actively more pro-labor than the Trump administration ever was. Okay? You think you're pacifying your audience at this point into accepting Trump? What? Yes, dude, I am. I'm secretly a Trump supporter. That's why I spent so much time shitting on him and serving you 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour, which is the last ad break I'm going to serve because I'm going to go hang out with my brother and my friends. Joe Biden is one of the most outwardly pro-labor administrations since FDR, okay? The differences are not that marginal. You're wrong. This is the one area where the differences are not marginal. Come on, guys. That's crazy. Like, he's been objectively good on labor, like, in an unceremonious way. Like, it's shockingly good. You realize unions need work. They follow the work. That's what the union is for. But corporations. Anyway. Yeah. HasanAbi bicoastal elite silver spoon billionaire Andy Donald Trump will definitely make a 180-degree turn for labor this time, even though he was the president for 4 years and people have seemingly forgotten, and he was genuinely awful, like genuinely awful for labor unions. Anyway, that's all for me for today, folks. Okay, I love you all. I will see you tomorrow, hopefully, if I'm alive, because I will be lit on fire in the morning for Alex's latest video. That's right, I'm lighting myself on fire, literally. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully I don't die. What? It is gonna be lit. Anyway, and then I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Peace. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan